Hey everyone, this is What If Fan bringing you another part of What If Overpowered Ichigo left Karakura town. You can find the fanfic title and the original author's name in the description below. Please make sure to support the creator. If you enjoy the video, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell so you never miss an upload. Alright, let's jump into it. Chapter 31, Arc 7. Ichigo's servants will be using their names, Sakura's servants will be using their sins, and the servants summoned will be using their class. Opening scene, Artoria, Saber, and Artoria vs Mordred, Envy. I don't want to do this, but you gave me no choice. Saber yelled as she continued to swing her sword at Envy. I don't care what you want. All I want is to kill you. Envy yelled as she blocked Saber's strikes and counterattacked with her own. They too continued this dance, unaware of the new combatant charging at them. Gah! Artoria roared as she swung down with her Excalibur at Envy. Envy dodged the attack. GGRR. Envy growled and turned to see who dared to interfere with her fight with her father. Only to see another version of her father but dress in black instead of blue and glared at her with cold yellow eyes. Artoria used Envy's shock to her advantage as she continued to attack Envy. Envy barely managed to dodge this antagonistic version of her father. Saber stood there shocked to see her other half was summoned again. Come on, my other half, let's discipline our unruly child. Artoria yelled. Unruly, child. I'll show you unruly. Envy yelled as she raised her sword. Saber and Artoria recognized the blade. After all, it was once in their armory in Camelot. Clarence began to glow red as Envy began to fill the blade with her energy. Red lightning began to spark around them. Artoria began to charge her sword as well. Black flames began to gather around her blade. Clarent blood Arthur. Envy yelled as she swung her sword down. Excalibur. Artoria yelled as she swung her sword down as well. The red lightning and the black fire crashed into each other, each of them trying to see which one was stronger. The attack was forced to move up, creating a giant blast that reached the sky. Envy glared at Saber and Artoria. Envy was about to charge at them again. She received a message from her mistress. Envy, Gluttony is having serious issues with her opponent. Go rescue her and return to base. But mistress, do you dare question me? No, mistress. Envy replied before the connection was cut. Damn it! Envy yelled as her helmet once again covered her face and she abandoned the fight. Scene change, Gilgamesh vs Gilgamesh, Greed. Greed arrived at a nearby light pole. He observed the various battles. It seems my beloved little king is here again. I should try to capture her and make her mine. Lost in thought, Greed didn't realize someone was approaching him. What is this? Another version of my beloved little king. But in black and so much colder than the other one. Which one shall I choose? Why not both? Gilgamesh summoned a spear from a golden portal and shot it at Greed. Greed barely managed to jump away. Greed turned around. His face was filled with absolute rage. Who dares attack me? Greed said as he summoned 20 portals, each of them having a weapon ready to launch. He could see a female version of himself. Who dares make a horrible copy of me? You're not wrong. No one dares try and make a copy of you since I am a superior version of you. Gilgamesh said as she drew her twin blades from behind her. You dare further insult me? Greed yelled as he began to fire his weapons out of his gates of Babylon. Gilgamesh smiles as she dances away from Greed's projectiles. This infuriated Greed more as he began to fire even more weapons at Gilgamesh. All part of the plan, Gilgamesh thought. When she arrived and noticed there is a male version of her, she immediately thought of a few scenarios. She slowly approached him and noticed he wasn't aware of her. Either he hasn't learned the wisdom and tactical skills a ruler would gain from defending Uruk, or he is so arrogant that he never bothered to learn these skills. Gilgamesh thought as she quietly approached him. She noticed that he was mesmerized by the Artoria's fight. Gilgamesh summoned a normal spear and fired it at Greed, knowing this would not harm him. Gilgamesh noticed that her male counterpart was easier to anger than herself. As she continues to dance around Greed's attacks, she also noticed that Greed simply fires his weapons like arrows. Unlike him, she learned how to wield and use some of the noble phantasm in her Gates of Babylon. Since she isn't the true owner of the noble phantasm, they are one rank lower than normal. "Come on, Faker, is this the best you can do?" Gilgamesh teased, further angering Greed. "I'll show you." Greed yelled. He grabbed something from his Gates of Babylon. Before he could grab it, he received a message from his mistress. Greed returned to base. "It seems Mistress decides to call us back," he mumbled as he disappeared. Gilgamesh shook her head as she walked away to regroup with her master. Scene change: Scathach vs. Cuchulainn, Sloth. Scathach and Greed stared down at each other. Master in Welsh, this time I will defeat you," he growled. "Myfriar, student in Welsh, you have much to learn before you can defeat me," Scathach said. Each of them stared at each other, spears pointed at each other. Soon they charged at each other. After a few attacks, Scathach realized this wasn't the Cuchulainn she trained. "This Cuchulainn is different. You aren't the Myfriar who I trained to become the legendary hero which defied Meb," Scathach said. "You're right. I am not him. It seems that I am from a different reality," Sloth said. "During my training with you, you told me that I was weak and would need to train harder to catch up with the other apprentices. I stopped caring about your training and left. During my travels to become stronger, I encountered Aif. My sister," Scathach growled. "She took me in and took care of me for a while. When she realized I was once your apprentice, she decides to help me. She taught me a more ruthless way to the spear. Soon enough we encountered a Karuid. Aif allowed me to battle Karuid by myself. I soon killed Karuid. Aif used the skull and the spine to form my Gibolg. Aif used the remaining parts of Karuid to form armor for me. Aif soon released me to the world. I desired to become the strongest in the world. So, I charged forth any battle I encountered. Soon I was known as Yranganfildu, the Black Monster. This armor and spear were soaked in the blood of my victims. I discovered that I can transform into something similar to Karuid. After I was confident in my abilities, I returned to challenge you. We fought for many days. We started by using our spears. Soon we both began to use runic magic, and then I was forced to use my transformation. In the end, you managed to kill me by stabbing me in the heart," Sloth said as he moved his overcoat to reveal a hand-sized circular scar. "This time I will be the winner." Scathach charged at Sloth as she resumed stabbing at Sloth. He dodged her attacks. He used his tail to attack Scathach. She jumped away from his attack. Sloth charged up and tried to stab Scathach with his spear. Scathach twisted her chest away from each attack. Scathach kicked Sloth in the chest and used his chest as a jumping board to get some distance. She then summoned a few lines of Celtic runes and fired them at Sloth. Each set transformed into an elemental blast. Sloth used his spear to block each attack. Scathach used the attack as a distraction. She back-jumped to the sky and raised Gibolg. It began to glow red. "Very well," Sloth said as he raised his own Gibolg, and it began to glow crimson. "Gae!" Scathach yelled. "Bolg!" Sloth yelled as the two servants threw their weapon. They hit each other. A blast of red energy blast erupted upon contact, kicking up a lot of dust. The dust cleared to see Scathach and Sloth staring back at each other. They raised their hand, their respective Gibolg returned to their hands. Sloth returned to base, Sakura ordered. They were about to resume their fight when Sloth let out a sigh. "What? Looks like my mistress is calling us all back," Sloth said as he jumped away. Scene change: Reiko vs. Medusa, Gluttony. Medusa appeared. She took a large sniff and began to lick her lips. "I smell some interesting delicious," Gluttony thought. Before Gluttony could move, someone shot a few arrows at her. Gluttony transformed her hair into snakeheads and devoured the arrows. It seems that didn't work, Reiko said as she confronted Gluttony. You smell delicious. Can I get a bite? Gluttony asked. No. Reiku. Mama Reiku needs to punish you. You're going to spoil your dinner. No. Only mistress can punish me. Gluttony sent her hair snakes at Reiku. Reika dismissed her quiver and bow for her katana, Dujijiri Yasatsuna. Reiko Oda, lightning strike. Reika yelled as she swung her sword down, firing a blast of violet lightning at the hair snakes. The lightning destroyed her hair snakes. Gah! Gluttony screamed in agony. Reiki used this opportunity to charge at Gluttony. Before Reiku could get any closer to her, Gluttony faced Reiku. Gluttony's eyes began to glow white before Reiku's body felt stiff. She could still move, but she was significantly slower than before. Gluttony used her tail to wrap around Reiku. Gluttony continued to stare at Reiku. It was fun while it lasted, but I think it's time for me to finish you. Reiko struggled to break free. You're probably wondering why you can't move. Why, it is simple. It's because of my eyes. Gluttony allowed Reiku to get a closer look at her eyes. Gluttony's irises of her eyes were black, and the pupils were both rectangular and the same purple as her hair. My eyes are known as Cybele, the mystic eyes of petrification. Anything with rank B or lower mana will immediately be petrified, while those with rank A may or may not be affected depending on the conditions. Gluttony licked Reiku's face. Tasty. Gluttony said while licking her mouth. Say goodbye. Gluttony said as she opened her mouth wide. She began to push Reiku in her mouth. Reiko Bakufu, lightning burst. Reiku yelled as she fired a blast of lightning from her mouth at Gluttony. Aya! She screamed in pain. Reiku noticed she wasn't under the effect of Gluttony's spell anymore. Reiku escaped from Gluttony's grasps. Reiku attacked the stunned Gluttony with Dujijiri Yasatsuna glowing with violet lightning. Reiko Kaimetsu, lightning obliteration. Reiku yelled as she attacked Gluttony with Dujijiri Yasatsuna. Ga, aha! She yelled as she was getting shocked. Reiko stopped her attack. Gluttony's body is still vibrating. Reiko swapped Dujijiri Yasatsuna for her bow. She loaded the bow with arrows. She pulled back as purple lightning gathered around it. Reiko, lightning, breaker. Reiku yelled as she fired her lightning arrows. Suddenly a warrior in gray and red armor jumped in front of Gluttony and blocked her arrows with her sword. Envy! Gluttony yelled. Envy ignored Gluttony as she picked her up and jumped away. Reiku loaded the bow with more arrows. She pulled back as purple lightning gathered around it. Reiko breaker! Reiku yelled as she fired more of her lightning arrows. However, Envy and Gluttony easily dodged the attack and got away. Scene change: Gillis Darius, Lust, vs. Jean Dark. Jean walked around the forest. Her flag was rolled tightly to give the impression of a purple spear. Suddenly she heard a branch breaking from a nearby bush. Jean turned towards the bush with her flagpole ready to attack. Come out slowly, Jean ordered. Jean could see a hand appeared and pushed the bush aside. Jean could see that it was a little boy. The little boy has black hair and big brown eyes. His clothes are dirty and ripped. Jean lowered her weapon. Hey little boy, there is nothing to be scared of. She could see the hope began to fill his eyes. Thank YAAAHHHHHHH. The boy screamed. The screams surprised her, resulting in her dropping her flagpole. She could see the boy continues to scream as something burst out of his chest. It appears to be masses of tentacles in the shape of a starfish. It has a circular mouth-like opening marked with shark teeth-like blades, and appendages are heavily spiked, serrated and covered with eyes and suction cups. The creature turned to face Jean before leaping at her. Jean grabbed her flagpole and managed to knock the creature back. With the creature stunned, she used her flagpole and stabbed the creature repeatedly. The creature tried to attack Jean with its tentacles. The creature's attacks did nothing to stop Jean's assault. With one final stab from her flagpole, the creature finally died from its wounds. Clap. 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 Jean turned. Someone else walked out of the bushes. "Who are you?" Jean asked as she pointed her flagpole at the stranger. The stranger's cloak was covered in blood. "Jean, do you not recognize me?" the stranger asked. It took a few seconds of staring at the stranger before her eyes widened with realization. "Gillis? There it is," Lust said. "The maiden has remembered me." What happened to you? What turned my most loyal knight into this monster?" "Your death." "What?" "After your death, I received a horrible revelation." "Revelation?" "Yes. It happened after your death. I discovered that God doesn't exist." "What?" "Yes. If God does exist, why didn't he prevent your death?" "That is because Why didn't God stop me when I decided to murder endless amounts of innocent boys?" "That is because Why didn't God stop me when I decided to rape those boys before I killed them?" "I don't know." Jean screamed as she fell on her knees. She couldn't believe her royal knight and friend became such a monster. "I just don't know." Lust cracked a wide smile. "That's good then," Lust said as he walked towards Jean. "If you don't know, then let me show you the way." Lust extended his hand down for her. Jean looked at Lust's face. For a moment she could see the face of her royal knight, not the monster he became. Jean slowly reached out for Gillis's hand. Slowly his face began to warp back into Lust's face. Jean, seeing this, remembered her mission. "No!" Jean screamed as she smacked Lust's hand away from her. "Jean, why do you need to make this much worse for you?" Lust said as Jean jumped away from Lust and have her flagpole pointed at Lust. Lust pulls a book from his robes. Jean could see that the book is glistening and made from human skin. Lust opened his book. Jogoro. 1. The ground began to shake as more starfish abominations began to crawl out of the ground and charged at Jean. Jean attacked the starfish abominations. Jean noticed that despite these starfish abominations being the same size as the earlier ones, they appear to be significantly weaker than the one from early. However, there was significantly more of them. Jean managed to kill all the starfish abominations that Lust summoned. "It ends now." Jean charged at Lust. Lust smiled. "Raja Jugoro." Lust yelled. From the ground, 3 more starfish abominations rose. Unlike the other 2 waves, these are 3 meters, 9.843 feet, tall. Jean was forced to stop her charge as she stared down the larger starfish abominations. "Bargerin!" he yelled. The starfish abominations began to spew a purple gas everywhere. Jean charged at the giant abominations and attacked them. Due to her high magic resistance, she was able to ignore the toxic gas that the giant abominations were spewing. Jean leaped towards and attacked them. These abominations are stronger compared to the other 2 waves. The abominations swat her down like an annoying fly. Jean persevered. She eventually killed all the giant starfish abominations. Jean took major damage from receptively slammed by the starfish abominations. "Is this all, Gillis?" "Jean. One last time. Join me." "No, Gillis. I will not." "Very well then." Lust opened his book. "In oculis in tenebris, et non ad animum meme, in eyes of the darkness, let my soul be to take." A black seal began to form beneath Jean's feet. Jean tries to move away from the seal, but it was no use. "De mihi potestatem ut novus epistolis unam marcam de decident et tenebris in lusum, give me the power to reverse the one with the mark, let them fall from the light into darkness." The black tentacles from the seal shot up and began to bind Jean in place. "Stop this, Gillis!" Jean yelled as she struggled to break free from the tentacles. "Cthulhu in nomine Domini, fiat mihi conversus est pora inisse, quod illique corrupta est, in the name of Cthulhu, let me turn that which is pure into one that is corrupt. Lust yelled as Jean screamed. Her silver armor began to slowly turn a dark violet. It seems due to you having EX ranked magic resistance, the ritual is having a very difficult time transforming you. Lust mumbled to himself. In oculis in tenebris, et non ad animum meme, in eyes of the darkness, let my soul be to take. Help! Jean screamed as her blonde hair began to turn silver. De mihi potestatem ut novus epistolis unam marcam de decident et tenebris in lusum, give me the power to reverse the one with the mark, let them fall from the light into darkness. Someone please. Jean's white and golden flag began to turn black. Thulthu in nomine domini, fiat mihi conversus est pura in esse, in the name of Cthulhu, let me turn that which is pure dash. Before Lust could finish the ritual, he was hit in the back, sending him flying to a nearby tree. The incomplete ritual exploded, kicking dust around her. Lust looked to see a tall Hispanic male standing there. He has weird armor on his left and right arms. His right arm covered in is a black and magenta armor. Around where his right hand would be, there is a shield of the same color. While on his left arm is white, with a red stripe running down the length of the center. His fingertips have red diamond-shaped marks on them. A spike protrudes from the shoulder and two more, resembling claws, extend over his chest. Writer, check on the girl. The Hispanic man instructed. Yes, maestro, master. Writer said as she appeared. She also has tan skin with blonde hair and green eyes. She is wearing cultural garments. She carefully approached the location of the ritual. Suddenly a black spear tip shot out of the dust at Writer. She easily dodged the attack. Writer summoned a macuaweedle, which appears similar to a wooden cricket bat with black blades-like objects attached on each side. The dust settled to reveal the servant which tried to attack Writer. She has pale skin with yellow eyes and long flowing white blonde hair that reaches her ankles. She is dressed in violet-black battle dress. She has a cape and high heels of the same color. On the ground unconscious was Jean. Who are you? I am Jean Dark summoned under the Avenger class. IT worked. Lust yelled. Avenger turned to Gillis. Hello Gillis, it seems you brought me here. I did. Avenger smiled. Then let's burn this world down to the ground. Yes, my lady. Lust yelled. Lust return to base and make sure to bring your friend with you, Sakura ordered. Very well, mistress. Lust said. He turned to Avenger. My lady, my current mistress requests to meet you. Lust said with a short bow. Very well, Avenger said as the two escaped. I won't let you. Writer yelled as she chased them. Jogoro. Lust yelled as the starfish abominations began to rise from the ground and attacked Writer. Writer and Chad made quick work of the starfish abominations. After that was done, Lust and Avenger have disappeared. Dang it! Writer yelled. That is fine, Writer, Sato said, who was checking on Jean. Be careful, maestro, she is also a servant. Writer warned. He gently shook her. Jean moaned as she woke up. Who are you two? I am a servant, Writer. My name is Sato Yasutora. Sato said. Hello. My name is Jean Dark, summoned under the ruler class. She said. Come on, let's regroup with my master. Writer and Sato nodded as they followed Jean. Scene change, Elizabeth Bathory, Pride, versus Akasha Blood River. Pride was sitting down at a nearby cafe drinking a glass of wine. She was dressed in a white turtleneck shirt, black leather shorts and thighs-length leather heels. She is also wearing a long red overcoat over everything but kept it open to reveal everything, too, she had on. A server approached her. Yes? I have your requested drink. The server said as he placed another wine glass on the table. The server is nothing physically interesting. He is dressed in a standard butler uniform. However, his eyes are brown but with a light red ring around his iris. Pride picked up the glass and began to swirl the red liquid inside the glass. It is fresh AB plus virgin blood from my daughter, the server said. Pride sniffed the glass before taking a sip. Is it to your liking, madam? It is. I would like a bottle of this as well. Very well, madam, the server said as he wrote something on his notepad. The server walked back inside the cafe. Pride ignored the screams from the cafe as she resumed sipping her glass of blood. Pride noticed Akasha walking up to her. She smells interesting. Let's see how she tastes, Pride thought as she tries to hypnotize her. Akasha looked at Pride straight in the eyes. Your tricks don't work on me, Elizabeth, Akasha said as she pulled out her kasol and fired it at Pride. Pride ducked down to dodge the bullet. Pride summoned her staff, swung it at Akasha. Only for Akasha to use kasol to block it. To think that a vampire hunter would be here and know what I truly look like, not the illusion I portray to the public. You're right. Normally, no one would know who you are, but I'm not normal, little Miss Idol. Pride eyes widen with shock. How did you know that? Pride yelled as she swung her staff at Akasha. Akasha casually blocked the staff with kasol. You asked me to listen to your singing once. No, Pride said. Then her eyes widened when she realized who was in front of her. But, I've heard you were killed by Abraham Van Helsing. One version of me was, Akasha said. One version? Pride said. Pride. Return to base now. Sakura growled. Yes, mistress. Pride turned to Akasha. Well, Alucard, look like it is time for me to leave, she said as she was enveloped in red and black energy before disappearing. Akasha sighed as she went inside the cafe. There she was attacked by Pride's ghouls. Akasha effortlessly killed the ghouls. Guess I should be going back to Ichigo, Akasha said as she absorbed all the blood that hit her and walked back to Ichigo. Scene change, ground zero. Ichigo walked towards the group of teenagers. Behind him was Hana. Who are you? Ilya asked. Isn't it rude to ask you someone's name introducing yourself? Ichigo countered. Very well. I am Ilyasville von Einsburn. And you? My name is Kurosaki Ichigo. Ichigo turned to the Rin and Tosaka. And you are? I'm Tosaka Rin. I am Amiya Shiro. Any relation to Amiya Kiritsugu? How do you know my father? Shiro asked. I'm curious as well, how do you know my father? Ilya growled. Berserker began to growl due to his master's anger. Hana stood in front of Ichigo. In case Berserker tries anything. Hana stand down. If Berserker also stands down. Ichigo said as he glared at Ilya. Berserker stand down, for now. Berserker calmed down but continued to watch Ichigo carefully. Hana also stood down but kept an eye on Berserker. Anyways, how do you know our father? Ilya asked. Let's say the dead isn't as quiet as many believe. Everyone gave Ichigo a questionable look. Hogyoku, can you get me Kiritsugu? As you wish, Hogyoku said as she disappeared from Ichigo's mindscape. Are you a master? Rin asked. Technically I am, but not for this, Ichigo said. What do you mean? Rin asked. Before Ichigo could answer, Ichigo could see Artoria, Saber, Gilgamesh, Skathak, Reiku, and Akasha arrived. Where is Jean? She's here, Ichigo. Ichigo turned to see Chad, bridle carrying Jean in his arms, and his servant walking towards him. Jean, you alright? Ichigo asked. I'm fine, a little exhausted. Jean said. You're involved? Ichigo asked Chad. I should ask you the same old friend. And you are? Rin asked. I am Yasutora Sato. Ichigo calls me Chad. And I am Ryder, his servant. Ryder said. Let's relocate somewhere else, Ichigo said. Why should I go with you? Ilya asked. 2 reasons, Ichigo said as he raised his first finger. Because this is mostly your family's fault. And the second? Wouldn't any sane magus want to know how someone summoned 8 servants and not dead? Ichigo said as he raised the second finger. Fine. She said. Ichigo led everyone to his current headquarters. Scene change, headquarters. Everyone soon arrived outside Ichigo's house. During their short walk, Ichigo saw a female servant with a red coat and long white hair appear right next to Rin. This is my headquarters, Ichigo said. All the magus could tell Ichigo's headquarters was heavily warded. Everyone soon walked through the ward line. The door suddenly opened to reveal Angela. She was wearing her Blackwatch armor, but her wings were closed. Welcome everyone, please come inside. She said. Everyone began to enter the house. Ilya said. Yes, Ilya? Ichigo asked. What about Berserker? Ichigo realized that Berserker was too big for his headquarters. Would turning his madness enhancement off making him smaller? Ichigo asked. It might but what? Berserker can't manually activate his madness enhancement since it's very painful for him, Ilya explained. I see. Guess you're going to miss out on my explanation. Ichigo said as he walked away. Ilya looked at Ichigo before looking at Berserker. Berserker, deactivate your madness enhancement. Ilya ordered. Berserker let out an inhuman roar as he began to shrink. Berserker was 253 centimeters, 8.3 feet, and he shrunk down to only 203 centimeters, 6.66 feet. Ichigo turned to Ilya and Berserker. Hurry up. The others are waiting. Ichigo said as he entered the house, followed by Ilya and Berserker. Everyone sat around in the living room. Ichigo's servants stood behind/around him. Ilya sat on a couch with Berserker stand behind her. Shiro and Rin had their servant next to them. So, how are you able to summon and maintain 8 different servants? Ilya asked. Why are you here? Rin asked. Why do you have a different version of Saber there? Shiro asked. Before we begin, I think it will be proper for everyone to introduce each other. Ichigo proposed. Some servants already know each other, Ichigo said as Saber and Artoria nodded. Very well. Ilya said. My name is Ilyasviel von Einsburn. I am a Heracles. Summoned under the Berserker class. Berserker growled. Well, my name is Amiya Shiro, Shiro said. I am Artoria Pendragon, King of Knights and once and future King of Britannia. I was summoned in the Saber class. Saber said. She said the same thing as Artoria. My name is Tosaka Rin and this is my servant Archer. She said that due to some error in the summoning, it caused her to forget her name but not her skills. Rin said as Archer nodded to confirm the explanation. My name is Sato Yasutora and this is my servant Rider. Hello, I am Quetzalcoatl. She said. Ichigo turned to his servants. My name is Jean Dark and I was summoned in the ruler class. I am Artoria Pendragon, King of Knights and once and future King of Britannia. I was summoned in the Saber class. I am Gilgamesh, King of Uruk and King of Heroes. I was summoned in the Archer class. I am Skathak, Queen of the Land of Shadows. I was summoned in the Lancer class. I am Minamoto no Reiku, also known as Minamoto no Yorimitsu. I was summoned in the Rider class. Finally, I am Akasha Bloodriver. I was summoned in the Berserker class. With introductions out of the way, allow me to explain what is happening. Before that, I think we need to discuss the identities of the enemy servants, Jean said. Her fellow servants nodded. I fought Mordred, my child, who was summoned under the Saber class, Artoria said. I fought a stupid male version of myself, Gilgamesh said. When I arrived, I noticed he was observing your match, Gilgamesh said as she looked over to Saber. You two know each other? We met in the Fourth Holy Grail War. Saber said. Anyways, I fought my Myforire, Kuchulain, Scathach said. Although he didn't look like how she described him. What do you mean? Ichigo asked. She described him in deep ultramarine full body tights, but the one I encountered wore a black cloak with red spikes. Maybe Sakura managed to capture the original Kuchulain and corrupted him. Ichigo proposed. I fought Gillister Rias, who was summoned under the caster class. He tried to corrupt me. Jean said. What happened? Ichigo asked. Sato and Quetzalcoatl intercepted the ritual, which resulted in the creation of a black version of me called Avenger. I see, Ichigo said as he turned to Akasha. The servant that I encountered was Elizabeth Bathory. Any idea in what class? Rin asked. No. Anyways, with servant identification done, let's me begin to explain what is going on, Ichigo said. Everyone nodded and turned to Ichigo. It all started in the Third Holy Grail War. The third one, why that one? Rin asked. Wouldn't it make sense for it to start in the Fourth Holy Grail War? Ilya asked. Are you two going to allow me to talk uninterrupted? Ichigo asked. Ichigo waited a few seconds before continuing. Anyways, this started back in the Third Holy Grail War. In this war, one of the masters were two twins who managed to summon two different aspects of one servant. This was Shiro's Saber and my Artoria. Ichigo said. Saber and Artoria nodded in agreement. Anyways, the Einsburn representative somehow managed to summon a unique servant. That dark evil servant we encountered in the Third War? Saber asked. Exactly, that servant was Angra Mainyu. According to the Zoroastrianism religion, he is the physical embodiment of all the world's evil. When he was killed, his corrupted essence entered and corrupted the Holy Grail. Fast forward to the Fourth Holy Grail War. Artoria said. I think this is where I should continue the story, Kiritsugu said. Everyone turned to see Kiritsugu Amiya standing in front of them. To-san? Shiro said. Kiritsugu cracked a small smile. Hello, Shiro. Hello, father, Shiro replied. Kiritsugu turned to see an Ilya glaring at him. Ilya. I'm sorry. Sorry for what? Abandoning me for him. You're wrong. I never abandoned you. I tried to see you, but all the Einsburn homunculus tried to stop me many times. That's why you disappeared for months to a year after you rescued me from the fire, Shiro added. It is. Kiritsugu turned to see Saber glaring at him. Hello, Saber. Kiritsugu. She said. Anyways, I think I should continue the story. Go ahead, Ichigo said as he stood up. I'm getting some water and checking on another guest of mine, Ichigo said as he left the room. Ichigo walked to the kitchen to get a cup of water. Kyoka soon appeared in front of him. Ready to talk to Caster? I am. Kyoka pointed the trainer at Ichigo before sending him to the trainer. Scene change, trainer. Ichigo arrived to see Murden talking with Caster. Oh, hello master. Hello, Murden. Ichigo turned to Caster. How do you feel? I felt a lot better. What are you planning to do now? I don't know. When I was with my former master. She sneered. I suggested we moved our base of operation to Ryudu Temple. Why? During my free time, I discovered Ryudu Temple's unique wards. Unique in what way? Ryudu Temple was constructed on top of an intersection of ley lines. To protect Ryudu Temple, wards were constructed that tapped into the ley lines. Due to this, it makes the wards very difficult to enter. However, there is a way to enter Ryudu Temple, the front gate. Amazing idea, Ichigo said. Thank you. When I told him about Ryudu Temple's wards, he ignored my ideas. So what are you planning to do now? What are you planning to do now? Ichigo repeated. Well, I might still go to Ryuta Temple and make it my base. You still desire to fight for Holy Grail. Is it wrong to fight for a chance for revenge? Revenge? Revenge for that bitch who mind control me to help out Jason. She sneered at the mention of Jason. I don't know who you're referring to. Ichigo admitted. Oh. Castor paused for a second. My name is Medea. I was the princess of Colchis. You see, Jason and his Argonauts tried to reason with my father, King Aedes of Colchis, to use the Golden Fleece. However, my father denied Jason's request. At that time, Aphrodite was supporting Jason, so she mind-controlled me to betray my father and my country. It also caused me to do countless actions that I regret to this very day. So, you wish to use your wish to get revenge on Aphrodite? Ichigo guessed. A part of it. What's the other part? To live my own life, free from the control of others, Medea answered. Ichigo looked at Medea for a few seconds, to see if there is any deception in her words. There wasn't any. Medea, Ichigo called out, getting her attention. Do you want to become my servant? What? I asked if you want to become my servant. Why? For a few reasons, Ichigo said as he raised his finger. I believe in your desire for a second chance of life. How? That is a secret. Castor pouted for a second. What's the next reason? Second, I can help you get your revenge on the Greek gods. How? I can't sense them anymore. I am aware that Hades is in America. America? Why there? I don't know why, but I know that Hades chose to meet in America. Wouldn't he challenge me since I will be taking his place? Castor asked as she pointed at Murden. I am leaving soon, Murden replied. What do you mean? I am stuck in a very limited position since I am not a true servant, Murden said. How? It's complicated. Anyways, Castor, do you want to become my servant? Very well. I accept your offer. Castor said. Ichigo raised his hand for a handshake. Castor accepted the handshake. Heed my words. Ichigo began to chant. Castor could feel Ichigo's Ryatsu begin to flow around her. My will creates your body, and our swords will forge our new destiny. If you heed my call and obey my will and reason, then answer me. Ichigo chanted as his Ryatsu began to gather around them. Then answer me. I, servant Castor, Medea, have answered your call. I accept you as my master, Ichigo. Castor said as she grasped Ichigo's hand, accepting the handshake. Ichigo's Ryatsu flowed through Castor as they formed a bond. Are you all right, Castor? Ichigo asked. I am. Thank you for caring, master. Castor said. Castor, what abilities do you have? Why do you ask, master? I'm just curious about my allies and their abilities. I understand. Due to me being a magus from the Age of Gods, my magic is more powerful compared to modern magus. Interesting, it would be fun to throw Mysteria your way. Mysteria? She is the physical manifestation of my magical knowledge. I see. Any other abilities? Ichigo asked. I can summon Dragon Tooth Warriors to fight by my side. Anything else? My noble phantasm is known as Rule Breaker. Castor said as she pulled out a dagger. The dagger is uniquely shaped due to the blade is shaped like a zigzag. When I was alive, I never actually owned a weapon called Rule Breaker. She admitted. This weapon is the physical manifestation of all the betrayal I have done in my life. What does it do? Ichigo asked. I can use it as a physical dagger. Rule Breaker can also use it to sever magical contracts and destroy many kinds of magecraft. Interesting abilities, Medea. With your magecraft knowledge, I can see you as a supporting servant. Thank you, master. Do you wish to stay here and practice your magecraft or leave the trainer? I wish to review my magecraft to get a handle on my spells. Very well. Ichigo nodded. Mysteria, she is ready for you. Hello darling, Mysteria said as she hugged Ichigo from behind. Master, who is that? This is Mysteria. She is going to be assisting you and learning from you. I am Mysteria. Ichigo turned to Murden. Both Saber and Artoria are at headquarters right now. Do you wish to confront them about it? Not yet. It's better to have Saber and Artoria to help with the effort. Ichigo nodded. Master, Angela called out. Ichigo turned to see Genji and Amelie on their knees in a bowing position. Yes, Angela? What should I do with them? She asked. What happened? They failed their mission. Ichigo turned to the two on their knees. Can you explain to us what happened? Ichigo ordered. The three nervously looked at Angela for confirmation. Well, follow the master's orders. Yes, mistress, Genji replied. All of us were observing the various fights going on. This was when Amelie noticed one of the enemy servants rescuing their comrade. So we followed them, making sure to transform into our black dust form to follow them. We were not noticed until the first two enemy servants regrouped with another two enemy servant, one male with purple robes and another looked similar to Lady Jean but in black armor. He immediately detected our presence and fired a spell at us. We were forced to dodge the attack and transform it back. The Black Lady Jean fired a blast of black fire at us. We all scattered to dodge the attack. The male summoned starfish-like creatures and attacked us. It took a few minutes for us to defeat them. During that time, they all managed to escape. Genji reported. Ichigo stared at them for a few seconds before turning to Angela. You do realize that you can't fully blame them, Ichigo said. They were likely discovered by the enemy's caster servant, Gillis Darius. He may have used his magecraft to discover you three. So how do you propose I fix this? Angela asked. Maybe have Genji and Amelie learn some magic from Murden, Mysteria or Caster, Ichigo suggested. And it turns out they can't? Well, they can have enhancements that hide them from magical means. Very well, Angela said as she walked towards Murden, Mysteria, and Caster, followed by Genji and Amelie. With everything settled, Ichigo left the trainer. Scene change, kitchen. Ichigo returned to the kitchen to see Kyoka rolling up a scroll. How did it go? Kyoka asked. She decided to join us. Just as I expected, Kyoka said. Ichigo cracked a smile as he walked towards the living room. Ichigo looked to see Kiritsugu hugging Ilya and Shiro. Ichigo turned to see Rin and Archer disappeared, likely went home. Nobody noticed Ichigo returning to the living room. It seems all of you have made peace with each other, Ichigo said. Everyone turned to see a grinning Ichigo. Ichigo walked back to his set. I hate to do this, but I need to escort Kiritsugu back to Soul Society. Everyone looked sad. Kiritsugu wrapped Shiro and Ilya in another hug before looking at Shiro. Shiro, I am sorry. I'm sorry that I threw you into this world. San. I'm not done yet, Shiro. I want you to protect Ilya. Protect her from the darkness of being a Magus. Protect her from those who dare call themselves her family. I will, Shiro said, tightening his resolve. Kiritsugu smiled as he turned to face Ilya. Now Ilya, I am sorry that I couldn't be there for you. But Papa, you tried your best to see me, Ilya replied. I know. Anyways, please teach Shiro now to be a Magus. I was so foolish in not teaching Shiro magecraft early on. I will, Papa. Kiritsugu smiled before looking at both Shiro and Ilya. My final wish for both of you is to survive this Holy Grail war and stay together, to become real siblings. We will, Papa, Ilya said. Will too, San, Shiro said. Kiritsugu smiled as he turned to face Ichigo. I'm ready. Very well, Ichigo said as Hogyoku appeared. She offered her hand to Kiritsugu. He accepted the hand and they disappeared together. Shiro looked at the clock. Oh God, Shiro said. Everyone turned to the clock to see it read 2300 hours. You got school tomorrow? Ichigo guessed. I do, Shiro admitted. Since late, all of you can sleep here for the night. Ichigo offered. Everyone accepted Ichigo's offer. Shiro and Saber took a guest room. Chad and Ryder took another guest room. Ilya and her maids took the last room. Ichigo and his servants walked to the master bedroom. As soon as Ichigo closed the door, Ichigo could see a large number of spells and seals activating. Master, Jean said. Yes? A few things, Jean said. The first is that Archer lied about forgetting her name. Really? Ichigo asked. All the other servants listened in. She did, but I can understand why. Why? Because Archer's true name is Amiya Rin. Wait. She is an older version of Rin? I believe so, Jean said. It makes sense, Angela said. After all, I am from the future. During this short discussion, Ichigo could feel something burning on the back of his right hand. Ichigo looked to see that a faint bruise. Jean looked and realized what that faint bruise is. Master, the Holy Grail is forcing you to summon the final servant. Final servant? Yes. Since the last servant for the Holy Grail hasn't been summoned yet, the Holy Grail can force a nearby Magus to join the war. Jean said. Kind of what happens to Shiro. Artorias said. Exactly. Very well, Ichigo said. Everyone quickly moved downstairs to the previous summoning circle. Ichigo once again cut his wrist and his blood began to drip. For the elements silver and iron. For the foundation, stone, and the Archduke of Contracts. Granted by the blessings of Alea. Close the gates of the cardinal directions. The summoning circle began to glow red. Come forth from the crown and follow the forked road to the kingdom. The summoning circle began to glow brighter. Fill. 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 Repeat 5 times. But when each is filled, destroy it. The energy from the summoning circle began to glow brighter. Set. Heed my words. My will creates your body, and our swords will forge our new destiny. If you heed my call and obey my will and reason, then answer me. I hereby swear that I shall be all that is good in the world, that I shall defeat all that is evil in the world. You 7 heavens, clad in the 3 great words of power, come forth from the circle of binding. Guardian of the scales. Ichigo finished the chant. The entire room glowed bright red and kicked up a lot of dust. Soon the summoning seal stopped glowing red and blinded everyone. Scene change, Sakura's headquarters. Sakura sat on her throne as she waited for her servants to arrive. She didn't need to wait long as her servants began to appear in front of her. All of them took a knee and bowed to her. She noticed that there was a new servant behind Lust. She remained standing, unlike the others. She stood next to the kneeling Lust. So Lust, who is your friend? Mistress Sakura, this is Lady Jean. Oh. I am Jean Dark, summoned under the Avenger class. Interesting feat, Lust. Thank you, Mistress. Lust replies. Sakura turned to face Pride. Now then, Pride, what did you do during this mission? I discovered the identity of one of the enemy servant. Oh? Yes. Her name is Dracula under the pseudonym Alucard. Anything else? No? Sakura said before she raised her hand towards Pride and snapped her fingers. Pride fell and screamed. Everyone could see her veins bulging and could see something crawling underneath her skin. Sakura stared down at Pride as she still screamed in pain. Now then, Pride, do you know why you're being punished? All Sakura could hear was Pride's continuous screams of pain. Sakura snapped her fingers and the things underneath her skin stopped moving. Now then, Pride, do you know why you're being punished? Sakura repeated. I do and can now. Pride replied. Oh, you don't? Sakura snapped her fingers again. Aha. Pride resumed screaming in pain. Sakura stood there as something began devouring Pride's skin. Suddenly on her stomach, worms devour their way out. Those worms jumped and began to devour back in her stomach. Sakura snapped her fingers and the worms stopped again. So, Pride, what did you do during your mission? I found blood. She said. What else? I found blood when I was supposed to fight. Correct answer. Since you didn't answer fully this time. Sakura snapped her fingers. Eat her organs. The cressworms began to devour Pride's organs. Pride's scream sounds more like dried wheezes. Sakura could feel that Pride was slowly getting closer to dying. Sakura opened one of Pride's bottles of blood and poured it down her throat. The screaming stopped, and it was replaced with the sound of swallowing. Stop eating, Sakura commanded the crestworms. The crestworms stopped eating Pride's body, allowing it to slowly heal itself. She turned Pride, who was hungrily licking all the blood off her face. Pride. Pride stopped licking herself and looked at Sakura. Sakura smiled as she could see the fear in her eyes. Stand. Pride quickly stood up. Everyone could see Pride was scared. You learned your lesson, right? Yes, mistress. Pride shouted. Sakura turned to her other servants. She sat down on her throne. Starting with Envy, what did you learn from this evening's events? She asked. Envy stood up and her helmet collapsed to reveal her face. I learned somehow there are two versions of my father. Envy said. Two versions? Yes, one version of my father in a blue and silver armor. That would likely be the one summoned for the war, Sakura said. While the other one is in black and red armor. That would likely be the other servant summoned by Alea's chosen hero, Sakura said. Anything else to report? No, mistress. Envy replied. I see. What about your greed? Somehow there is a woman who dared to impersonate me. He yelled. Oh? Sakura said as she pulled out a small packet of papers. She looked over it for a few seconds. It appears that servant you faced greed was another servant summoned by Alea's chosen hero. I see. Mistress, I have a request? What is it? Can the two sabers be my toys? Greed, they are mine. Envy yelled. Foolish knight. A knight has no right to own a king. Sakura sighed as she snapped her fingers. Immediately both Envy and Greed stopped auguring as they could feel Sakura's crestworms waking up and starting to move. Sorry, mistress. Envy and Greed said with a bow. Get back on your knees, Sakura ordered. Yes, mistress. They replied as they took a knee. Sakura turned to Sloth. What you Sloth? Sloth let out a large yawn. Saw my old master, Scathack. He said. What about you Gluttony? I don't know much. She's Japanese with a purple jumpsuit and fires purple lightning. I see. Sakura turned to face Lust. Lust is currently on his hands and knees, being used as a chair for Avenger. Lust, your report. I fought my dear Jean. I cast a ritual to begin to corrupt her. However, we were interrupted by two servants. Oh? Yes, the master appears to be male with dark skin while his servant is light skin and wearing some sort of exotic clothing. I see, continue your report. Despite their interference, I managed to corrupt a portion of her. Lust said before moaning again. I see, Sakura said as she looked at Avenger. Anything to add, Jean? While we were returning, I encountered three servants following us. All of them were dressed in black and red armor. However, each of them wielded a different weapon. One had a katana, another had a bow, and the last one had some sort of firearm. Gillis managed to discover them and attack them. They were forced to retreat. Sakura nodded. Is that all? When can I destroy more things? Soon, Jean, Sakura replied. Wrath, did you finish your job? Me finish. Me tired. Wrath replied. Very well. Anything else to report? No. Very well. Return to your assigned post. Yes, mistress. They shouted before disappearing. Sakura pulled out her sheet of paper and wrote down the information her servants gave her. Ayaka's hero servants, Artoria Pendragon, Gilgamesh, Scathach, Purple Lightning Warrior, Alucard, Jean Dark, Black and Red Ninja, Black and Red Firearm User. She flipped the page over to look over the other servants that were summoned to this Grail War. Amiya Shiro and Artoria Pendragon, Saber, Tosaka Rin and Archer? And Medea, Caster, and Rider? And Assassin, Iliasville von Einsborn and Hercules, Berserker. She walked out of her basement to the living room level. She picked up the phone and called Kotomine Kirii. Hello, Mistress Sakura. Hello, Kirii. I want to ask you if you have any ideas on Caster's current master, Rider's identity, and her master's identity. Give me 1 second, mistress, Kirii said. A few minutes later, Kirii returned to the phone. I managed to get the identity of Rider. The master's name is Sato Yasutora, his servant is Quetzalcoatl. I see. What about Caster's master? Her master is Kurosaki Ichigo. I see. Thank you. Sakura said as she hung up the phone. Sakura, we need to talk. Yes, my master? Sakura replied. I believe Caster's master, Kurosaki Ichigo, is Alea's chosen hero. Thank you, master. One more thing, Sakura. Yes, master? I am going to force him to connect with the Holy Grail. Why? So that we are aware of him and I could see just how powerful he is. I see, Sakura said. But master, wouldn't it be beneficial for us to have another servant at our disposal? Normally I would agree, but due to the last servant being assassin, there is a high chance of the servant being weak since they almost always one of the first servants to die. Very well. Sakura nodded as she felt her master's presence leave her mind. Sakura walked to her studies to think about her plans. Scene change, Ichigo's headquarters, basement level. Ichigo could see the dust slowly settling to see a servant standing there. Ichigo walked closer to the kneeling servant. Ichigo got a better close to the servant. She has pale skin and golden eyes, which are covered by a black veil. She is dressed in a black robe. I have heard your calling, my god, she said as she remained kneeling. Ichigo sighed, used to be calling a divine being. Rise. Ichigo command. She immediately stood up in a swift, elegant and inhuman move. With her standing, Ichigo could get a closer look at her. She stands about 195 centimeters, 6.4 feet, with large DD breasts. Ichigo looked at her eyes and almost gasped. Her eyes appeared dead, devoid of anything. But Ichigo could see that there is a small light in her eyes, the light of devotion to him. Why do I feel this one is going to remind me of Crazy Oraheim? Ichigo walked closer to Assassin. What is your name? Zealot is Zealot. She replies. Do you have any desire for the Holy Grail? Why would Zealot want that accursed drinking cup? She asked. So why did you answer my call then? Zealot heard God calling for Zealot from the void. Ichigo sighed, accepting her answer. So Zealot, what can you do? Zealot learned from the other great Hasanai Saba. But Zealot was too stupid to become the next Hasanai Saba. Ichigo said, not knowing who Hasanai Saba is. Ichigo, the Hasanai Saba are the leaders of an old Islamic sect who were known for their assassination skills. The word assassin is derived from Hasanai Saba, which allows all 19 of the Hasanai Saba to be summoned under the assassin class. Jean said. Thank you, Jean. Ichigo turned back to Zealot. So, Zealot, what abilities do you have? Zealot has Zabaniya,
Phantasmal Pedigree. What does it do? Zabaniya, Phantasmal Pedigree allows Zealot to copy the other Zabaniyas from the other 18 Hasanisaba. What are they? Ichigo asked. The first Zabaniya is called Azazel. Zealot pulled out a hidden knife. It began to glow violet before the energy expanded to the shape of a large broadsword. Zealot can use it to instantly kill a target no matter if the target is immortal. However, Zealot can only use it once a week. Ichigo nodded. Zealot allowed the broadsword to return to a knife and she hit it again. The next Zabaniya is Delusional Heartbeat. Zealot raised her right hand. The hand began to elongate, and the skin began to turn red. Zealot's right hand is now twice as long as Zealot's height. Zealot can create a mirror image of the target's heart. If Zealot crushes the fake heart, the target's heart is crushed. Zealot can also switch the hearts and eat it for intelligence. But Zealot needs to touch the target. What the next one? Ichigo asked as Zealot's right hand returned to normal. The next Zabaniya is called Cyber Phantasm, which allows Zealot to turn the target's brain to gunpowder, causing it to explode and destroy the upper half of their body. Ichigo nodded and motioned for Zealot to continue. The next Zabaniya is called Dead Heartbeat Melody. Zealot's shadow began to move before a hand made out of her shadow began to rise. If Zealot's shadow hand touches the target's chest, it can blow a hole through the body. I see, Ichigo said. Is there anything that doesn't kill her target? The next Zabaniya is called Sweet Dreams. I can blast my target with either a sleeping toxin, paralysis toxin, or a poisonous toxin. Okay, Ichigo said. At least she has something that doesn't automatically kill her target. The next Zabaniya is called Delusional Poison Body. It turns every part of Zealot's body, including Zealot's bodily fluids, into a deadly poison. Is the poison from Zabaniya Sweet Dreams and Zabaniya Delusion Poison Body the same poison? Ichigo asked. Zealot believes they are different poisons, but Zealot isn't sure. Ichigo nodded. This is the 6th one, and she has 12 more. Shit, she is going to be a wild card. Ichigo thought. The next Zabaniya is called Void's Abyss. Zealot said as once again the shadow began to move and Zealot was quickly swallowed up by the shadow. Ichigo and his servants looked around, trying to find Zealot. She reappeared a few seconds later. It allows Zealot to enter the shadows to avoid all detection of all types. Impressive, Ichigo said. Not even I could sense her and I'm her master. Thank you, my god. She said as Ichigo mentally groaned. After that, Zealot has Zabaniya Umbra's blades. The shadows once again transformed into blades. It allows Zealot to create blades out of the shadow. She said as she grabbed one of the shadow blades, twirling it around before dropping back into the shadow. The shadow blades disappeared as well. The next one is called Zabaniya Shining Stars. It allows me to summon balls of shining light to blind the target. Zealot explained as she began to gather mana around her hands. Zealot, you don't need to demonstrate that. We understand. Ichigo said. Very well, my god. She replied as she allowed the mana to safely disperse. Zabaniya Febrile Inspiration is a simple ability which hardens Zealot's skin into diamonds. She said as her skin gained a gray tone. The next one is called Zabaniya Ichor of Reverie. Zealot can hum a certain sound which can disrupt the signals from the brain or control magical circuits. She said. That ability is game changer against any Magus. That should be number 12. Ichigo thought. After that, Zealot has Zabaniya Meditative Sensitivity. It allows Zealot to temporarily bypass all of Zabaniya's physical capabilities for a few minutes. Unfortunately, Zealot can only do this once a week as well. So, a temporality limit breaker. Ichigo thought. Next is called Zabaniya Raving Shadow Flash. Zealot said as her hair began to float. Zealot's hair becomes Zealot's weapons. She said. Wow. Those idiots are a fool. Ichigo said. Zealot is not worthy of your praise, my god. Zealot said. The next two are called Zabaniya Eye of Truth and Zabaniya Eye of Lies.
Zealot said as she removed the black veil on her face. The Eye of Truth allows Zealot to see the truth of whatever is in Zealot's sights.
It also prevents Zealot from missing Zealot's target. Zealot explained as her right eye began to glow white, while the Eye of Lies creates an illusion if the target stares into Zealot's eye. Zealot explained as her left eye began to glow golden. Interesting ability, Ichigo commented.
I wonder if the Eye of Truth could see, thought Kyoka's illusion. Ichigo thought as Zealot deactivated her Eye of Truth and Lies.
The next one is called Zabaniya Eyes of Death. Zealot's eyes began to glow in a multitude of colors. Zealot can see the strings of death.
Zealot can cut those strings to kill the object.
Does this apply to only living things? No, my God. Everything has a sting of death. I see.
Ichigo said.
I have too many questions about that ability. Zealot's last and final ability is known as Zabaniya Perish Song.
Zealot said as she summoned a bone-white flute. Near the end of the white flute has a white skull on it. When Zealot plays the flute, all enemies who hear its song are curses for all eternity.
What things can you curse them?
Zealot can unleash their most inner fears, cause madness and other unspeakable horrors to those who defy you, my God.
Ichigo nodded, trying to ignore Zealot's devotion to him. It's getting late. Let's go to sleep,
Ichigo said as he began to walk upstairs.
Everyone began to follow him up.
Ichigo suddenly stopped and noticed Zealot stood there.
Ichigo sighed. You too, Zealot. Thank you, my God.
Zealot replied as she followed behind the other servants. They quietly arrived in the master bedroom.
So master, how are we going to sleep on this single bed?
Akasha asked, lightly teasing him. I am going to the bathroom to change and take a quick shower.
During that time, all of you figure that out,
Ichigo said as he walked past them and entered the bathroom.
Ichigo blocked out his mental connection to his servants before they go crazy. You do know that they will get back at you, right? Yawatch commented. I know. I know.
Ichigo replied as he stripped down and began to shower. During this shower, Ichigo realized something important he hasn't done yet.
Fuck. I didn't tell the others, Ichigo said.
Ichigo quickly contacted his remaining peerage members and informed them about the Holy Grail War, excluding certain details, such as the identities of his servants and the actual location of the Holy Grail War. Ichigo soon pacified his remaining peerage's worries. Ichigo exited the shower and dried himself off. Ichigo put on a white t-shirt and a pair of boxers. Ichigo opened the door to see all of his servants, except for Zealot and Jean, smiling in a maniacal manner. Ichigo sighed as he walked to the bed.
Ichigo closed his eyes and laid down on the bed.
Ichigo immediately could feel something weird about this pillow. Ichigo opened his eyes to see that he wasn't laying down on a pillow.
He was laying down on Reiku's lap.
Don't worry, master, Mama Reiku will take care of you,
she said.
Ichigo looked and realized that Ryuko's eyes also have a similar look as Zealot, the desire to serve him. Unlike Zealot, Reiku sees him as her child she needs to take care of. Before Ichigo could move, his left and right arms were immediately captured by Akasha and Gilgamesh. They stuffed his arms between their breasts and hugged his arm tightly, trapping Ichigo there. You aren't going anywhere, Ichigo, Akasha said with a smile. Master, we haven't known each other for long, but you don't dare flee in the sight of feminine danger, Gilgamesh said with a smile. Ichigo sighed in defeat as he felt his legs captured by Zealot and Scathack.
Ichigo could see Artoria and Jean happily laying down beside Akasha's and Gilgamesh's side.
Ichigo closed his eyes as he tried to go to sleep.
Chapter 32, Arc 7.
Ichigo opened his eyes to see an enormous stone castle. He could see on top of the castle there is a silver flag with the image of a red dragon wrapped around a black sword. Ichigo slowly walked towards the castle.
He could see knights training outside the castle.
As Ichigo walked past the knights, none of them paid attention to him. Ichigo soon entered the castle. Somehow, he ended up to the throne room to see Artoria sitting down on her throne. She looked similar to how Ichigo saw Artoria.
However, she is wearing a black crown with rubies. Ichigo could see around her are other knights in silver armor.
Ichigo got closer to see that two people are taking a knee in front of Artoria.
The first one is another knight with purple hair.
He is wearing silver armor with a navy blue cape. The other one is a woman in a dress, in a red and white dress with long poofy sleeves, leotard, and knee-high golden armored boots. Her long, flowing hair casually falls to her waist.
1.
Sir Agravain, you accused Sir Lancelot and Queen Guinevere of committing adultery, Artoria said from her throne. A knight wearing a dark grey armor with a violet cape with a white fur color.
I do, my liege, Agravain said.
In the late night, I saw both Lancelot and Guinevere walking around the castle.
Queen Guinevere wished to walk around the castle grounds at night.
So, I decided to escort her for her safety.
Lancelot argued. Silence. Artoria commanded.
She turned to Lancelot.
Sir Lancelot, you will have your time to speak. She turned back to Agravain. Continue, Sir Agravain. As you wish, my liege, Agravain said. I saw this and silently followed them.
I saw Sir Lancelot embrace Queen Guinevere and they began to kiss in the moonlight.
Artoria turned to Agravain. Thank you, Sir Agravain, Artoria said. She turned back to Lancelot. Sir Lancelot, you may rise and defend your action. Lancelot sighed in defeat as he stood up. Thank you, my liege. Lancelot stood up. It is exactly what Sir Agravain said. I did fall in love with Queen Guinevere.
I fell in love with Queen Guinevere when I first arrived in England. But my feelings truly boomed during the battle at Moligant.
Lancelot said. Artoria nodded and turned to Guinevere. Do you have something else to add, my queen? Artoria asked.
Guinevere stood up as she brushed off the little dust on her red and white dress.
I do. She said. Punish me instead of Sir Lancelot. She shouted. Lancelot and all the other knights were shocked at Guinevere's declaration.
I was aware that I shouldn't have started my relationship with Lancelot, but I also fell in love with him before I married you, my liege.
No, my liege. Lancelot yelled. I should be punished for even asking Queen Guinevere to start this relationship. Enough. Artoria yelled from her throne, silencing the room. Artoria sat there for a few seconds thinking of what to do.
She looked around her knights. She could tell that some of her knights don't want Lancelot and Guinevere to be punished while others believed they should be punished.
Suddenly Artoria had a good idea.
After consideration, I believe that both Sir Lancelot and Queen Guinevere will be punished.
Artoria received the expected mixed reaction. Artoria turned to face Guinevere. For Queen Guinevere's punishment, she will learn the way of a knight.
She will learn under Sir Gawain and Sir Palomedes.
Both Gawain and Palomedes stepped forward. As you wish, my liege, they said before stepping back. Artoria turned to Lancelot. As for you, Sir Lancelot, your punishment is a simple one.
Until Queen Guinevere becomes a knight, you are forbidden from seeing her.
Artoria declared. As you wish, my liege, Lancelot said. Ichigo was quite invested in seeing this scene.
Ichigo could recall that this never happened in Arthurian lore that he read about.
Suddenly everything around Ichigo began to distort.
Ichigo stood his ground as his surroundings changed.
Soon the distortion ended. It appeared that he was once again in the throne room. Unlike before, no one else was there except for Artoria and the same enemy saber from before.
So Sir Mordred, Artoria said as she stared down at the knight in front of her.
You asked to speak to me in private.
I did, my liege, Mordred replied as she grabbed her helmet.
My mother told me that I should never remove my helmet until the right time. Mordred pulled off her helmet to reveal herself. According to my mother, you are my father. Artoria stared at Mordred. Ichigo could see Mordred was very nervous. Who is your mother? Artoria finally asked.
She said her name was Morgan.
Ichigo and Mordred could see Artoria's eye began to twitch. "Put your helmet on and follow me," Artoria ordered. Artoria, Mordred and Ichigo walked down a set of hallways to see Lancelot standing outside the door. "Good evening, my liege," Lancelot said with a bow. "Hello, Lancelot. Is Guinevere inside?" "She is. Let her know that I need to see her immediately in my private quarters." "As you wish, my liege," Lancelot replied with another bow as Artoria leaves, followed by Mordred and Ichigo. They soon arrived at a door. Artoria placed her hand on the door. Mordred and Ichigo could see the door glowed white for a few seconds before opening. They all entered the room to see the well-decorated office. Artoria walked to her desk and placed her sword in sheath to the side as she sat down. A few seconds later, a loud knock could be heard at her door. Artoria walked to the door and pushed it open. "My liege," Lancelot and Guinevere said. "Thank you for coming. Both of you please come in." Lancelot and Guinevere entered. Ichigo could see Lancelot was the same when he first saw him. Guinevere was a different story. Guinevere is now dressed in a revealing black and red dress with long puffy sleeves, leotard, and knee-high golden armored boots. Her hair is tied in a complex bun. On her side is a black and red sword, too. "Now then, Guinevere, a few months ago, did we have sex?" "What?" Guinevere replied, startled by the sudden question. "Please answer the question truthfully." "Everyone knows my secret," Artoria said. "No. We never had sex." "I see," Artoria said. What happened?" Artoria turned to Mordred and nodded. Mordred grabbed her helmet and took it off. "Mordred turns out to be my child," Artoria said. Lancelot and Guinevere gasped in shock. "A few months ago, I asked Murden to temporarily change myself into a male. That night I remembered I had sex with you, Guinevere." Artoria walked to her desk as she pours a drink for everyone in the room. "Based on what you just said, I believe it was Morgan who I ended up having sex with me and using her magic to accelerate Mordred's growth," Artoria said as she handed the drink to everyone. "I see," Guinevere said as she took the drink. Lancelot and Mordred silently follow suit. Artoria turned to Mordred. "Mordred." "Yes, my liege?" "I can't accept you as my child or heir." "Why?" Mordred asked. "It's because it would throw the kingdom in chaos." "What?" "If I were to announce to everyone that you are my child, everyone will ask many questions. They would question how Guinevere hid the pregnancy, did I have an affair with another woman, if Mordred is even my child by blood. This will cause utter chaos in Camelot." "I see," Mordred replied, sounding very disappointed. "But, I can call you my child in private," Artoria said. Mordred looked up in joy. "Yes, my liege." "Okay then, my child." Artoria opened her arms up as Mordred jumped in her arms. Suddenly Ichigo could hear someone calling for him. He turned to see no one. Suddenly all around him, the world began to darken and fade away. The last thing Ichigo heard was someone calling out to him. "Master! Time to wake up," someone said. Scene change, Ichigo's headquarters, morning. Ichigo opened his eyes to see Reiku gently shaking his head with her hands. Ichigo turned his head to see that all his other servants are staring at him. "Good morning everyone," Ichigo said. "Good morning, master," they replied. All of them let go of Ichigo, allowing him to stand up and get out of bed. Ichigo did a few stretches to get the blood in his body moving. Ichigo turned to see that his servants are dressed in casual wear. Artoria is dressed in a black tank top with a matching jacket and jean shorts. Gilgamesh is dressed in a white t-shirt with a black blazer with matching black dress pants. Scathach is dressed in a violet blouse with blue jeans. Reiku is dressed in a light purple sweater with a violet jacket and black leggings. Akasha is dressed in a black and red plaid dress. Zealot remained wearing the same black hooded dress from her summoning.
Jean is dressed in a white polo with a violet jacket and matching shirt and stockings.
Give me a few minutes and I'll be down, Ichigo said.
All the servants nodded as they began to walk downstairs.
Artoria, can you stay here for a second? Ichigo asked. Scathach and Gilgamesh sent Artoria a teasing smile before walking down.
Ichigo noticed that Zealot remained there.
Ichigo sighed.
Zealot, go downstairs with the other servants.
As my god commands. Zealot said before walking downstairs. Ichigo walked over and gently closed the door. What do you need, master? Artoria asked. I just had a dream about you, Ichigo said. You did?
Yes, it about how your actions towards Lancelot, Guinevere, and Mordred.
Artoria nodded. Ah. I was wondering, why did you force Guinevere to become a knight? I did it for a few reasons.
The first reason is to see their resolve for each other.
What do you mean? Despite my actions, many men were very sexist, so they believed women shouldn't be a knight.
They may treat Queen Guinevere horrible despite being their queen. I wanted to see if Queen Guinevere would give up on Sir Lancelot or push to the end.
Ichigo nodded in understanding. What about Lancelot's punishment?
As for Sir Lancelot's, it was a test of will for him. I wanted to see if he was willing to control himself and follow my orders.
He did follow my order to the word.
They used Sir Palamedes to be the messenger for them. They would write letters for each other and pass them through Sir Palamedes.
Based on the different attire and sword she later carried, I assume Guinevere succeeded?
Oh, she did. It took her a year, but she managed to defeat both Sir Gawain and Sir Palamedes. She even tied with Sir Lancelot.
Wow. Yes. My final question is about Mordred.
From happened after you acknowledged him. Life in the castle returned to normal for a short time.
Mordred was sent out on a mission.
When she returned, she changed. She revealed herself in open court and demanded the throne. I was forced to deny her claim. She charged at me, only for her attack to be stopped by my knights.
Mordred escaped afterward. This news threw the kingdom in chaos.
Before Murden disappeared, he allowed me one more chance to impregnate Guinevere.
Once Guinevere was pregnant, I sent Guinevere and Lancelot away to France. I handed Lancelot Excalibur and Avalon while I went to fight Mordred with Rhongomyniad. In our battle, I managed to break Mordred's helmet to see she was crying.
Mordred explained that her mother placed a curse on her body to force her to rebel against her father. In the end, I put Mordred out of her misery. She smiled at me in thanks. I turned to look at the field before being stabbed in the back.
I turned to see Morgan smiling while holding Mordred's sword. I'm sorry. That is a fine master. My legend is different from my counterpart. Artoria said as she approached the door.
She turned to Ichigo.
Is there anything else you need, master?
No, Ichigo said.
Ichigo and Artoria walked down to the kitchen. He could see Reiku cooking rice, while Gilgamesh and Scathach were sitting down enjoying breakfast.
Ichigo could see Zealot and Jean sitting down but has not touched their food. Ichigo noticed that Jean's eyes are closed and quietly mumbling.
Sitting next to them is Castor.
She's wearing a black top with a jean jacket and long tan skirt.
Reiku noticed Ichigo arriving at the dining room.
Hello, master, I took the liberty to begin cooking breakfast, Reiku said.
Thank you, Reiku. Master, please call me Mama Reiku. Suddenly he was gently tackled by Akasha. Ichigo. Yes, Akasha? Can I get some blood? She asked. Akasha.
Please, she replied. She showed Ichigo the classic doggy eyes look.
Ichigo sighed.
You're addicted to this, Ichigo said as he tilted his head to the side.
Yay!
She cried in joy as she bit down on Ichigo's neck. At this point, Shiro, Saber, Ilya, and Berserker arrived.
A dead apostle. Ilya cried out as Berserker jumped in front of Ilya.
Akasha finished drinking Ichigo's blood. I am not a dead apostle or a true ancestor, Akasha replied.
What? Shiro asked.
Allow me to explain Onii-chan, Ilya said. Dead apostles are humans that became vampires due to magecraft or by the actions of another vampire of similar nature.
What about true ancestors? Shiro asked.
True ancestors are incarnated nature spirits. They are vampiric creatures from birth, however, unlike the dead apostles and other blood-sucking species, the root of their bloodlust is psychological rather than physical.
Shiro nodded with a vague understanding.
Ilya turned to Ichigo and Akasha with skepticism.
But you said that you're not one. Ilya pointed at Akasha.
You just drank his blood. I am not a dead apostle or a true ancestor.
Rather, I am a vampire. Akasha said.
I am not for certain, but I believe that vampires may be related to dead apostle and or true ancestor, Akasha said.
To add on, she is my servant who I allowed to drink my blood, Ichigo added. I see.
Ilya replied, hesitant to accept Ichigo's words.
Chad and Ryder came down.
Chad is dressed in a maroon t-shirt with a black leather blazer and black jeans,
while Ryder was dressed in an oversized green t-shirt with blue jeans. Chad's and Ryder's sudden appearance broke the tense situation.
With that, everyone sat down and began to eat Reiku's cooking. This is good, Ichigo commented.
Suddenly his face was squished with a happy Reiku. Thank you, master. Reiku screamed.
Suddenly Ichigo's body was jerked away from the happy servant. He turned to see it was Gilgamesh.
Thank you, Gilgamesh. You welcome, master.
A good queen must help protect the king, even if it's something the king enjoyed.
Gilgamesh teased.
Ichigo looked back down and resumed to eat, trying to hide his light blush.
Ichigo, with Chad back in the picture, do you think you should tell him the truth? Kyoka asked. I should.
I'll tell him today.
Ichigo replied mentally. Ichigo. Yes, Yawatch? Can I talk with Assassin? How come?
I want to ask her a few questions about her abilities. I might be able to create a few scripts that replicate her abilities.
Okay. Soon enough everyone finished eating. Shiro and Saber later argued school. Saber, I need to go to school, Shiro said. Very well then. I will go with you to school. Saber replied. You can't, Saber. You can't astralize, remember? Saber glared at Shiro.
Everyone could see that Saber would still try to protect Shiro.
Hey!
Castor said, gaining everyone's attention. I might be able to craft an item to imitate a servant's ability to astralize, Castor announced.
Saber looked up in joy.
After all this, a possible solution to her problem.
However, it may take a few hours for me to craft a necklace for you. Castor said. Saber nodded. Well, I'm off. Shiro cried out as he ran off. Well,
it has been fun, but I need to return home,
Ilya said.
Ichigo nodded as Ilya and Berserker left Ichigo's headquarters. Murden, Ichigo said through the servant bond.
Yes, master?
He replied.
Were you able to teach Genji and Amelie some magic to help conceal themselves? Actually, yes and no. What do you mean?
It appears that Genji and Amelie all have presence concealment on top of their smoke transformation.
But how did they get discovered?
It appears that they weren't aware that they had presence concealment.
So, were you able to help them activate that ability? Yes, we were. I see. Ichigo replied. Angela? Yes, master? Angela replied. Is Genji available? Yes, she is. A few seconds later, the cyborg ninja appeared. Yes, master? She said.
I need you to go and shadow Shiro in case anyone attacks him.
As you wish, Genji said before disappearing.
Ichigo looked at all the servants around him.
Now then, what is our plan of action right now? Artoria asked.
A few things, Ichigo said. The first thing that we need is to have a few servants look for clues of potential places for their hideout. My remaining pets and I will take care of it, Angela said as her pets appeared.
Very well.
I will make sure Genji joins you once Castor is done.
Angela nodded as they disappeared. What else, Master? Scat Hack asked. That was the major part. The other part is simply to say in the general area. Ichigo said. So, we can relax or train or do something else, Akasha said. Correct.
Well, I'm going to relax, Gilgamesh said as she jumped on the couch and turned the TV on.
As will I, Jean said. Saber looked at Artoria. Artoria. Yes, Saber? Can you train with me for a bit? Very well, Artoria answered. I'm going to see practice with long-range attacks, Reiko said.
I need to review my runic magic, Scathach said. I guess I should get started on crafting that necklace for Saber.
Castor said.
Mysteria and I are going to investigate Ryudo Temple, Murden said through the peerage link.
Okay. Make sure you two stay safe. Ichigo replied. Can I go see Mocha and Elizabeth? Akasha asked. In a little bit, Ichigo replied. Akasha nodded and joined Gilgamesh in the living room.
I guess I'll send all of you to the trainer then, Ichigo said as he sent all his servants to the trainer.
Chad. Yes, Ichigo? I need to have a private talk with you.
Very well, Chad said as he turned to Ryder. Ryder, please enjoy yourself.
Okay, my maestro.
Ryder said as she went to the living room.
Assassin. Yes, my god. I have a friend who wants to talk to you, Ichigo said as Yawatch appeared. This is Yawatch. He wants to ask you a few questions about your abilities. Please answer them to the best of your abilities. As you wish, my god. Assassin replied.
Ichigo sighed as he sent Assassin and Yawatch into the trainer.
Ichigo turned to Chad. So, what do you wish to talk about? Chad asked. I need to apologize for something. Ichigo and Chad sat down. What do you mean? Do you trust me?
Ichigo asked as he summoned Suki no Hansha and silently entered Shirkai.
I do. Then I'm sorry.
Before Chad could react, Ichigo stabbed Chad with Kyoka Suigetsu and activated Yomo Kyoku, reading memory, undoing the memory manipulation from 2 years ago.
What? Chad said as he remembered Skushin, meeting Jinjo and the surprising meeting with Ichigo. What did you do? At that time, I altered your memories so that you never knew about Skushin. Why?
For a few reasons, Ichigo said.
The first reason is that I didn't want anyone to know that I could still access my powers. Why?
It's because if they knew what caused me to retain my powers, I would immediately be detained or killed on the spot.
Ichigo bluntly replied. They wouldn't.
They might if they discover that the main reason why I retained my powers is because of the Hogyoku.
What?
After I used the final Getsuga Tensho, the Hogyoku fired a blast of purple energy at me. The Hogyoku merged with me, which prevented me from losing all my powers like I was supposed to.
So why did you pretend to me powerless all that time? Who said I was pretending?
But you just said you retained your powers because of the Hogyoku. What happened is that the final Getsuga Tensho used up all the Ryatsu I had in my body and in that process destroys any chance of me producing Ryatsu again.
However, the Hogyoku allowed me to retain the ability to produce Ryatsu. I see. What about at Skushin headquarters? I saw you using Kido.
The Hogyoku wasn't the only thing I received from Aizen, Ichigo said. I also gained one other thing from Aizen, Kyoka Suigetsu.
Chad's eyes widen. Aizen's Zanpakuto. Yes. Aizen's former Zanpakuto. She taught me many things Aizen knew. I see. Does Soul Society know?
They know that I have my powers back but not how, Ichigo answered.
Will they get involved with us right now?
I don't think so, Ichigo said.
Suddenly Chad's phone began to ring. Chad pulled out his phone. Hello?
Hello, Sato.
Oh, Makanuchi-sensei. Do you need anything? I need to talk to you about something. Can you go to the hotel right now? Sure, Chad replied, and the call ended. What happened? Ichigo asked. My coach just called me. He wants to see me right now. Oh. Do you need a ride? It's fine. I get reimbursed if I use a taxi. Chad said as they both stood up. They walked to the living room to see Gilgamesh, Akasha, and Ryder all playing Mario Kart on a golden Wii. I'm gonna win. Akasha yelled. Oh no you don't. Gilgamesh yelled. And oh. Yes. Another win. It was because of that stupid spiked blue shell. Akasha argued. Ryder, Chad said. Yes, Maestro? We're leaving for an errand. Okay. Ryder said. Chad and Ryder left. Akasha, are you ready to leave? Sorry, Ichigo, but I need to beat this girl. Akasha yelled as they started another race. Kyoka. Yes, Ichigo? Is your connection to Chad open? Give me 1 second, Kyoka said before running back to her computer. It connected. Good. Please watch over Chad and call for me if anything happens. Very well. Okay then. Ichigo said. I guess I should check on the other servants and the trainer. Ichigo thought as he pulled out the trainer. Girls, can you please pause your Mario Kart race? Ichigo said. Yes, Ichigo? Gilgamesh asked. Please watch over this, Ichigo said as he showed the girls the trainer and the basic functions of it. So, I point this at you and click load. Correct, Ichigo replied. With that, Gilgamesh clicked load and a green beam shot out and hit Ichigo, converting him into binary and sending him into the trainer. Scene change, trainer. Ichigo opened his eyes to see himself standing on top of a hill. Ichigo looked down to see Saber and Artoria dueling on the far left clearing. Ichigo could see Murden, Castor, and Mysteria on the far right side. Castor was sitting down in a ritual circle with a small necklace in her hand. While Murden and Mysteria explored the different magic they know. In the dead middle, Ichigo could see Scathach fighting against Reiku and her retainers. Despite Reiku outnumbering Scathach, Ichigo could see Scathach was winning the fight. Scathach's spear began to glow red and jumped backward. Gaebolg. Scathach yelled as she threw Gibolg towards them. Reiku and her retainers tried to stop Gibolg, but it spit into 30 copies and all rained down at them. All of them were hit by Scathach's attack. Soon the dust cleared to reveal the unconscious Reiku. All of her retainers disappeared. Ichigo walked over to Scathach, who just picked up her Gibolg. Hello, Master. Are you ready to continue our training? I am, Ichigo said as he summoned a pair of plain spears. Ichigo demonstrated the various techniques that Scathach taught him. After that, they began to spar against each other. Master. I think it's time for you to use your spear. Okay, Ichigo said as he summoned Longinus. Ichigo twirled Longinus around to get a better feel on the weapon. All the extra parts are too cumbersome. Suddenly Longinus began to glow golden. Ichigo and Scathach were blinded by the golden glow radiating from the weapon. The golden light died down and Longinus changed. Longinus is now 2 meters long, 6.56 feet. The top of the spear looks like a cross, but the crossbars are a pair of angel wings and the top of the cross come together into a sharp point. While the bottom of the spear looks similar to the cross on top, but it doesn't have the crossbar angel wings. Instead, there is a circle that connects each side of the smaller cross. Whoa, Ichigo said as he began to spin the spear around. Interesting, Scathach said as she got a closer look at the spear. Where did you get this weapon? I claimed this weapon from one of my enemies. I see. Do you know anything about this weapon? It is known as True Longinus. Scathach stood there for a few seconds. Isn't that the same name as the weapon used to kill the Christian god? Correct. Based on that, what just happened, I can guess that this weapon is sentient.
Now that you mentioned it, according to Michael, Longinus is supposed to contain the will of God. Have you tried to speak with the will of God? I haven't, Ichigo said as he sat down lotus style.
Ichigo placed Longinus on his knees and began Jinzen. Scene change, Longinus mindscape.
Ichigo opened his eyes to see that he was standing on a giant white cloud. Ichigo looked around to see a large gate and has a white stone path and stone buildings, which appear to be floating. Ichigo walked up to the large gate. The gate slowly swung open for Ichigo, allowing him to enter.
Ichigo walked straight to see a man sitting on a white throne.
He has long blonde hair that reaches down his back. The front hair parts down in the middle. There is a crown of green thorns encircling his head. He also has a small mustache and a thin amount of hair on his chin. 3. So, you're the spirit in true Longinus.
I am. I'm Jesus Christ. Is there anything I need to do to earn the right to use your power? There was something you needed to do, but you already did it. I did? You came to talk with me. Jesus yelled. What?
You're the first person who managed to come here and talk with me.
You was lonely. Ichigo guessed. Exactly.
When the cursed spear stabbed me, it sealed a portion of my soul in the spear itself.
I see.
My father didn't realize my fate when he turned the spear into a sacred gear.
Couldn't you talk with your other wielders?
I tried, but they were too weak to hear my voice or was killed too early to begin using the spear, all except for Alexander.
Alexander?
Yes.
He was my last wielder.
He'd showed so much potential. He was a new exorcist for the Holy Church.
He was recruited when the Holy Church discovered his abilities.
On one of his missions, he encountered that dreaded vampire.
Dreaded vampire?
Ichigo thought, then realized who Jesus meant.
Oh, you mean Issa. Issa? Shuzen Issa, the father of my girlfriend. Ah, Jesus said. Anyways, Alexander encountered Issa.
Then that vampire stole me from my last user and kept me in his office for the last century.
Wait, you are aware of everything that is happening outside?
Yes.
I can see outside. So Jesus, what powers does this spear have?
Ichigo said, trying to change topics.
The spear allows you to create and manipulate holy energy. What do you mean manipulation?
Well, you can use the holy energy that Longinus passively creates to create holy fire or holy lightning, Jesus said.
I see. Anything else?
Ichigo asked as he stared at Jesus for a few seconds. Jesus tilted his head down in shame.
I don't know. You don't? Those are some things that I've seen my previous wielders did with the spear. I see.
Ichigo said.
Do you want to return to heaven?
What?
I said, do you want to go back to heaven? I can.
Once I'm done with this Holy Grail war, I will take you back to heaven.
You swear?
I swear. Suddenly Ichigo was wrapped in a hug.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Jesus yelled. Jesus. Please let go of me. Ichigo said. It took a few minutes before Jesus let go of Ichigo.
Can I use Longinus's powers right now? No. We must formally establish a connection between you and Longinus. How?
The same way everything works, Jesus said as he summoned Longinus in his hand. Ichigo sighed as Jesus stabbed him in the chest.
Suddenly everything turned golden. Scene change, Ichigo's mindscape.
Hogyoku, Kaiten, and Kayakatsu noticed in the far distance there is a golden glow as a giant golden cross began to form. It stood proximately 5 meters tall, 16.4 feet. They shunpaed over to the giant golden cross to investigate. Wow, Jesus said as he stared all the amazing things in Ichigo's mindscape.
Hogyoku, Kaiten, and Kayakatsu arrived to see Ichigo and Jesus standing there. Hello, guys, Ichigo said. Hello, Ichigo. Who is this? Hogyoku asked.
This is Jesus Christ. His soul was trapped in true Longinus.
So this giant golden cross was the results from combining with true Longinus. Kaiten guessed. Correct. Suddenly Kyoka appeared in front of Ichigo. Ichigo. Yes, Kyoka? Chad and Ryder are in danger. What? Show me. Kyoka pulled out a laptop. What is that? Jesus asked. This is a mental manifestation of Yomo Kyoku, one of Kyoka's abilities, Ichigo answered as Kyoka played the video. Flashback, Chad's memories. Chad and Ryder left Ichigo's headquarters. They began to walk towards their hotel. Luckily, Chad managed to signal a taxicab.
Ryder astralized to keep her existence and the Holy Grail war a secret. The taxicab pulled in front of Chad.
The doors opened and Chad and the astralized Ryder entered. Hello. Fuyuki City Hyatt Hotel please. Chad instructed. Yes, sir.
The taxi driver replied as he drove Chad and Ryder to the hotel. Chad sat there quietly as he watched the world pass by through the taxi window.
20 minutes later, the taxi finally pulled over in front of the Fuyuki City Hyatt Hotel. That will be 1,500 yen.
The taxi driver said. Chad handed him his credit card.
I would also want a receipt, Chad replied. Very well.
The taxi driver took the credit card and swiped it through a credit card reader. A few seconds later, a receipt began to spit out from the top. The taxi driver took the receipt and the credit card and returned it to Chad.
Thank you, Chad said as he left the taxi cab. Chad and the astralized Ryder walked inside the Fuyuki City Hyatt Hotel.
The receptionist nodded at Chad.
He nodded back as he walked towards the elevator. Chad pushed the up button. A few seconds later, the elevator opened. They entered the elevator. Chad pushed the button for floor 7.
The elevator door began to close when suddenly he heard someone yelling.
Wait! Chad quickly placed his door between the elevator doors, stopping the automatic doors, and it opened back up.
A beautiful lady with long silver white hair entered the elevator. She was dressed in a black business suit which hugged her body, showing off her body.
Thank you, she said. Chad nodded his head as he stared straight. The lady pushed the button for floor 8. The elevator door closed. As the elevator began to move up, Chad and Ryder stared at the elevator number as it slowly climbed up. Excuse me? The woman said. Chad and Ryder looked at the woman only to see a red haze from her eyes. Ryder! Chad yelled as he realized the danger he's in.
Ryder desacralized as she pointed her weapon as Pride.
Maestro, it's a savant.
Ryder said as she began to get drowsy.
Oh, you fools.
Pride said as she walked up to Ryder before kissing her in the lips. Ryder's eyes widened before it began to slowly close.
Pride stopped kissing Ryder. Wadash!
Ryder said before she fell unconscious. Pride turned to see the drowsy master, struggling to remain standing. Pride walked towards Chad. Chad tried to activate his powers but failed. Pride laughed as she lunged at Chad.
Chad wasn't fast enough to dodge Pride.
Pride kissed him in the lips. The next thing he could see was black.
Flashback end.
Shit, Ichigo said and left his mindscape. Ichigo opened his eyes to see Scat Hack practicing her runic magic.
Ichigo stood up. How did it go, master? Scat Hack asked. It went well, but things popped up. Oh? What happened? Before Ichigo could reply, Saber and Artoria appeared. Ichigo, I need to leave? What happened? Shiro is being attacked.
Very well, Ichigo said.
As Reiku joined them. Genji, what is going on over there? Master, we need assistance at the school. What is going on? We're being attacked by Sakura's servants. Do you have any of their descriptions?
One of them is shouting about finding her father.
So, Mordred is one of them, Artoria commented. while the other one commenting on that electrifying purple eel.
Oh, so that snake bitch is there as well, Reika said. From what Reiku told me, I believe that snake bitch is Medusa, Castor added. I am sending Artoria, Saber, and Reiku over there.
Thank you,
Genji said as she cut the connection. Ichigo turned to his servants.
Artoria, Saber, and Reiki, you three are going to the high school.
Yes, master.
Artoria and Reiku replied. As everyone left the trainer.
Scene change, Ichigo's headquarters. Gilgamesh and Akasha sat down on the couch as they took a break from Mario Kart. Suddenly the trainer began to glow and shot a green beam to the ground. Ichigo, Artoria, Reiku, Scathach, and Saber appeared. Ichigo nodded as Artoria, Saber, and Reika left headquarters.
What is going on? Akasha asked. Sakura had her servants attack Shiro's high school and Chad's hotel.
Oh?
Ichigo. Yes, Mysteria? We need your help.
Are you also getting attacked by Sakura's servants?
We are. Any idea on who?
It's appeared to be an army of starfish-like creatures and wyverns.
Any servants?
It looks like Gilgamesh, Gillis de Rice, and the altered Jean d'Arc are in the back riding even larger wyvern.
I see, help are on their way. Thank you and please hurry.
Ichigo turned to his remaining servants.
It appears that Mysteria and Murden are being attacked at Ryudu Temple.
By which servants?
Jean asked.
Gilgamesh, Gillis de Rice, and the altered Jean d'Arc, Ichigo replied. I guess I got a chance of a rematch against that faker, Gilgamesh commented. I will also go to deal with my altered self, Jean said.
Is it a good idea to leave headquarters unprotected? Scathach asked. You're right, let me ask Angela, Ichigo said. Angela. Yes, Ichigo? Have your group made any progress in finding Sakura's headquarters? No.
I need you and your servants to report back to headquarters in case Sakura tries to send her servants here, Ichigo explained. Very well, Angela said. Gilgamesh and Jean will go to Ryudu Temple, Ichigo said.
Gilgamesh and Jean immediately. Akasha and Scathach will come with me, Ichigo said.
The two servants nodded.
My god, shall I follow you in the shadows? Assassin asked. Are you done with Yawatch?
I am done with her, Yawatch replied. Very well, follow me in my shadow, Ichigo instructed.
Yes, my god. Assassin said.
Ichigo could see that his shadow briefly moved before it returned to normal. Ichigo, Akasha, and Scathach left to Fuyuki City Hyatt Hotel.
Scene change, Hamurahara Academy, an hour ago. Shiro sat down in class as he tried to pay attention to Taiga's English lecture. Earlier today, Rin handed him a note informing him that there is some kind of magecraft around the school.
She also warned him to be careful. Suddenly Shiro began to feel drowsy, breaking him from his thoughts. Shiro turned to see his classmates are all unconscious. Shiro looked to see some kind of purple smoke entering through the door. Shiro grabbed a student's Bakken. Shiro activated Reinforcement, a magecraft that allows him to analyze the structural composition of an object and increase its effectiveness on the Bakken, giving it a sharper edge and more durable. Shiro slowly opened the door and looked outside. He could see the empty hallway filled with the purple smoke. Shiro left his classroom and began to explore the empty school hallway. I need to find Rin and Archer, Shiro thought as he wandered the hallways. Suddenly purple snakes jumped at Shiro, mouths ready to bite him. Shiro used his Bakken to block the snake's attack and flung them at a nearby wall. The snakes cried out in pain before dissipating. Shiro continued downstairs and was greeted by a tall female with long purple hair. She has black pupils, pink irises, and black scara pink eyes. She is dressed in a revealing black dress. Her legs were covered with a dull golden color scales. Behind her is a long snake tail with the same dull golden color. The purple snakes from earlier slithered and entered her body. Who are you? Shiro asked. I am Gluttony and you are my next meal.
she yelled as she lunged at Shiro. Shiro stood his ground with his reinforced Bakken pointing at the charging servant.
Suddenly shoved Shiro aside as a dragon made of red energy flew and hit the charging servant.
Who?
Shiro turned to see Genji standing in front of Shiro.
Contact your servant and get out of here, Genji ordered.
Right, Shiro said as he ran off.
Oh no, you don't. Gluttony yelled as she flung her purple snakes at the fleeing Shiro.
Genji threw his ninja stars at the flying snakes.
The ninja stars dissected the purple snakes and continued flying towards Gluttony. Gluttony twisted her body away from the ninja stars. Stop killing my snakes. You're like that stupid purple eel.
Genji ignored her comment and continued to throw more ninja stars at Gluttony. She opened her mouth and began to devour the ninja stars.
Iron. My healer did tell me I need to get more iron in my diet,
Gluttony said as she licked her mouths.
Genji charged at Gluttony. Genji, what is going on over there?
Genji attacked Gluttony with a multitude of slashes.
Master, we need assistance at the school, Genji pleaded. Gluttony fired a blast of green venom from her mouth. What is going on?
Genji jumped back, dodging Gluttony's attack.
We're being attacked by Sakura's servants, Genji replied.
Suddenly Genji was slammed in the back, sending him flying out of the school building. Genji managed to land on his feet to see in front of him was another servant in gray armor pointing a red broadsword at him.
Where is my father, assassin?
The new servant demanded and charged at Genji.
Envy. Gluttony cried out in joy. Do you have any of their descriptions?
Genji jumped back and blocked the new servant's attack with her sword.
Where is my father, assassin?
One of them is shouting about finding her father. So, Morgred is one of them, Artoria commented.
Ryujin no Kano Kuri. The dragon becomes me,
Genji yelled as she fired her attack at the servants.
While the other one commenting on that electrifying purple eel.
Oh, so that snake bitch is there as well, Reika said. From what Reiku told me, I believe that snake bitch is Medusa, Caster added. I am sending Artoria, Saber, and Reiku over there, Ichigo said.
Thank you.
Envy charged at Genji with a downward swung.
Genji blocked Envy's strike with her katana.
Envy swung down with a side strike.
Genji tried to jump back but she realized that she couldn't move. Envy's strike hit her body and sent her flying.
Genji crashed into something hard.
Genji looked to see he crashed into Gluttony's body. Gluttony licked her tongue and immediately wrapped Genji with her tail. Genji tried to escape. Oh, you poor thing. Looks like you're my appetizer. Gluttony opened up her mouth, ready to eat Genji when suddenly they heard a loud shout. Reiko Breaker. Gluttony immediately jumped away,
dodging the purple lightning arrow aimed at her. Everyone turned to see Reiku, Saber, and Artoria arrived.
Where's Shiro? Saber asked. I don't know. He should be somewhere inside the school, Genji said. Saber nodded as she ran inside. Oh no, you don't. Envy yelled as she charged at Saber only to be intercepted by Artoria. Don't you forget, spoiled brat, that there are two versions of your father here. Rah!
Envy yelled as she swung down with her sword. While Genji was occupied by Gluttony and Envy, Shiro ran around the school trying to find Rin and Archer.
Occasionally Shiro would encounter one Gluttony's snakes, which Shiro easily killed with his stolen Bakken.
Shiro climbed to the third story to find Rin hiding behind his stairwell.
Rin!
Shiro cried out as he got closer to her.
Get away! Rin shouted.
Suddenly something flew past Shiro's cheek and emitted itself to the wall. Shiro felt something on his cheek. He touched it to discover the blood.
Took you long enough to get here.
Shiro turned to see Archer with an arrow already notched on her bow and it pointed at Shiro.
Goodbye, Archer said and fired the arrow.
Shiro's body was filled with fear at the arrow. Shiro realized that he was too slow to move. Suddenly Shiro could see a familiar blue and silver armor in front of him. Saber! Shiro shouted as she easily deflected Archer's attack. What are you doing, Archer? Saber shouted. Saber, get out of my way. I need to kill Shiro. You'll have to go through me. She shouted. Archer sighed. Very well. Archer shouted as she notched another arrow. Scene change, Ryudu Temple. Mysteria and Murden arrived at the bottom of Ryudu Temple and walked up all the stairs toward the top. They used their magic to disguise themselves as ordinary people. The barrier here is quite strong, Mysteria said. It is. To think this barrier is strong enough to prevent us, servants, from penetrating it. Murden said. Castor was right. This place would be a good place to turn into a headquarters. The two finally reached the top of Ryudu Temple. There they could see a young man dressed in a black robe sweeping the gate to Ryudu Temple. Oh, hello. Welcome to Ryudu Temple. My name is Ryudu Reikan. My name is Arthur, and this is Styria. We're a tourist looking around. Murden said, creating a fake cover for themselves. So, Ryudu-san. Mysteria began. Call me Reikan. Ryudu-san is reserved for my father. Reikan said. Reikan-san, are you the owner of this temple? Mysteria asked. I am not. My father is the current owner of the temple. Why do you ask? We were wondering if we could get a tour of the temple, Murden asked. Sure, Reikan replied as he laid the broom near the gate. Follow me. Mysteria and Murden followed Reikan as he gave a tour of Ryudu Temple. Occasionally he would pause and point out certain key details in the temple. So, Reikan-san, do you know anything about the history of this temple? Unfortunately, no. My father told me that the history of this temple is a secret that only the current head and chosen head of the temple will know. Reikan replied. I see. Murden. As they continued the tour, they suddenly heard a soft thump sound approaching them. In front of them is an older man wearing similar black robes as Reikan but held a wooden cane in his right hand. Hello, Otasama, Reikan said. Reikan turned to Mysteria and Murden. This is Arthur and Styria. Arthur, Styria, this is my Otasama, Ryudu Ryu. Hello, Ryudu-san, Mysteria said. Hello, you too, Ryu said as he looked at Reikan. I will continue their tour at this point. He ordered. Yes, Tusan, Ryu replied as he walked away from the three. Ryu looked back at Murden and Mysteria. You can return to your normal forms. I know you are using magic to conceal your identity from the No-Magi. Ryu said. Very well, Mysteria said as they transformed back into their normal form. Follow me, Ryu said. Mysteria and Murden quietly followed behind Ryu. They soon arrived at a dead end. Ryu raised his cane and tapped the wall twice with the handle. He paused for a moment. He then tapped the wall with the ferrule and then the handle again. He paused again before tapping the wall twice with the handle and once with the ferrule. He paused again and tapped the wall twice with the ferrule. Ryu lowered the cane as lines began to appear and connect, revealing a door. Ryu slid the door open and entered the secret room. Mysteria and Murden entered afterward. They arrived at a small table with 4 cushions. Take a seat. Mysteria and Murden took a seat on the left side of the table. Ryu sat down on the right side. He poured a cup of tea for everyone. Thank you, Mysteria said. No problem, Ryu replied. They enjoyed their tea in silence. So what did you want to speak to us about? Murden said. I have a few questions for both of you, Ryu said. We'll try to answer those questions as best as we can, Mysteria replied. Very well. My first question is about all the random incidences that happened in the past few days. Are all of those random incidences related? It is, Mysteria replied. I see,
Is this somehow connected to the events that happened to this town 10 years ago and approximately 60 years ago? It is, Murden replied. I see. You were alive back then? Mysteria asked. I was. Despite my looks, I am closer to my 90s. Ryu explained. How is it that you are that old and have sons that are that young? Mysteria asked. Some of the magic from the wards flowed to me because I am the holder of the wards, making me appear in legally close to 70 years old. I see. Mysteria replied. Now then, why are you two here? We arrived here to look around Ryudu Temple due to it being constructed on an intersection of the ley lines. We didn't expect anyone here to be aware of the supernatural. Ryu chucked. Makes much sense, Ryu replied. Suddenly Murden's eyes briefly glowed golden and he abruptly stood up. Murden, what's going on? Ryudu Temple might receive some guests soon. What do you mean guest? Ryu asked. The enemy is slowly approaching Ryudu Temple. I see, Ryu replied, as he tightens the grip of his cane. We need to get all of you out of here, Mysteria said as she stood up. But where would we go? Ryu replied. I can ask Yasaka of Kyoto to see if she can help us. Your acquaintance with Yasakaheim? I am, Mysteria replied. Yasaka? Mysteria said through the peerage connection. Hello, Mysteria. What is it that you need? We have magical enemy invading Ryudu Temple and I need a safe place to send all the residents to. Very well. Send them over to my office. If any of them are not aware of the magical world, please make sure they are unconscious beforehand. Thank you, Yasaka, Mysteria replied as she cut the connection. Mysteria turned to Ryu and Murden. Yasaka agreed to help up. She requested that all the monks who aren't aware of the magical world be unconscious before we transport them over to her. Well then, I will go distract the enemy servants while you evacuate the monks with Ryu-san, Murden said as he disappeared. Mysteria turned to Ryu. Where are your monks right now? They should be in their daily praying sessions, located at the shrines, Ryu said. Mysteria picked up Ryu and a bridal carry and they left to the shrines. They arrived to see many of the monks currently praying. Mysteria put Ryu down on the ground. Mysteria quickly walked over to all the monks and cast Narrow, Go to Sleep, at them. They all immediately fell asleep. Are these all of them? Mysteria asked. Ryu quickly counted all the unconscious monks. Yes, these are all of them, Ryu replied. Okay, Mysteria said. Yasaka, I have all the monks unconscious and ready to be sent over. Okay, Mysteria. I need you to draw this seal on a door. Yasaka said as she sent an image to Mysteria. Okay, Mysteria replied as she quickly drew the seal on a nearby door. Once Mysteria was done, the seal began to glow golden. The door slid open as 3 Miko maids entered the room and immediately began to grab the unconscious monks and carry them over to the door. They repeated this a few seconds before they were done with all the unconscious monks. After they were done, the Miko maids turned to Mysteria and Ryu. They pointed at Ryu and motioned for him to follow them. Ryu turned to Mysteria. Thank you for your help, Ryu said. No problem. Is it fine for us to use the temple as a headquarters until we are done? That is fine, Ryu said as he grabbed his cane and slammed it down on the ground. The cane got stuck in the ground. The top of the cane glowed red before opening up to reveal a red gem. Touch the red gem. Mysteria placed her finger on the gem. I, Ryudu Ryu, head of the Ryudu clan and ward master of the Ryudu temple, grant Mysteria temporarily ward master rights to Ryudu temple until my inevitable return. Mysteria suddenly glowed red for a few seconds. Suddenly she felt an invisible weight on her shoulders. Thank you for trusting me, Mysteria said as she bowed to Ryu. Thank you for saving us, Ryu said as he walked past the door. The Miko maid slid the door closed. The seal on the door stopped glowing golden. Mysteria took a deep breath as she tried to get used to being the ward master of Ryudu Temple. She gasped as she saw the army of monsters that are marching towards Ryudu Temple. In the far back, Mysteria could detect Murden attacking the monsters with a sword. Ichigo. Yes, Mysteria? We need your help. Are you also getting attacked by Sakura's servants? We are. Any idea on who?
It appears to be an army of starfish-like creatures and wyverns.
Any servants?
It looks like Gilgamesh, Gillis de Rice, and the altered Jean d'Arc are in the back riding even larger wyvern.
I see, help are on their way. Thank you and please hurry. Mysteria ended the link to Ichigo.
Mysteria teleported to where Murden was.
She wasn't imagining it. Murden was using a sword to attack the enemy.
Mysteria fired bolts of lightning, instantly killing a few starfish abominations. So, you're back, Murden said as he decapitated another monster.
I'm surprised that you aren't using your magic spells right now. Depends on the time and place. I mean, you know.
I tend to bite my tongue if I panic on the incantation.
If you just need to beat up the enemy, a sword is enough, no?
Murden charged forward and killed another starfish abominations.
You're right.
Mysteria fired lightning and fireballs at the army of starfish abomination.
Rah!
The wyverns roared as the fired streams of fire at the two casters. Mysteria got in front of Murden and clapped her hands together before having both palms out towards the fire.
Senaro Baria, Kyushu Sacred Barrier Absorb.
Mysteria shouted as a transparent barrier formed around her. The streams of fire hit the barrier.
Gah!
Mysteria groaned as she kept her barrier activated.
Mysteria began to sweat from the heat.
Soon the wyverns stopped their attack to see Mysteria's barrier still standing.
Senaro Baria, Ko, Sacred Barrier Release.
Mysteria shouted as her barrier began to glow and blasted the wyverns with their attack.
Rahh.
The wyverns cried as they were destroyed by their attack, leaving the dragon and the three servants.
Looks like your creations were too weak to defeat them.
Greed laughed as he drank his glass of wine. Avenger glared at Greed before kicking him off her dragon. Greed landed face first into the ground, the wine glass broke upon impact, and wine littered the ground. Avenger chucked before she jumped off her dragon.
Unlike Greed, she landed gracefully feet first. Lust jumped right after Avenger. Greed picked himself up and glared at Avenger, who smirked in reply.
Looks like it's a 2-on-4 fight, Murden said as he pointed his sword at the enemy servants. Mysteria could 3 servants racing towards them. I don't think so, Mysteria said. Suddenly they looked up to see swords flying at the 3 enemy servants. Greed growled as he fired his swords, cancelling them out. They looked to see Gilgamesh and Jean arrived.
Faker. Greed sneered.
You're the true faker. Gilgamesh replied as she pulled out her swords and charged at Greed.
Jean looked at Avenger. Oh, you're back. Looks like I need to finish the job Gillis started.
Avenger said as she charged at Jean with her black flagpole. I'll take care of the dragon, Mysteria shouted as she fired lighting attacks at the dragon.
Murden looked at Lust and charged at Lust. Jogoro.
The ground began to shake as more starfish abominations began to crawl out of the ground and charged at Murden.
Chapter 33, Arc 7. Scene change, Kurosaki household, early morning.
Ichigo, Scat-Hack, Akasha, and Zealot arrived at Fuyuki City Hyatt Hotel.
Scat-Hack and Akasha changed into their battle attire. Do you guys sense any magic being used? Ichigo asked.
I can detect a sort of ward around the hotel, Scat-Hack said.
Is there anything to worry about? Ichigo asked. No. The ward is there to prevent any magic from being detected. Very well. Let's go. Ichigo said. Everyone nodded as they crossed the ward line.
Immediately they could feel everything around them changed. They could feel so much mana flowing around them.
Everyone carefully walked towards the hotel, observing their surroundings.
They soon arrived in front of the hotel to see Sloth casually leaning in front of the door.
Took you long enough to arrive here, he said as he let out a yawn.
Akasha and Scathach pointed their weapons at Sloth. I am here only for one person, Sloth said as he spun his spear before pointing it at Scathach. Very well, Scathach said as she walked away from the group. Sloth followed Scathach away from the entrance. Scathach, be careful, Ichigo said. Don't worry about me, just take care of yourself, Scathach said. Make sure Master is safe, Scathach said through the servant link. I will make sure of that, Akasha said. I will not let my god down. Zealot replied. Everyone walked inside the hotel, leaving Scathach and Sloth alone in the courtyard. So, are you ready to die, Meister? Sloth asked as he points his spear at Scathach. Scathach chuckled at Sloth's action. I will never lose to someone like you, Scathach replied. The two stared down at each other for a few seconds before they charged at each other. Scathach used her spear and began stab at Sloth's unarmored chest. Sloth casually twisted his body away from each strike. Is that it, Meister? Sloth teased as he wiped his tail at her. Scathach blocked it with her spear. Sloth continued to attack Scathach with various strikes with his spear. Scathach continued to dodge the attacks. Scathach waved her hand in front of her. Runes made of fire appeared in front of her. Fireball, she yelled as each rune transformed into a fireball and flew at Sloth. Sloth stood there and took the attack. The explosion kicked up dust, obscuring her view of him. Scathach was aware that this will not stop him. She charged into the smoke with her spear ready to strike. She stabbed into the smoke to hit, nothing. The force from her strike blew the smoke away to reveal nothing there. Scathach suddenly turned around only to get hit by Sloth's spear. She crashed into a nearby tree. Nice trick. Too bad I've seen this before. Sloth commented. Sloth charged at the fallen Scathach. Scathach stood there as Sloth jumped in front of her. He had his spear ready for a downward stab at her chest. Scathach smirked. Sloth stabbed the spear at Scathach. At the last second, Scathach rolled to the side, narrowing missing Sloth's attack. Before Sloth could move, Scathach placed her hand in front of Sloth's chest. Eternal Bind! She yelled. White runes began to appear around Sloth's body. The white runes connected, forming a seal. Rahh. Sloth yelled as he tries to move. Please stay there. Allow me to put an end to your cursed existence. Scathach said as her spear began to glow red. Rah! Sloth yelled as he began to glow red. Scathach's eyes widened as she noticed her white rune seal began to shake. Scathach back jumped to the sky and raised Gibalg. It began to glow red. G-A-B-O-L-G. Scathach yelled as she threw down her spear. Gibalg sailed down towards the immobilized Sloth. Karuad Koinchin. Sloth yelled as he began to glow red. Black armor began to form around him. Sloth broke the seal and dodged Scathach's attack. Scathach got a better look at Sloth's new form. Sloth's entire body is further covered with armor, leaving his chest uncovered. He now has a black full-face helmet with a red horn. His hands are also covered with the black armor. Where his fingers go is now replaced with red talons. Rah! Sloth yelled as he recklessly charged at Scathach, swinging his claws at Scathach. Scathach tried to block all of Sloth's attacks. Gah! She screamed as Sloth's attacks began to hit her. Scathach managed to get away from Sloth's attacks. Most of her armor had been torn apart and blood began to drip out. I need to end this soon. Scathach thought as he raised her hand. Gibalg returned to her hand. Sloth glared at Scathach and charged at her. She stood there. Sloth continued to charge at her. Sloth stuck his hands out, ready to slash Scathach. Sloth slashed Scathach. Gah! She cried out. Sloth tried to raise his arm to attack against Scathach. But he couldn't move. Scathach smirked as the white runes began to appear around Sloth's body again. Rah! Sloth yelled as he tried to break free again. You're not getting away this time, Scathach said as she closed her eyes.
The power linked to my name.
The sky began to turn crimson.
I call upon you.
From the clouds, a stone gate fell behind Scathach.
Answer my voice. And open the gate. Behind Scathach gate began to open. Gate of sky. Scathach yelled as she opened her eyes. The gate opened and began to suck in everything around her.
Sloth finally broke the white rune seal on him.
Sloth ran away from Scathach's gate of sky. Sloth was distracted by gate of sky to notice the incoming attack. Gah!
He yelled as he saw the familiar red spear pierced through his armor and heart.
Karuid Koinshin began to break away. Sloth's helmet revealed a tired-looking sloth.
Despite not being from different realities, you did the same thing, Sloth said as he began to spit out blood.
Scathach watches Sloth as he sat down. I need you to finish. Destroy this body. Why? My mistress modified out summoning. Slowly Sloth's legs began to move on its own.
She implanted something into our bodies.
Sloth's arms began to move.
She can see through our eyes and take control of our bodies, Sloth said as his body stood up. I see, Scathach said as she clapped her hands together.
My magic is a cage of flames. A flaming yet verdant giant. Scathach could see Sloth's veins puffed up. Retribution.
A shrine that purifies the evil of human affairs.
The one who destroys. Sloth let out an inhuman roar as he got ready to charge at her. Wicker Man.
Below Sloth's feet, a wooden giant rose from the ground.
His chest is a giant empty cage.
Sloth roared as he jumped away from Wicker Man. Wicker Man grabbed Sloth with one hand and opened the cage with the other. He threw Sloth into the cage and closed it. Wicker Man then fell as he combusted in flames.
Scathach stared as the flames destroyed Sloth.
Suddenly she senses a massive amount of energy coming from the top floor of the hotel.
Scathach ran inside the hotel. Scene change.
Ichigo, Zealot, and Akasha opened the lobby doors.
It appeared empty. They carefully walked inside. Can either one of you detect anyone? Ichigo asked.
It appears they're people above us.
Possibly on the higher floors. Akasha said. Is there any way to save them? I don't think so. Elizabeth would have likely turned them into her minions. I see. Shall I kill these foul monsters who dare defy you, my god? Zealot asked. No. We don't know how powerful our opponents will be. Ichigo said. Besides, I don't want to destroy this hotel. They founded the elevator. Ichigo pressed a button for the elevator. The elevator doors opened to reveal a destroyed elevator. I guess the stairs then.
They found the stairs.
Akasha had her guns out. Are you ready, Ichigo? She asked. I am.
They began to walk up the stairs. Suddenly a large wave of ghouls ran down the stairs. Akasha pointed her pistols at the horde and quickly killed them. Zealot manipulated Ichigo's shadow, prevented him from getting hit by any blood or gore. They walked up to the fourth floor and stopped. There is a servant here, Akasha said.
I see, Ichigo said. Should we go take care of it? All me to be of service, my god. Zealot said. Very well, Zealot. My order for you is simple. Extract as much information from the servant as possible. Kill the servant. Finally, return to my side. Yes, my god. Zealot said as she left Ichigo's shadow and pursued the servant. Are you sure that it's a good idea to send her? Have some confidence in her abilities. Very well, Akasha said as they continued up the stairs. Scene change, Zealot versus Wrath. Zealot used the shadows around them to her advantage. She flowed through the dimly lit halls. As she moved towards her target, she would occasionally see a dead body. All the dead bodies she spotted all appear to be bludgeoned to death. My enemy is someone that uses a budgeting weapon. Likely a berserker. Zealot thought. She soon arrived in a ballroom. In the middle of the ballroom, there is a stone throne in the middle. Sitting on the stone throne is a large servant. He is very masculine. He is over 2 meters tall. He has a light tan skin covered in innumerable scars to show the immense amount of training in battles. There is a small shield on his left arm. Besides his stone throne is a red and black axe. Looks like he is sleeping. Zealot thought as she slowly approached him. She brought out a blowgun. She placed the blowgun in front of her mouth. Zabaniya, sweet dreams, Zealot said as she fired one of her noble phantasm. Immediately, the left arm moved up and blocked the dart with the shield. The servant woke up and jumped out of his throne. Rahh! He yelled. Zealot remained in the shadows as she observed the servant. The servant grabbed his axe and began to throw the furniture around. It appears he is trying to find me. Zealot thought. Zabaniya, delusional heartbeat. Zealot's right arm began to elongate, and the skin began to turn red. Zealot made sure that her right arm was under Zabaniya Void's abyss. She shot her long arm at the servant. Zealot was careful. She made sure the arm avoided detection from the servant. The servant turned around and that's when she struck. She had her right arm touch the servant. She swapped the servant's heart with the heart she created by using Zabaniya delusional heartbeat. Rahh! He yelled again as he tried to figure out what touched him. Zealot's hand returned to her. Zealot looked at the heart she retrieved. It was a black beating heart. Zealot quickly devoured the heart. Zealot flinched as her head gained the new information from the servant. No. Eric Bloodaxe, berserker under the alias of Wrath. Zealot said as she floated out of the shadow. Wrath turned to Zealot. Ra! Wrath yelled as he charged at her. Zealot stared at the charging servant. Zabaniya Umbra's blades, she said. The shadows around her transformed into blades whips. They all flew towards Wrath. Ra! He yelled as he used his axe against the shadow blade whips. Each time he destroyed one, another two appeared. The blade whips easily surrounded him. They were moving closer and closer to him. Bloodbath crown. Wrath yelled as he began to swing his body around in a tornado. Slowly all the blade whips were destroyed by Wrath's attack. Wrath soon stopped spinning. He slammed his axe to the ground as he tried to regain balance. Suddenly from the shadows, more blade whips shot out and pierced his body. Ra! Wrath screamed in pain. Zealot stood there as she snapped her fingers. All the blade whips shredded the servant. Zealot made sure nothing remained from her body. With her mission done, she used Zabaniya Void's abyss to return into the shadows and ran back to her god. Scene change, Ichigo and Akasha. They managed to walk up to the last floor of the hotel. Standing there was Ryder. Ryder. What happened to Chad? Ichigo asked. I'm sorry, Nino. Ryder said as she charged at them. Ichigo and Akasha jumped out of the way. Ryder looked at Akasha with a sad face as she summoned her Makuuit. She charged at Akasha. Ichigo. I got this. Akasha said. Are you sure? I am. Very well, Ichigo said as he ran down the hallway. I'm sorry but I need to do this. Ryder said. Very well, Akasha said as she pointed her guns at Ryder. She fired her shots at Ryder. She used her Makuuit to deflect the bullets back. Akasha easily dodged the bullets. Akasha jumped to the side and tried again. Ryder blocked the bullets, sending them to her right side. This continued for the next few minutes. Why does she keep reflecting the bullets to my right side? Akasha thought as she continued to move to the left. Is there something on my right side that is watching our fight? I hope she notices. Ryder thought as she continued to reflect the bullets with her Makuuit. I hope I am right. Akasha thought as she ran towards Ryder. She stood her ground. Akasha was a few inches from Ryder.
She pointed her guns at Ryder.
Akasha quickly sent a barrage of bullets at Ryder.
Ryder used both her Makuawitl and shield to deflect the bullet.
Akasha heard a pop sound as if someone popped a balloon. She turned around to see one of her bullets hit a small bat. You managed to figure it out,
Ryder said as she lowered her Makuawitl and shield.
I did. Suddenly Hei sensed a large explosion of Ryatsu. Ichigo! Akasha yelled. Maestro! Ryder yelled. The two servants ran to the final room. Scene change. Ichigo walked down the hallway. Ichigo could see the dead young girls' bodies. All of their necks had a large slit open and their necks were bent back. Ichigo carefully entered the room. Ichigo spotted more dead girls. All of them were the same as the ones outside. Ichigo noticed that all of the dead bodies were dragged there. Ichigo followed the trails of blood. Lead him to the patio. Ichigo summoned Kokugitsu just in case. Ichigo pushed the patio door open to see a young woman was sitting in a hot tub full of blood. Right next to her Ichigo saw Chad sitting there, draining another girl of her blood. Chad! Ichigo said. Be a dear and kill this fool. Pride ordered. Yes, mistress, Chad said as he stood up. He looked at Ichigo and charged at him. Ichigo dodged Chad's attack. Chad activated his powers and began to punch Ichigo. Ichigo managed to dodge the attacks. However, they are significantly more powerful than before. What did she do to you? Ichigo thought. Ichigo used Kokugitsu to block one of Chad's punches. I believe she is possessing him, Kyoka said. What do you mean? Ichigo asked as he dodged another attack from Chad. Is it similar to how Pegasus possessed Sito? Ichigo pushed Chad back. Similar. The ghouls you encountered didn't have their souls. She took their souls and replaced it with a small fragment of her soul. This allows her to control the ghouls. However, they can only understand simple commands. Based on the fact that Chad can still use his ability makes me believe that she didn't take Chad's soul. Instead, she likely restrained Chad's soul and allowed a larger fragment of her soul to control the body and soul. Kyoka theorized. What can we do? Chad charged at Ichigo with another punch. I think we need to overpower her control over Chad. How? Ichigo sidestepped from Chad, causing him to crash into a bed. I believe that we need to force Chad to regain control and purge her control over him. Kyoka hypothesized. What do I need to do? Chad got up and charged again. I need you to stab Chad with your Zanpakuto and inject him with your Ryatsu. King, make sure you give him your raw Ryatsu and a pinch of hollow Ryatsu, Zangetsu added. Why? Ichigo sidestepped again, causing Chad to crash into a wall. I can't believe I forgot about that, Kyoka said as she smacked herself on the forehead. Chad's Ryatsu is mostly human with a pinch of hollow Ryatsu. If you give him anything else, you might harm his body. But what about the pinch of hollow Ryatsu? Chad pulled himself out of the wall and charged at Ichigo. That is because Chad's power is partially hollow, Kyoka explained. I see, Ichigo said. Ichigo raised Kokugitsu and he began to fill the blade with pure Ryatsu with a little bit of hollow Ryatsu. Chad charged in with a right punch. Ichigo stood his ground. Stop! Pride ordered as she stood up from her blood-filled hot tub. But it was too late. Ichigo stabbed Chad with Kokugitsu. Ichigo pushed the Ryatsu into Chad's body. Gah! Chad screamed. All around them covered in the light. The light died down as Ichigo pulled Kokugitsu out of Chad's body. Chad, are you alright? Ichigo asked. Chad didn't respond as he stood up. Pride got out of her blood bath and equipped her armor. You, Chad said as he faced her. You forced me. Chad said as he remembered what she made him do. Oh. So, you remember. Pride said.
You forced me to do all of those things, Chad said as he looked at his hands.
Which things? Capturing all those young girls? Dragging them here? You slitting their throats for me? Or you casually throwing the dead body away? Pride asked. All of it, Chad said as his body trembled. Magenta and white Ryatsu began to gather around him.
I remember all of it, Chad said as he closed his eyes.
Have. All of their screaming. More Ryatsu began to gather around him. Please stop. Them begging me to stop. Someone help me. But I couldn't. Chad's fist began to tighten. Goodbye, Mom.
Even now I hear it all in my head, Chad said.
Oh. Boo-hoo.
Pride said as she rolled her eyes.
Gra-ah.
Chad yelled as his Ryatsu exploded, kicking up a lot of dust.
The dust settled down.
Ichigo's eyes widened with what he saw in front of him. Chad has evolved. His entire body is covered in a magenta and white armor.
Chad's right arm used to be black and magenta. The black was replaced by the white.
Around where his right hand would be, there is a shield of the same color. While on his left arm is white, with a red stripe running down the length of the center. His fingertips have red diamond-shaped marks on them. A spike protrudes from the shoulder and two more, resembling claws, extend over his chest.
Chad's head is a white mask that wraps around his entire head.
The mask has 6 magenta spike-shaped marks, 2 of them stopping by the forehead, 2 more stretching past the eyes and teeth, and the last 2 around his nose. The mask features 2 long forward-pointing horns, with magenta strips extending from their center towards the tips.
RAHH.
Chad yelled. Ichigo could sense all the rage and killer instinct he is radiating. Ichigo quickly cast a barrier Kido around Chad and Pride, containing the 2. Chad ignored the barrier as he charged at Pride. Before Pride could react, Chad already punched her in the face. Rider Akasha, Zealot and Scathach entered the room. They could see Pride being brutally attacked by a giant demon.
What happened? Rider asked.
Ichigo explained to everyone what just happened. Scene change, Pride versus Chad.
Chad delivered punch after punch as Pride. Chad was too fast for her.
She stood there as she continued to get hit by the demon in front of her.
Rah!
Chad roared as he grabbed her body and threw it at the barrier.
Come on! Fight back! Chad yelled. Pride could feel her body is slowly regenerating. Very well!
Pride yelled as she pointed her staff at Chad.
Iron Maiden! She yelled as a metallic cage appeared around Chad.
The cage opened to see metallic spikes around the inside.
Die! She yelled as the Iron Maiden opened itself and flew towards Chad. No!
Chad yelled as he grabbed the Iron Maiden's open jaws and threw it at Pride. Pride was forced to cancel her noble phantasm.
Take this!
Chad yelled as he charged at her.
Chad's left hand began to glow magenta while his right hand glowed white. My love. Chad punched Pride with a left hook. My hatred. Chad punched Pride with a right hook. And all my sorrows. Chad punched Pride with another left hook. Demonio Gigante Huelga, Demon Giant Strike.
Chad yelled as punched Pride in the face. Pride's body flew through the barrier, breaking it in the process. She crashed outside the patio.
Ichigo approached Chad. Are you all right?
I am, Chad said as his new armor dissipated in Ryatsu. Suddenly a black arm shot out past them and touched Pride's body. They turned back to see Zealot holding Heart. Before they could question her, she ate Pride's heart and activated her Zabaniya Umbra's blades, effectively killed Pride. Chad said as his armor disintegrated and Chad fell unconscious. Rider, why don't you take Chad back to my house to recover, Ichigo suggested. Rider nodded as she grabbed Chad and ran off.
I have returned, my god.
Zealot said as she went on her knees and bowed to Ichigo.
Rise, Zealot.
Zealot got off her knees and stood.
Did you complete the task I handed you? I have my god. Zealot replied.
Very well, Ichigo said. I will take care of the cleanup.
Akasha volunteered. Very well. Scathack, please go to the school to see if they need any assistance. Very well. Zealot returns to my shadow. Yes, my god.
Zealot said as she entered Ichigo's shadow.
Akasha, meet up with me back at the headquarters. Okay, Ichigo.
Ichigo headed to Ryudu Temple.
Scene change, Fuyuki High School.
Shiro, Rin, and Saber versus Archer. Archer fired more arrows at Saber.
She easily blocked the attacks. With the servants distracted, Shiro ran over to the bleeding Rin. Rin, are you alright? I am. Shiro helped Rin up. What happened? We were walking down one of the hallways.
Before I realized it, Archer pulled out a stranger dagger and stabbed me in my hand.
That dagger managed to remove my command seals from me. Rin said. Shiro could see Rin's right hand no longer has any command seals on it. So, what can we do?
Shiro said as he looked at the stalemate between them.
Nothing. Rin. Amiyukuan. What can we do against a servant? Rin questioned. Shiro sighed. You're right. They stood there and watched as the two servants fought. Why are you doing this, Archer? Saber asked.
Archer stopped using his bow as he used two pair of blades.
I am doing this to save my future.
Archer said as she blocked a downward from Saber.
Future? What are you talking about?
You wouldn't understand, Archer said as she continued to attack Saber.
Saber was forced to the defensive as she continued to block Archer's attack.
Gore, Shiro said.
I need to do something. I need to help Saber. Shiro thought. I need a weapon. A weapon to help Saber.
Shiro looked at Archer's weapons. Shiro stared at the weapons, subconsciously analyzing them. Trace on, Shiro said as he held out his hands. Shiro's magic circuits glowed as a replica of Archer's swords appeared in his hands.
Amiyukuan, Rin shouted.
Shiro ignored her as he charged at Archer.
Gah! Shiro yelled as he managed to stab Archer in the back. You!
Archer yelled as she looked at Shiro.
Saber used Archer's distraction to her advantage.
Saber raised her blade and slashed downwards at them.
Rah!
Archer screamed as she tried to grab Shiro's weapon. Shiro accidentally grabbed her hands.
Gah!
Shiro said as he suddenly saw random scenes flashing before his eyes.
He could see a desert. There were two people there.
One of them was lying on the ground while another was on their knees. Before Shiro could comprehend what he saw, Archer grabbed him and threw him at Saber.
Saber easily caught Shiro.
Archer glared at Shiro before disappearing.
Archer! Shiro shouted. Master, are you alright? Saber asked. I am. Thank you for catching me. No problem, Master.
Suddenly they saw a flash of black and red from the nearby window.
Artoria.
Saber said before she jumped out of the window.
Scene change, Artoria versus Envy. Artoria and Envy stared at each other.
They had their respective weapon pointing at the other.
Rah! Envy yelled as she charged at Artoria with a strike towards her side. Artoria stood there.
Artoria waited till the last moment before Artoria jumped away, resulting in Envy missing her attack.
Artoria raised Excalibur and attacked Envy with a downward strike.
Envy couldn't dodge as the attack slammed her to the ground. Envy raised her head and glared at Artoria.
She got back up and attacked Artoria. What are you?
Envy growled as she continued to attack Artoria.
You're not the father that I remember.
You're right, Artoria said as she swung with a mana burst Excalibur.
Gore! Envy growled as she blocked the attack with Clarent. I am based on a question from your father. What was it? What if I ruled differently? Artoria said,
as she charged towards Envy and rapidly swung her sword at her.
Die, fake father! Envy yelled out in pain as she tried to block the onslaught of attacks. Artoria surprised Envy by kicking her in the chest. Envy slammed into the school building. The impact kicked up a lot of dust and other debris. Had enough yet? Artoria asked. Rahh.
Envy replied as she jumped towards Artoria and began to attack her with her own mana burst-infused attacks. Artoria gritted her teeth as she struggled to block Envy's attacks. Envy surprised Artoria by kicking her in the chest, sending her flying to a nearby sports field. Artoria got up just in time to see Envy begin to glow red. Clarent, Blood Arthur! Envy yelled as she swung her sword down. A large blast of red mana exploded, kicking up a lot of dirt. Did I do it? Did I kill fake father? Envy asked as she waited for the dust to clear. Slowly the dust cleared. No! Envy yelled. The dust cleared to see an empty crater. Envy ran to the empty crater. Where could fake father be? X dash. Envy turned to see Artoria in the sky. Caliba! Artoria yelled as she swung down her blade. She fired a large blast of black and red energy. Envy was forced to stand there as she took the noble phantasm head-on. The explosion blinded everyone who witnessed it. Envy opened her eyes. She was standing to see a familiar scene, two armies charging towards each other. This was the Battle of Camlin. Envy thought as she watched. She could see Artoria riding into battle on her black horse with her black lance, Rangaminiad. Envy could see that she was on the other side leading the battle. She was once again in her complete armor. Artoria jumped off her horse and confronted Envy. Mordred! What are you doing? Die, Mordred replied as she swung her sword at Artoria. Artoria dodged the attack and countered with a spear strike. What caused you to betray us? Betray me? Die, Mordred replied as she blocked the attack and tried to hit Artoria in the side. These two continued their duel. Neither one manages to land a hit. Artoria managed to stab Mordred in the chest. Mordred counters attacked by stabbing Artoria in the chest. Artoria dropped Rangaminiad, causing it to fall out of Mordred's chest. She reached over and pulled Mordred's helmet off. Artoria gasped to see a crying Mordred. I'm sorry, father. Mordred said as she collapsed on her knees, allowing Clarent to fall out of Artoria's chest. What happened? Artoria asked. Mother, she cursed me, Mordred said as she began to cry. I'm sorry, my king. Mordred said. Artoria pulled Mordred closer as they cried. Suddenly she was stabbed in the back. They turned to see Morgan standing there with Clarent. In the end, Artoria and Mordred died in each other's arms, crying over their cruel fate. Envy opened her eyes to see Artoria was in the crater. Excalibur was pointing at her neck. Wait, Envy asked. What did I just saw? My end. I died holding my child who I was forced to kill due to my sister's insane desire for the throne. I see. Envy said. Suddenly Saber dropped down next to Artoria. Hello, Saber. Artoria greeted. Father. Envy said. Saber pointed her blade at Envy. Envy ignored it. Did you ever regret what happened to us? She asked Saber. I do. Saber replied. I regret the fact that I wasn't able to explain to you my actions. I see. Envy said as she closed her eyes. She let go of Clarent. The sword fell to the ground. Artoria and Saber slowly pulled their swords back. Suddenly Envy's veins popped out and her body began to uncontrollably shake. Get away! Envy yelled. Artoria and Saber jumped away from Envy. A pillar of violet-black mana shot out of the crater. Envy jumped out of the crater. Her skin had large bulges all over her arms and legs. She raised her right arm. Clarence shot towards her open hand. She looked up and stared at Artoria and Saber. They gasped in shock to see Envy's eyes were replaced with insect-like creatures crawling out.
Help me her.
Envy stuttered. Envy pointed her sword in front of her. The violet-black mana began to gather around her sword. She's about to use her noble phantasm, Artoria said.
We need to help her.
Saber said. We need to kill her to set her free, Artoria argued. Saber sighed as she looked at her child.
More of that corrupted mana flowed out of Envy. Blood began to drip out of Envy's eye sockets. Very well,
Saber said. Artoria and Saber raised both of their swords over their heads.
Artoria's Excalibur began to glow black and red, while Saber's Excalibur began to glow golden. Artoria and Saber said. Clarent. Envy growled. Cal dash. Blood. I dash. AR dash. ER. Artoria and Saber yelled. Thursday. Envy growled. All three of them swung their swords down.
Their attacks collided together.
The attacks were stuck in the middle for a few seconds. Slowly Artoria's and Saber's attack pushed through Envy's attack. Soon Envy was swallowed by the attack. For a moment, Artoria and Saber though they saw a smiling Envy saying thank you. Their attacks died down to reveal nothing. Envy is dead.
Saber stabbed her sword down as Artoria wrapped her in a hug.
Scene change, Gluttony versus Genji and Reiku.
Genji and Reiku stared down at Gluttony.
Here's the plan. I will fire my arrows at her, getting her attention. Once she is distracted, you go attack her.
Reiku proposed.
Okay, Genji said.
Reiko breaker. Reiku yelled as she began to fire violet lightning arrows at Gluttony.
Oh, this again. Gluttony said as she began to devour the arrows. Reiku smirked as Genji disappeared. Oh, this is easy? Then have some more.
Reiku said as she fired more arrows.
Gluttony happily ate the arrows. Gluttony slowly began to grow. What? Feed me more purple eel. I'm ready, Genji said.
Okay, Reiku said.
Genji appeared behind Gluttony. Ryujin no Kano Kuri. The dragon becomes me.
Genji yelled as she fired her attack at Gluttony.
Gluttony turned to see a red dragon soaring towards her. Gluttony tried to eat the attack. Gah! Gluttony yelled as the red dragon tore through Gluttony's mouth. Hey snake bitch! The severely damaged Gluttony turned to see Reiku glowing with violet mana.
Come to me, my loyal subjects, my limbs, my arms, and armor. The sky began to get cloudy, the four heavenly kings themselves are as before you.
4 bolts of lightning shot down. The dust revealed Reiko's retainers. Begin. Sakata Kintoki, Watanabe no Tsuna and Yuzui Sadamitsu charged at Gluttony. Urabe no Sutake stayed back. Sakata Kintoki smashed Gluttony's face with his golden axe, stunning her. Watanabe no Tsuna leaped behind Sakata Kintoki and slashed Gluttony with Hachikiri. Yuzui Sadamitsu appeared behind Gluttony and stabbed Gluttony's back.
Urabe no Sutake fired a large green arrow at Gluttony.
The green arrow hit Gluttony in the chest.
Reiko had her blade charged up with her signature violet lighting.
Ox King Storm Call, the inescapable net of heaven.
Reiku yelled as she fired a large blast of violet lightning.
Gaha! Gluttony screamed as she was vaporized by the violet plasma. Good job Genji, Reiku said. Thank you. You too. Genji replied.
They walked over to Artoria and Saber.
You two alright? Reiku asked.
We are, give us a few minutes, Artoria said as she comforts Saber. At this time, Shiro and Rin came down.
Saber, what happened? Shiro asked. None of your business right now, Artoria replied. Scathach appeared in front of them. All of you alright?
No, Rin replied. My servant betrayed me and decided to do her own thing.
I see.
Ichigo suggested meeting back up at his house.
Good idea, Reiko said.
The other servants nodded in agreement.
What about the school? Shiro asked.
Some of the school were destroyed from the various attacks from servants and the students are still asleep. I will talk with Murden to see if he can handle the cleanup here, Scathach said.
Everyone nodded as they returned to headquarters. Scathach ran to Ryudu Temple. Scene change, Ryudu Temple. Gilgamesh vs. Greed.
Greed stood on his flagpole, firing miscellaneous weapons at Gilgamesh, who was using Enki, her twin swords, to block the attacks.
I guess you are a fake.
You stuck doing the same thing over and over.
Gilgamesh teased.
You're wrong, faker.
Why would I, the king, need to lower myself to your level?
Greed replied. Gilgamesh rolled her eyes.
If you're not going to come down, then allow me.
Gilgamesh slashed the flagpole Greed was standing on.
Greed jumped off the flagpole. Suddenly Enkidu was wrapped around Greed.
Gilgamesh grabbed the chain and slammed Greed to the ground, kicking up a lot of dust. Gilgamesh jumped back down as she stared at the dust.
The dust settled to see Greed wrapped in Enkidu, glaring at her. You mongrel!
Greed yelled.
Golden portals began to form around Greed.
Gilgamesh snapped her fingers.
Enkidu shot inside the portals, wrapping itself around the weapons Greed was about to summon.
Foolish faker, Gilgamesh said.
She used Enkidu to throw the weapons at Greed.
Greed tries to open more portals, but Gilgamesh destroyed them by using Enkidu.
Gore! Greed growled in pain from the attacks.
Goodbye, faker, Gilgamesh said as she snapped her fingers. The front end of Enkidu shot out and pierced Greed through his stomach.
Ka!
Greed began to cough up black blood.
Greed's body began to glow black. Gilgamesh jumped away. Greed's armor began to blacken.
Gilgamesh immediately returned Enkidu to her side.
Luckily Enkidu was unaffected by the blackening. Ra!
Greed yelled as a black portal opened above them.
The weapons all appeared to have blackened as well.
They all descended towards her.
Shield of the gods!
Gilgamesh yelled as a giant shield appeared in front of her. All of Greed's weapons rained down towards her.
Luckily the shield withstood all the attacks. I need to think of something, Gilgamesh thought.
Gilgamesh groaned as she realized what she needs to do.
Gilgamesh summoned EA.
She slowly charged up EA as she waited for Greed to stop his attacks. It took 10 minutes before Greed stopped his attack. Gilgamesh stood up as she returned the damaged shield of the gods to the gates of Babylon.
Say, goodbye, faker, Gilgamesh yelled as she pointed EA at Greed. Enuma Elish, she yelled. Ra! Greed yelled as he fired more weapons at the incoming attacks. Despite Greed's efforts, Enuma Elish easily destroyed the weapons and hit him. Ra ha!
Greed yelled in pain.
Gilgamesh looked to see Greed died. She returned EA to the gates of Babylon.
She turned to see Murden being chased by a giant dragon.
Damn that stupid Magus. Why did I agree to this? Murden complained as he was being chased by the giant dragon.
The giant dragon sprayed streams of fire towards Murden. He jumped to the side to dodge the attack. Murden fired spells at the dragon in an attempt to slow it down.
However, the dragon wasn't affected by it. Can anyone help me? I see you, Gilgamesh said.
She opened a portal above the dragon as a gigantic sword appeared and dropped on the dragon.
The giant sword easily crushed the dragon, instantly killing it.
Thank you, Gilgamesh, Murden said. Gilgamesh rolled her eyes at Murden's action. Scene change, Jean Dark vs Avenger, Jean Dark Alter. Jean and Avenger charged at each other. Jean stabbed her spear towards Avenger. Avenger blocked the attack away with her spear.
Why are you doing this? Jean asked. Why? Because I want to live. Avenger replied.
Avenger swung her spear away, sending Jean flying to the side.
Avenger charged towards Jean. Jean managed to block the attack. You are living right now. Keyword. Right now.
Avenger sneered as she stabbed Jean in the chest. Gah, Jean said as she jumped back.
What do you mean? You fool. I was created from Gillis's imagination.
When he dies, I will cease to exist.
I see. Jean looked down. She understood Avenger. Now die. Avenger charged at Jean.
Jean blocked the attack and pointed her spear at Avenger's neck.
Why must we fight? I believe my master is strong enough to support you even after this Grail War is over. What? Yes. My master is currently supporting 10 servants right now. Really? Yes. And he isn't dead. No. Avenger began to laugh. Very well. How will we deal with Gillis? Avenger asked.
I got this, Jean said. By my right as ruler, Jean Dark, I order caster servant, Gillis de Rice, with this command seal to reveal himself and allow himself to be killed.
Jean said.
One of the command seals on her back glowed red.
A few seconds later, Lust appeared. My dear Jean, why? Lust yelled.
Avenger drew her sword. This is the roar of my soul that was polished by hatred, Avenger said as she sent a blast of fire at Lust. The fire surrounded him.
La Grandement du Haine.
The fire grew into a pillar and began to burn him.
Gaga! Jean!
Lust cried in pain. Suddenly 3 black spears shot up and pierced his body, causing an explosion.
The explosion settled to see Lust has been destroyed. Gra! Avenger used her flagpole to keep herself up. Are you all right? Jean asked. That took a lot out of me.
I need to bond with your master before I run out of mana.
Very well. Let's go.
Jean said as she regrouped with Gilgamesh and Murden.
Where is Mysteria?
I heard she is with you. She's inside the temple, maintaining the barrier, Murden said.
Murden led them inside Ryudu Temple.
They arrived to see Mysteria meditating. Mysteria opened her eyes.
Ichigo is coming.
A few minutes later, Ichigo appeared in front of them.
Everyone okay?
So, you're their master, Avenger said.
I am. Ichigo turned to Jean.
Why is she here? She wants to join us, Jean replied.
Ichigo turned to Avenger. Are you sure? I am, Avenger said.
Ichigo raised his hand for a handshake. Avenger accepted the handshake.
Heed my words. Ichigo began to chant.
Avenger could feel Ichigo's Ryatsu begin to flow around her. My will creates your body, and our swords will forge our new destiny.
If you heed my call and obey my will and reason, then answer me.
Ichigo chanted as his Ryatsu began to gather around them.
Then answer me.
I, Servant Avenger, Jean Dark, have answered your call.
I accept you as my master, Ichigo.
Avenger said as she held on to Ichigo's hand. Ichigo's Ryatsu flowed through Avenger as they formed a bond.
Are you okay, Avenger? I am master.
Ichigo nodded as he turned to Mysteria.
Can you move? I can't. As long as I am the ward master of Ryudu Temple, I can't leave the temple. I see, Ichigo said.
Anyone at the current headquarters, please respond, Ichigo asked.
Yes, Ichigo? Akasha replied. Can you grab everyone and move them to Ryudu Temple? Why? Artoria asked. It's my fault.
I can't leave the temple because I became the ward master of Ryudu Temple.
Mysteria explained. I see. Artoria said. Very well. Give us 10 minutes and we'll be over there.
Akasha said as she cut the connection. Master, I have some bad news, Murden said.
Yes? I can feel my connection to this place beginning to weaken. I see. You wish to complete your mission before you go.
Yes. Very well, Ichigo said.
Soon everyone arrived at Ryudu Temple.
Ryder carried unconscious Chad in her arms. They all found a large sitting area and sat down.
Ryder, you can find a bed to place Chad in.
I can show you where, Shiro said.
Ryder nodded as they went inside Ryudu Temple.
Ichigo.
Archer is on the roof of the temple.
Mysteria said through the peerage link.
Thank you.
I'll take care of her in a bit. Tell me if she moves towards us. Very well, Mysteria replied.
So, what is the game plan now?
Castor asked. The current game plan is for us to regroup and go over the information that Zealot collected, Ichigo said as Zealot appeared out of Ichigo's shadow. Ryder returned to see the new servant appearing out of Ichigo's shadow.
This is Zealot. Zealot nodded. And that is Avenger.
Rin and Shiro were surprised at the appearance of the new servants.
Zealot, can you tell us what you managed to collect?
Yes, my god. Zealot faced the other servants.
From what Zealot has collected, Sakura is planning to do something large.
She planned for her servants to collect as much mana as they could while distracting all of us.
Why though?
Scat Hack asked.
Zealot doesn't know. None of the servants know.
Zealot knows that Eric Bloodaxe was tasked with digging various tunnels underground.
Do you think Ilia should be here with us?
Shiro asked. I mean, she is the last master that isn't here.
Yes.
You're right. Ichigo said.
Does anyone know where Ilia would be? Her family has an estate located on the outskirts of Fuyuki City, Rin said.
Castle. They have a castle in the forest.
Saber added.
Ichigo nodded at Saber before looking back at Rin.
Do you know where?
Ichigo asked.
I do.
Very well then.
Scathach, you will go with Rin to the Einsburn Castle.
Ichigo instructed. Very well, Scathach said.
Scathach grabbed Rin's hand and left the Ryudu Temple.
Shiro, can you make us lunch? Ichigo asked. Sure, Shiro said as he walked to the kitchen. Saber.
Artoria.
Murden needs to talk with you too. Ichigo said.
Saber and Artoria walked to the standing Murden.
Ichigo looks up to the roof.
Do you want to come out now, Archer?
Ichigo asked. They stood there for a few seconds before Archer materialized and jumped down next to Ichigo.
How did you know I was standing there? I made sure to hide my presence from the other servants?
Archer asked.
Simple.
You had to enter from the gate, which informed me that someone entered the temple.
Ichigo lied. I see. What are you planning to do with me since it appeared that you knew I was here in the beginning?
I just want to know your true intentions, Amiya Rin, Ichigo said.
Archer's eyes widened in shock. How did you know?
Because I told him, Jean said.
As a ruler-class servant, I can know the true names of all servants that I can see.
When I first saw you, I immediately knew your name, Archer.
I see. Anyways, are you from an alternative future?
Ichigo asked.
Correct. I am a version of Rin from an alternative future. Archer began.
I was also in the 5th Holy Grail War. Unlike yours, there were only 8 servants in total, 7 servants summoned for this Holy Grail War and 1 from the previous Holy Grail War. In that war, the Holy Grail was also tainted by Ingramanyu as well.
We managed to destroy the corrupted Holy Grail.
At the end of that war, Shiro and I went to London and studied at the Clock Tower. While we studied there, I started to develop feelings for Shiro. I upgraded the pendant I used to revive Shiro during the Grail War. The pendant increased Shiro's mana and OD. I discreetly added a locator spell to tell me where Shiro was on Earth and a health spell to tell me if he is badly injured.
Those spells connected to another pendant Shiro made for me.
Archer said as she revealed a small sword-shaped pendant on her neck. While at the Clock Tower, I had harder classes compared to Shiro due to my magic circuits,
resulting in me seeing him less and less. One day, Shiro vanished completely. He left a letter explaining that he has learned what he could at the clock tower and he decided to leave. Time passed since Shiro left the clock tower. I threw myself into my studies to cope.
While I studied various paperwork, the pendant glowed heated up. I jumped out of my seat in shock. I remembered the health spell that I tied to our pendants. I carefully pulled off my pendant and used the locator spell. The spell pointed me to Saudi Arabia. I booked a flight to Saudi Arabia. When I arrived in Saudi Arabia, I used a spell to disguise myself as a local with the ability to speak and understand Arabic. I managed to arrive to see a chained and starved Shiro being paraded by a large crowd. I looked to see the dead look in his eyes. I discovered that Saudi Arabia blamed him for all their troubles due to his magic. I managed to find his prison to discover that he was guarded by Saudi's magus. I easily defeated them. I approached Shiro to see him unconscious. I managed to free Shiro from his cell. I dragged him out of the cage. Suddenly an alarm went off. While we escaped, the Saudi's magus spotted us and began to attack us. I managed to dodge most of their attacks. One of the attacks managed to hit me in the leg. As I fell, I threw Shiro behind a bush. The Saudis arrived to see me. They tried to capture me. I managed to defeat them all. Suddenly one of the Saudis' magus appeared behind me and stabbed me with a knife. I could feel my magic circuits flare up in pain. I soon blacked out. I woke up to see Shiro standing over my body as he forced his mana to heal me. Suddenly there was a blast of mana. I stood up and discovered that Shiro accidentally transferred his magic circuits into me. I sat up and looked for Shiro. Below me was an aged Shiro. Shiro looked as if he's now in his late 80s. The elderly Shiro smiled at me before he died. I didn't have much time to mourn as the flash of light attracted the attention of the Saudi's magus. I charged at them, instinctually using Shiro's magecraft. I killed them all and escaped the country. I returned to the clock tower and tried to figure out what Shiro did. Suddenly I was captured by the magus in the clock tower. It turns out what Shiro did was something many old magus was trying to figure out, a way to safely transfer magic circuits to another person that isn't family. I was executed by them to allow them to study my body to figure out what happened. As soon as I died, I appeared in a white void next to the elderly Shiro. Ayala appeared before us, appearing as if it was my own shadow. It explained to me what happened. Shiro made a deal with Ayala to grant him more power than before. But Shiro would become a counter-guardian when he died. Due to Shiro's action, he was no longer suitable to become a counter-guardian. Ayala decided to force me to become her counter-guardian since Shiro decided that I was worth more than Ayala. Ayala combined Shiro's soul with my own, granting me Shiro's reality marble, unlimited blade works, and his memories. With that, I was forced to be one of her many counter-guardians. Archer finished. I see, Ichigo said. So, what is your wish for this war? I want to force Shiro to give up his dream of being a hero of justice. To prevent Rin from becoming you. Exactly. What about after? After? What do you want once you are done? I should cease to exist since exist. She reasoned. That's not going to work. Why? Because you came from an alternate reality. This reality isn't your original reality. Then I will continue to be summoned until I arrived at my original reality. When you were younger, who was your servant? It was a male version of me, Archer replied. That means there are countless different realities where Counter-Guardian EMYIA was made. I see. Archer looked down. So, there is no way for me to escape Alea. Not necessarily, Ichigo said. After this war is over, many of my servants wish to remain here. Archer's eyes widen with realization. Is this an invitation? Yes. Ichigo raised his hand for a handshake. Archer stared at the extended hand.
I can understand your actions were not filled with ill intentions but because of wrong knowledge. I accept, Archer said as she accepted the handshake. Heed my words. Ichigo began to chant. Archer could feel Ichigo's Ryatsu begin to flow around her. My will creates your body, and our swords will forge our new destiny. If you heed my call and obey my will and reason, then answer me. Ichigo chanted as his Ryatsu began to gather around them. Then answer me. I, Servant Archer, Emiya Rin, have answered your call. I accept you as my master, Ichigo. Archer said as she held on to Ichigo's hand. Ichigo's Ryatsu flowed through Archer as they formed a bond. Are you okay, Archer? I am master. Ichigo nodded as Murden, Artoria, and Saber returned. They are ready, Murden said. Artoria and Saber nodded. Good, Ichigo said. Shiro carried lunch from the kitchen to the table. Archer! Shiro yelled out. Shiro! It's fine. Ichigo said. Archer is an ally for now. She will explain her action to you and Rin later. Ichigo said. Ichigo pulled out his trainer and pointed it at everyone before sending them into the trainer. Scene change, trainer. Saber and Artoria stood in an empty plain. Saber and Artoria could see in the distance everyone standing behind a barrier of some kind. Ichigo appeared between them. Allow me to explain the 2 bars above you. Saber and Artoria looked at each and could see 2 bars above their heads. One bar is red with the words HP on it, while the other one is blue with the words MP on it. The HP bar represents your health and MP bar represents how much magical energy you have left. I made sure to adjust Saber's HP and MP to match Artoria. Ichigo said. The duel will begin after a countdown. They nodded their heads. 3. A saber dissipated invisible air, reveal Excalibur in its golden glory. 2. Both Saber and Artoria pointed their respective Excalibur at each other. 1. Fight. Saber and Artoria charged at each other. Each of them swung their Excalibur at each other. Why are Saber and Artoria fighting each other? Shiro shouted. Back in the Third Holy Grail War, when they were summoned, the Holy Grail split Artoria Pendragon into 2 sides, both having their powers evenly. At the end of the Grail War, the Holy Grail was supposed to reunite each half when they both died. But it didn't. Ichigo began. Murden was summoned here to reunite the 2 halves together. But the issue is that due to the interference of the Holy Grail and Artoria Pendragon's wish to rule differently, it caused both Saber and Artoria to be considered the true Artoria Pendragon. To find the dominant personality, Murden suggested trial by combat. I see, Shiro said as he looked at the fight. It looks pretty even, Shiro said. No, it's not, Ichigo commented. Let me ask you this, which servant used mana burst more, Artoria or Saber? Artoria? Shiro guessed. Correct. Why though, they both have the same amount of HP and MP, Shiro asked. It's because of her honor, Murden said. During the Fourth Holy Grail War, Saber encountered a servant named Dr. Muad Ua Duibni. He managed to inflict Saber with a curse on her left hand, which prevented her from using the said hand. Due to Gillis Darius, Dr. Muad Ua Duibni had to remove the curse he placed on Saber's hand for her to use her noble phantasm. In the final battle between her and Dr. Muad, she purposely not used her left hand to represent the curse still in effect even though it was physically not there. In this case, she isn't using her MP because her master isn't able to give her mana, causing her to be heavily weakened, Archer added. I see, Shiro said. And the second reason? Reiku asked. Simple. She doesn't have the will to fight anymore. Ichigo said. What? Shiro questioned. Master is right. Saber doesn't have the will to fight. Murden chimed in. Gah! Saber screamed in pain. Everyone turned to see Artoria managed to draw first blood. Everyone could see Saber's blood on Artoria's blade. Why are you not fighting me with everything you got? Artoria asked. I am. Saber replied. Lies.
Artoria yelled as she fires a black mana burst at Saber. Saber dodged the attack only to be hit in the shoulder. As Shiro watched Saber losing against Artoria, he looked back at his command seal and remembered that Rin told him.
Flashback. Have you noticed a brand somewhere on your body?
Rin asked as she drank her cup of tea.
A brand?
Shiro replied. She is referring to the seals on your right hand, Shiro.
Saber said. Oh, these.
Shiro replied as he looked at his left hand.
Yes. Those command seals on your arm indicate that you are a master.
They are also spells that allow you to control your servant. As long as you have those command seals, you can control your servant.
You're saying that I can lose these seals? That is correct.
Upon activation, these seals force your servant to obey your command, even if it is against their will.
Saber broke off her attack earlier, remember? Flashback end.
Shiro looked at his remaining command seals.
I'm sorry, Saber. You are stronger than this. As your master, I cannot allow you to die like this.
Shiro raised his left hand. His command seal began to glow bright red.
In the name of Amiya Shiro, I order you with my command spell. Saber defeat Artoria.
Shiro shouted.
Saber glowed red before beginning to fight back. Artoria noticed Saber using one of the noticeable openings she left for her. Good, you're now fighting me. Artoria yelled as she blocked Saber's strikes.
Everyone could see Saber was trying to resist this, but her body isn't listening to her. Master, Jean called out.
Yes, Jean? Do you wish to use one of my command spells to make it fair? Might as well, Ichigo replied. Wait. Why doesn't Ichigo have any command spells?
The Holy Grail is the thing that grants command spell.
Since I didn't summon my servants through the Holy Grail, I don't get any. Then why does she have any command spells? Shiro asked. Because I am a ruler class servants.
I gain 2 command spells for each servant participating in the Holy Grail War. The ruler class servants are intended to be a neutral party to use those command spells restrain certain servants if they violate the rules of the Holy Grail War.
Jean explained.
She turned to face Artoria. In the name of ruler, Jean Dark, I order you with my command spells, Artoria defeat Saber.
Jean yelled. Everyone could see Jean's command spells appear similar to an angel motif.
One of the wings began to glow as her command spells activated. Artoria glowed red for a few seconds before continuing to fight back much harder.
This battle continued for another 20 minutes. In the end, both Saber and Artoria are dead tired with little health points left.
Play Fate/Stay Night Unlimited Blade Works OST 2 Excalibur. Hey Saber, Artoria said with a tired breath.
Yes, Artoria? Saber replied also with a tired breath. Let's finish this, she said,
as she pointed her Excalibur at Saber and began to gather her remaining mana.
Very well, Saber said as she also gathered her remaining mana. Murden looked at both Saber and Artoria. He cracked a sad smile.
It's the light of the sad but noble dream of all soldiers, past, present, and future, dying on the battlefields. Saber's and Artoria's Excalibur began to glow their respective colors. Clutched to their hearts, with their last breath, holding aloft their dying wish, assuring that their loyalty will not be in vain. Saber and Artoria raised their Excalibur above their head. Behold, the invincible king, about to sing out the true name of the miracle she wields.
Saber and Artoria closed their eyes. Hearken to its name, Murden whispered. Saber and Artoria opened their eyes and swung Excalibur down. Excalibur! Artoria and Saber roared as they fired their respective attack.
Black and golden energy flew off their sword and charged at each other. Their attacks collided, creating a giant pillar of energy, half as golden while the other half is black.
Rah! They yelled as they continued their attacks.
Everyone could see both their HP and MP gauges are going down. Put Saber's MP gauge is slowly going down faster than Artoria. Soon the attack explodes, kicking up a lot of dust. Saber! Shiro yelled. Artoria! Ichigo yelled. Slowly the dust dissipated, and everyone can see both Saber and Artoria are on the ground. Saber! Shiro yelled as he tried to go down to check on Saber. Only for Ichigo to stop him. Let me go. No. Their fight isn't finished yet. Ichigo said. Start playing Fate Stay Night, Kishi o no Hokori. Ichigo is right, master. Saber said as she slowly pushed himself up. Saber! Shiro yelled. I'm impressed, Artoria said as she also pushed herself up. I'm impressed that despite not wanting to win and being forced to try your best, you managed to push me this far. By this time both Saber and Artoria are barely standing, using their respective swords to keep themselves standing. Artoria turned to Saber. Ready to continue? Artoria said as she pointed her sword at Saber. No. Saber said as she closed her eyes. I think it's time for our dream to end. Saber said as she lost grip of her sword and began to fall. Only to for Artoria run in and catch Saber in her arms. You're a fool. You know that? Artoria said to Saber. You're not the dream. I am. Saber began to glow golden as her body began to break apart. You're the real Artoria Pendragon while I am your dream, a dream of a different Artoria Pendragon. Saber cracked a small smile as all of Saber's body disappeared and was absorbed by Artoria. At this point, Murden teleported in front of her and took a knee. How do you feel, my king? Murden rise. Murden stood up. I feel complete, Artoria said. Good. Murden looked at Shiro. I think it's time for Avalon to return to its true master. What? During the Fourth Holy Grail War, Kiritsugu used Avalon as the catalyst to summon Saber. He had Avalon. Artoria said. Well, technically Shiro has it now. Everyone turned to Shiro, who was confused and shocked at the same time. What is Avalon? Avalon is the hallowed scabbard of Excalibur, the embodiment of the utopia King Arthur seeks. It was originally stolen from her shortly before the Battle of Camlin. Murden explained. I see, how do I summon Avalon? Shiro, Murden said, getting his attention. Take a deep breath and focus on a golden light inside you. Shiro closed his eyes and took a deep breath. A few seconds later, something golden began to float out of Shiro's chest. Shiro caught it before Avalon dropped on the ground. It's Avalon, Artoria said as Shiro handed her Avalon. She carefully held her scabbard and inserted Excalibur into it. Avalon's golden color turned black and blue turned red. Avalon attached itself to Artoria's waist. Murden smiled as he began to disappear. My king. Artoria looked at Murden. I have one last thing for you. Murden handed her his staff. Your staff? Artoria asked. Murden smiled. Look closely. Artoria looked at Murden's staff to see it started to glow and grow. It became thinner and longer. The brown wood changed into silver metal. The top transformed into a black flag with a red lion and red western dragon facing a red shield. This is. Artoria immediately recognized this. Yes, my king. The flag of Camelot. Murden smiled before disappearing. Artoria closed her eyes as she held the flag tightly. Murden, Artoria said quietly. Suddenly a circle of fire began to form in front of them. Ichigo jumped in front of Artoria. The fire glowed brighter before disappearing, revealing another servant. The servant appears human with fox ears and a tail. The servant turned around. She has yellow eyes and long pink hair that she keeps tied up. Hello. I'm Tamamonome, summoned under the caster class. I ask you. Are you my master? Chapter 34, Arc 7. Scene change,
Kurosaki household, early morning.
Suddenly a circle of fire began to form in front of them.
Ichigo jumped in front of Artoria.
The fire glowed brighter before disappearing, revealing another servant.
The servant appears human with fox ears and a tail. The servant turned around.
She has yellow eyes and long pink hair that she keeps tied up.
Hello. I'm Tamamonome, summoned under the caster class. I ask you. Are you my master? Everyone stared at the new servant. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? Ichigo though.
Ichigo was interrupted by concerned Mysteria.
Ichigo. Scat-Hack returned carrying an injured Rin and Ilya.
Okay, Ichigo said as he turned to face everyone.
We need to leave.
They nodded as everyone was ejected from the trainer.
Scene change, Ryudu Temple. Everyone returned to see an unconscious Ilya. Ilya!
Shiro yelled as he ran over to his stepsister.
Ichigo looked at Scat-Hack. Scat-Hack, what happened? We weren't the only one there, Scat-Hack replied. Sakura was there? Ichigo guessed. Correct, Scat-Hack said. Ilya slowly woke up. Ilya! Shiro cried out.
Hello, big brother, Ilya said before glaring at Scat-Hack.
Why did you leave Berserker behind? I left him because he asked, Scat-Hack replied. What happened there? Ichigo asked. When we arrived at the Einsburn castle, Ilya and Berserker were attacked by Sakura and a wave of black mud, Scat-Hack said. I could sense evil and corruption in the black mud.
It corrupted Sella and Lacerit, Ilya added.
Ichigo raised his eyebrow.
They were my maids who were a homunculus. I see, Ichigo said before looking at Scat-Hack.
Please continue. When we arrived, Ilya was standing on Berserker's shoulders. Beneath them was the black mud. Its black tentacles were trying to submerge Berserker's body into the black mud, corrupting him into another servant for Sakura.
He swung his weapon to destroy the black tentacles but couldn't escape. When he saw Rin and I arrived, he carefully grabbed Ilya and threw her at us. I managed to catch her.
He told us to leave. I nodded as I ran back with both girls.
I was forced to knock her out since she struggled against Scat-Hack's grip, Rin added.
Ilya, Ichigo said. Do you still have a connection with Berserker? I do. But it feels weak. As if something is blocking the connection. I see. Ichigo said. Assassin, do you have any ideas on Sakura's plan? I believe so. Assassin said. According to Pride's memories, Sakura gave 3 orders to all her servants. The first order is to fight any servant of their choosing. The second order is to kill that servant. The third and final order is to kill yourself at midnight. I see. Ichigo turned to Rin and Ilya. Is there anything going on tonight that could be related to magecraft? Ilya and Rin thought for a few seconds before their eyes widened. The lunar eclipse. They shouted. There is much mystical symbolism related to the lunar eclipse, Rin said. So, Sakura must be trying to perform some sort of ritual at midnight. Ichigo concluded. Rin and Ilya nodded. But why would Sakura attack Ilya and Berserker? They haven't directly attacked Sakura. Shiro asked. I think she knows, Ilya said. Know what? Shiro asked. That I'm the vessel of the Lesser Grail, Ilya admitted. What? Rin yelled.
Ichigo and Shiro looked confused.
During the Third Holy Grail War, the Lesser Grail was destroyed.
The Einsburn decided that the Lesser Grail needed to be mobile and capable of protecting itself.
So, they created a homunculus named Irisfiel von Einsburn. But that... Shiro said. Yes.
She was my mother and Kiritsugu's wife.
Ilya finished.
When I was born, I was modified to become the new Lesser Grail.
Alright then.
Ichigo yelled, gaining everyone's attention.
With the information we have, let's form a plan. Everyone nodded. Before you do that, master, I have something to add. Castor said. Go ahead, Castor. Ryudu Temple needs to be defended at all cost. Why? Ichigo asked.
According to the research I've done, Ryudu Temple will be the place where the Greater Grail will form.
Wait, what is the difference between the Lesser and Greater Grail? Shiro asked.
The Lesser Grail is the container that holds the mana from the dead servants, Rin said. The Lesser Grail is then used to summon the Greater Grail, Ilya said.
I see, Ichigo said. Is there anything else? No one replied.
We will have 2 teams, an offensive team, and a defensive team.
The defensive team will remain at Ryudu Temple to protect it and the remaining masters.
The servants will be Tamamo, Angela, Akasha, Mysteria, Castor, Archer, and Gilgamesh.
Why am I on the defensive team? Akasha asked.
I would like to know why as well, Gilgamesh asked.
Because both you are our final hope if the offensive team fails. I see, Akasha said.
Very well, Gilgamesh said. So, all of us are on the offensive team, Artorias said. Correct, Ichigo said.
Angela. Yes, master? Gather your squad and find me Sakura's location.
Very well, Angela said as they all disappeared. Ichigo turned to his servant and allies. For now, rest and get ready.
Everyone nodded in understanding. Shiro. Rin.
Archer said. They turned to see Archer.
What do you want, you traitor? Rin yelled.
Archer is an ally, Ichigo said.
What?
Shiro said.
Why? Rin asked.
I did all of that without a complete understanding of the situation, Archer said. She pulled them aside and began to tell them her story. Ichigo could sense Archer, Shiro, and Rin enter a pocket dimension.
Ichigo turned to see Ilya sitting alone.
Ichigo sat down next to her.
You alright? Ilya sighed. Could I be honest? She asked. Go ahead. I'm not alright. I don't know what to do now. I was raised to believe that Daddy abandoned me to raise Shiro. Now I found it out that was a lie.
Before, I was content with dying after I achieved my revenge, now I'm not sure. Especially since I am going to die one way or another.
What do you mean one way or another?
As you know, I am the vessel for the Lesser Grail. For the Lesser Grail to appear,
I need to die. I knew this before, but now I want to live, but I don't know how. Ilya began to cry.
Ichigo wrapped her in a hug as she cried, trying to comfort the little girl. Ichigo stood there as he patiently waited for her to finish.
Ilya soon stopped crying.
Ilya, I know that this is very difficult for you, but I need to ask you a few questions.
Is that fine? Ilya nodded her head. Thank you. When you become the Lesser Grail, is it your entire body or a certain part?
My heart acts as the catalyst and then transforms my body into the Lesser Grail, Ilya said.
I see. Then I might have a solution. I need to go see someone. Ichigo stood up as entered his Shinigami form and he summoned Kokogetsu. Ichigo stabbed Kokogetsu into the air. Ilya's eyes widened as the blade disappeared.
Ichigo turned the blade clockwise.
In front of Ichigo, a traditional shoji door appeared. The door slid open and Ichigo quickly entered it. Ilya watched as the door slid closed. A few minutes later, the shoji door appeared again.
They opened as Ichigo walked out of it.
Where did you go? Ilya asked.
Just had to console a friend in the Siriidii, Ichigo replied.
Isn't that where Daddy is? Yes, Ichigo answered. Anyways, I needed to get this device.
Ichigo held up a small device in his hand. It appeared similar to a handheld scanner.
What is that for? I am going to use this to create another body for you. Don't ask any questions until the end. I'm not even sure what I'm about to do is going to work. Ichigo warned. Do it, Ilya said. Very well. Ichigo pointed the scanner at Ilya and pressed a button.
A beam shot out of the scanner and began to scan Ilya. Ilya stood still as the scanner scanned her body. A few minutes later, the scanner stopped scanning her. You can relax, Ilya, Ichigo said as the scanner compiled all the data from the scan.
Ilya, how old are you supposed to be? 15. Well, I have some good news and some slightly complicated news. What's the good news? I can create a new body for you. But I need to surgically move all your command seals onto the new body. How long will that take?
Let me get Castor here, Ichigo said.
Castor, when you are available, please come over here. Very well. Give me a few minutes. Castor replied. So Ilya, how tall do you want your body to be? Ichigo asked.
About Onii-chan's height, Ilya replied.
Okay. Ichigo pressed a button and showed Ilya the image. She gasped. What was in front of her is a mirror image of her mother. Is there anything wrong? It's just that, it looks like a mirror image of my mom.
That's what the scanner's algorithm calculated based on the scan and your height request.
Can my hair be a mix of black and silver, similar to hers?
Ilya asked as she pointed at Mysteria, who has pitch black hair on the outer layer and golden blonde on the inside.
Let's see.
Ichigo said as he played with the scanner.
A few minutes later, Ichigo showed Ilya the new image.
The model's hair is black on the outer layer and silver on the inner layer. Soon Castor appeared.
You need something, Master? I do. How long will it take to transfer all of Ilya's command seals into a new body? It depends. Castor replied.
She turned to Ilya.
May I?
Ilya nodded as Castor cast her analysis spells.
Based on my findings, I would be able to do it. How long will it take? I estimate it would take maybe an hour. I see, how long will it take to set up? Not long.
Maybe 10 minutes if I could use her blood to draw the ritual circle.
Okay then. Ichigo pressed a button on the scanner.
A small pill popped out of the butt of the scanner.
Ichigo caught the pill and threw it on the ground. A small pink explosion covered the ground. The dust settled to reveal Ilya's new body. Wow! Ilya admired her new body. How are you going to put my soul into this new body?
Surprisingly easy, Ichigo said as he sent the scanner into his mindscape. Ichigo pulled out a pair of black gloves with a skull engulfed by blue fire. Castor catch her body.
Without warning, Ichigo pushed Ilya's body, separating Ilya's soul from her body.
Ilya's eyes widened when she realized that her soul has been separated from her body. She looked down to see that there is a chain connected to her soul.
Is this my soul? She asked. It is, Ichigo replied. You're going to explain everything to me? Ichigo smiled.
Yes, Ilya, Ichigo said as he severed Ilya's chain of fate.
Gah! Ilya gasped from the pain.
Ichigo grabbed Ilya and shoved her into the new body.
Ilya opened her eyes and tried to stand up. Remain lying on the floor. I need to see if everything worked. Ichigo asked. As he analyzed Ilya.
It appears that the soul is staying with the body, Hogyoku said as she manifested herself.
Is her chain of fate reconnecting with the body? Ichigo asked. No. But it isn't deteriorating. Hogyoku said. Can we do anything to force the chain of fate to connect with the Jigai? Possible. Hogyoku placed her hands on Ilya's chest. Her hands began to glow violet as Hogyoku used her Ryatsu to force Ilya's chain of fate to connect with the Jigai.
Ichigo stood there and watched it happen.
Ichigo, Yawatch said as he appeared. Yes, Yawatch?
With Assassin's help, I managed to create 2 script for you, Yawatch revealed 2 script orbs in his hand.
What do they do? Ichigo asked. One of them allows you to manipulate the shadows,
while the other ones allow you to kill anything, but activating the script is very Ryatsu consuming.
Yawatch warned. Okay, Ichigo replied as he took one of them. I, Kurosaki Ichigo, bestow upon myself this script. Ichigo said as he pushed the script into his chest. Ichigo could feel his Ryatsu subconsciously flowing into the shadows below him. Assassin, please leave my shadow for the time being. Yes, my god. Assassin said as she left Ichigo's shadow. Ichigo began to form tentacles made of shadows. Ichigo then made the shadow into a wall and reinforced it. This is very interesting. Ichigo turned to Yawatch. What else can I do with this? You can also enter the shadow and move through the shadow. However, you can't jump from one shadow into another shadow. It must be all connected. I see, Ichigo said as he submerged himself into the shadow. Ichigo could feel as if he was submerged in water. Ichigo began to walk, discovering that it was exactly like normal. Suddenly Ichigo crashed into an invisible wall. Ichigo crept his head up to see that he arrived at the end of that shadow. Ichigo pulled himself out of the shadow. Ichigo walked back to Yawatch and Assassin. There is one more ability you can do. You also create beings made out of shadows. Are there any limitations? The beings can only follow simple instructions and they can cease to exist if it runs out of Ryatsu. I see. How do I make one? It's a similar process for creating walls and tentacles. Ichigo closed his eyes as he tried to create one. Slowly a humanoid figure rose from the shadows. It was dressed in very dark blue robes with red eyes. Ichigo opened his eyes as the figure stood there. Appear behind Yawatch, Ichigo commanded the shadow ninja. The ninja entered the shadows, appeared behind Yawatch. Come back to me. The shadow ninja once again disappeared into the shadow and appeared beside Ichigo. He reabsorbed the remaining Ryatsu from the shadow ninja. Have you thought of a name of the script? I do. This will be known as Script U, the Umbra. Here is the other one. Yawatch handed Ichigo the other script. I, Kurosaki Ichigo, bestow upon myself this script, Ichigo said as he pushed the other script into his chest. Ichigo began to glow red. He could feel something flowing inside of him. He felt he could do anything, easily kill Aizen, easily kill Yohabaha, kill anyone in his way. Yawatch placed his hand on Ichigo's shoulder. Calm down, Ichigo. Yawatch calmly addressed Ichigo. Ichigo took a few deep breaths as he slowly calmed himself down. Thank you, Yawatch. No problem, Ichigo, Yawatch replied. This will be known as Script S, the Slayer, Ichigo said. Ichigo turned to Hogyoku, who stood up. How did it go? Ichigo asked her. I managed to connect both the soul and the Jigai. I also made sure that her magic circuits fully transferred over. I'll take over. Castor said. She gently picked up Ilya and carried her to a ritual circle. So what do we do with this? Hogyoku asked. Keep her body safe for now. We need Ilya to see what we need to do after. Hogyoku nodded her head as she returned to Ichigo's mindscape. Ichigo turned to see Jean and Avenger helping Artoria use her flagpole as a spear/polearm. How is it going? Ichigo asked. She's improving very well, Jean said. Hello, Ichigo. Artoria said. Hello, Artoria. How is training? It's going well. Artoria tightened her grip on the flag. I'm not sure why Murden gave me this flag, but I will continue to train with it. Ichigo nodded his head in understanding. Did the merger with Saber result in anything? It did. Artoria brought out Excalibur and Avalon. I discovered that I've gained resistance to holy attacks and increased damage to holy beings. Interesting. Anything else? I could also change into her, Artoria said as she began to glow golden. Artoria's cold yellow eyes turned green. Her black and red armor changed to blue and silver. Excalibur turned golden. When I am in this form, I gain resistance to demonic attacks and increase damage to demonic beings. Interesting, and you didn't have these abilities before. No. I see, how often can you do the change? As often as I want, Artoria replied. I see. Is there anything else?
I also gained her memories, Artoria added.
Oh. Are there any similarities?
From what I could tell, it deviates from main decisions from the past and the Fourth Holy Grail War.
I see. Continue with your training with both forms. Artoria nodded as she began to practice using her flagpole. How are you feeling, Avenger? I'm a good master.
Although I wish to burn the enemies now than waiting.
Ichigo cracked a small smile. Patience, my dragon witch.
Once we gather enough information, we shall set you loose to burn all my foes with your fiery vengeance.
Excellent. Avenger said. Ichigo walked to Mysteria and Tamamo. How are the defenses coming? It's going well, husband, Tamamo replied. Why did you call me husband? Because I want you to be my husband, Tamamo replied. Ichigo groaned. We'll figure that out later. Okay, Tamamo? Figure out what, husband?
Ichigo groaned at Tamamo smirked.
Can you tell me how the additional defenses are coming?
Castor managed to plant the seeds for all of her Dragon Tooth Warrior by the base of the mountain.
Those will be used as the first line of defense.
Due to Ryudu Temple's ward, they all have to climb up the stairs. We added various trap spells, runes, and seals on the stairs. They all are designed to be similar to landmines, to activate when someone steps on it, or a certain time after.
Mysteria explained.
I see. What about flying monsters or super large monster? We got something for that as well, Mysteria said. We have our gravity runes which will activate if a giant monster stepped on it. It binds the giant monster with gravity runes which increase the gravity around it by 10 times.
What about the flying monsters? I have fox spurts all around the forests. They will detect any anomalies and will destroy all the threats. Tamamo said. What else can do you? Ichigo asked.
As you know, casters are traditionally defensive/supportive types of servants.
I am not an exception. I can cast all kinds of spells. What about the mirror? Ichigo asked. This is my noble phantasm. I can use it as a melee weapon. Tamamo grabbed her mirror and swung it around.
I can also use it to activate my noble phantasm, Eightfold Blessing of Amaterasu. For a short period, I can reduce the magic needed to cast my spells, heal myself and increase the power of magic spells. This effect is also passed to nearby allies. Though, with the amount of energy I'm getting from you, it may be obsolete. I see. What spells can you do? All kinds of spells. Healing spells, curses, enchantments, illusions, just to name a few. I see. Not to be mean, but it seems kind of lackluster for someone who was a fragment of Amaterasu. I know. To be summoned as a servant, I cut off my tails. Tamamo freed her single tail from her robe. It reduced much of my abilities. If I was in my full power, I access to more techniques and authority. I see. After this, I'll help you regain your strength. Very well, husband, Tamamo said. Please call me Ichigo, not husband, Ichigo said. Very well, master, Tamamo said with a smirk. Ichigo groaned as he walked away from her. Ichigo. Angela and her squad have just returned. Mysteria said. Thank you, Mysteria, Ichigo said. Everyone, please gather in the main room in the temple. Ichigo broadcast through the servant connection. A few minutes later, everyone sat down in the main room of the temple. Ichigo could see Chad holding Ilya. As she gets used to her new body. Are all of you alright? Ichigo asked. Yes, Ichigo, Chad replied. It feels weird. I'm still not used to being this tall. Ilya said. You'll get used to it, Ichigo said. Shiro, Rin, and Archer finally returned. Wait. What happened to Ilya? Shiro asked. I removed her soul and put it in another body. Ichigo casually said.
What? That's something possible with Heaven's Feel. Rin said. What? Shiro asked.
Heaven's Feel is what Magus called the third true magic. It allows the user to materialize the soul, which stops the soul from dispersing once it no longer has an anchor.
Rin explained. Interesting.
These gloves allow me to eject the soul from the body. Ichigo held up the gloves. The soul is connected to the body by something known as the chain of fate. Once the chain of fate is severed, it begins to deteriorate. Once the chain of fate has fully deteriorated, the soul is corrupted and becomes a monster, known as a hollow. The Shinigami are tasked to purify the hollow and make sure souls are sent away from the land of the living, allowing them to enter the reincarnation cycle or to Soul Society, where they can live.
Ichigo explained. Angela and her squad returned. Are all of you alright?
Yes.
Some minor injuries, something you don't need to be concerned about. Angela replied. Very well. What did you find?
We found a few places that had some amount of mana around it. The first place was the Fuyuki church that the supervisor from the church sent. We discovered that he was in fact an ally with Sakura. We tried to capture him, but he managed to escape us when Berserker charged in and attacked us.
Berserker. Is he alright? Ilya asked.
Wait. You're Berserker's master.
How are you here? Angela asked. Ichigo remembered that Angela and her squad weren't here when Ilya returned.
He quickly updated her on the situation.
I see. Angela nodded.
Berserker appeared to be more berserk than before.
Oh no, Ilya said.
Everyone turned to her.
When Berserker was first summoned, I couldn't control him at all.
Even with the extra command seals, it took a long time for us to connect.
Anyways, we all managed to escape Berserker. Seeing this, we decided to check out another hotspot of mana. We moved to the forest and arrived at a destroyed castle. The Einsburn estate. Ilya mumbled. When we arrived, the only thing we saw were destroyed buildings. We explored the castle and managed to find this. Angela pulled out a vial of black liquid. That's the black mud. Ilya identified. Angela handed the liquid to Castor. I'll analyze this to see what it is,
Castor said as she left the room.
We left the ruins to check out the last place.
It turns out to be located in a populated neighborhood.
While we explored the neighborhood, we spotted her.
She was standing in the courtyard of a house. She spotted us and smiled.
All of us summoned our weapon, ready to attack her.
She continued to smile as she pointed around her.
We realized what she meant.
If we attacked her, the local civilians would be in danger. So, we need to evacuate all the civilians, Ichigo said.
How? Shiro asked. Ichigo pulled out the trainer. We will create a copy of Fuyuki City in the trainer. We go to every house and make sure all civilians are asleep.
After that, we place them in the duplicate house unaware of what's going on.
Ichigo proposed. Is it safe for them to be in the trainer like that? Shiro asked. Is that what you did with the residents of Ryudu Temple? Rin asked. No. I moved them to a safe location. Ichigo answered. Shouldn't we do that with the rest of the citizens?
I don't think she has enough room for the rest of the citizens, Ichigo said.
Tamamo, do you have any basic hypnosis spells? I do. Give me a few moments. Tamamo said as she pulled out a few talismans and wrote something on it. Here. Tamamo gave Ichigo the talismans.
By placing this on the house, it would make everyone in the house to immediately want to go to bed.
Give it about a minute and everyone in the house will be asleep. Are these talismans reusable? Ichigo asked. They are. As long as the talismans are not destroyed. Ichigo turned to Angela. Do you think your squad could handle it? We can.
Ichigo showed Angela how to import people into the trainer and how to create a copy of the house.
After that, Angela and her squad disappeared. Castor walked back with the black mud vial.
I finished my analysis and quite surprised what's in here.
What's in there? Shiro asked. The physical manifestation of evil. Castor said. Ungra Menu. Ichigo said. So, he has returned. Artorias said. Not fully. Castor said.
The liquid doesn't have any indicator of a servant's noble phantasm.
So what does that mean then? Rin asked. This means that someone was given the same ability as Ungra Menu. But that's impossible, Ilya shouted.
Everyone turned to her confused. In the Einsburn library, there was a thought experiment.
An experiment where a human fused with a servant as it was being summoned.
The human would suppress the servant's thoughts and gain all of their powers.
Ilya explained. Reminds me of the Vizard's hollow suppression technique. Ichigo thought. We should see how they are doing. Zangetsu chimed in. So, we are thinking that Sakura gained Ungra Menyu's abilities, Ichigo said. Ilya and Castor nodded their heads. Would it be possible for the servant to take over the power, essentially suppressing the human's thoughts and take over the body?
That possibility was also brought up, Ilya said. So, it is possible that Sakura isn't in control of her actions.
It could be Ungra Menu in control of Sakura's body. Rin said. Ilya, did the Einsburn test out that theory? I don't know. Ichigo nodded his head. Tamamo, Castor. Yes, Master? Castor asked. Do both of you know any spells to combat possession? Ichigo asked. I don't. Castor admitted. But I do, Tamamo said.
The thing is that it is very time-consuming to prepare and do.
I see, Ichigo said.
You're thinking of trying to separate the two, Rin said.
Correct.
Even if we separate the two, we still have to defeat Ungra Menu, Ilya said. For now, rest and get ready for the incoming fight, Ichigo said.
They all nodded.
Ilya joined Rin and Shiro. They followed Archer outside.
Ichigo, what would you have me do? Chad asked.
For now, I want you to rest and recover from what happened earlier, Ichigo said.
But I'm Dash. Chad. I can tell you're not fine. Just stay here. Chad nodded his head as he walked back to Ryder. Castor, Tamamo, and Mysteria. Yes, Master? Castor said. Can you make some sort of charm that could repel against Ungra Menyu's curses? I will see what we can do, Mysteria said as they all walked to another room. Ichigo summoned Longinus. Ichigo sat down and placed the spear on his lap as he entered Jinzen. Scene change, Longinus Mindscape. Ichigo once again appeared Longinus's Mindscape. Hello Ichigo, what can I do for you? Jesus greeted him. Hello, Jesus. I have a few questions about Longinus's abilities.
I'll try my best to answer them.
How do I purify a person? It's really simple. You must cover the person with holy energy. So, I would stab them with Longinus? Ichigo asked. You don't need to stab them.
It would work if they are just touching Longinus.
What about if they are far away? Ichigo asked.
It would be less effective since the corruption could have earlier time to resist a long-range purification.
Is there anything else I need to do? Ichigo asked. The last step is to say this prayer.
Have mercy on me, O God, according to your steadfast love, according to your abundant mercy blot out my transgressions. Wash me thoroughly from my iniquity and cleanse me from my sin, and then concentrate your holy energy into purifying them.
1. Jesus instructed. I see, will it even work even though I'm not a Christian or Catholic? It will.
The prayer is a way to help you get into the mindset needed to purify someone with Longinus.
Ichigo was about to ask Jesus another question when Ichigo could feel someone shake his body. Scene change, Ryudu Temple.
Ichigo opened his eyes to see Avenger in front of him.
Avenger, what's going on?
Come and see for yourself, Avenger replied. He grabbed the Longinus and sent it back to his mindscape.
Ichigo walked to the entrance of Ryudu Temple to see black mud geysers shoot from the ground. Is that?
Yes.
More of the black mud. Castor said.
Luckily the wards can prevent the raining black mud from entering the temple, Mysteria said.
Ichigo could see the black mud landing on the barrier and slipping back down. Has anyone contacted Angela yet? Ichigo asked. Jean and Scathach shook their head. Angela, do you copy?
Yes, Master.
Angela replied. Did you guys finish yet? No. We will have a few more neighborhoods to go.
Ever since the black mud geyser started, we were forced to knock the people out and sent them straight into the trainer.
Do you need assistance?
Yes.
We need more fast servants to gather the rest of the people.
Also, be careful, the black mud can form monsters to attack.
Thanks for the warning. I'm sending Scathach and Reiku over to you,
Ichigo said as he cut the connection.
Scathach and Reiku, go and assist them. They nodded.
Wait, Tamomo said as she and Castor took out a handful of charms.
We managed to create these charms. Castor began to hand them out.
These charms will prevent the black mud from corrupting you.
Scathach and Reiku grabbed one each and put it on.
They could feel a thin layer of magic wrapped itself around their body.
Get some more for Angela and her group, Castor said.
They nodded as they grabbed a few more. Stay safe, Ichigo said.
Don't worry, Ichigo, Scathach replied. Don't worry. Mama is going to be fine, Reiku reassured. They quickly ran out of Ryudu Temple.
Very well, Ichigo said as he took a charm from Castor and placed it around his neck.
Everyone placed the charm on. Everyone's ready?
Wait, Ilia said.
Ichigo looked at her.
What about Berserker?
Are you planning on killing him? If that is the last resort, Ichigo answered. Oh, Ilia replied.
Assassin sunk into Ichigo's shadow.
Artoria shifted to her holy form. Ichigo. I'm coming with you,
Akasha said as she glared at Ichigo. Ichigo sighed as he remembered the times when Mocha would glare at him like that.
Fine, Ichigo said. Akasha transformed into her battle attire.
Ichigo, Artoria, Akasha, Jean, and Avenger left Ryudu Temple, leaving Shiro, Rin, Chad, Ryder, Tamomo, Mysteria, Castor, Archer and Gilgamesh to defend Ryudu Temple.
Will Ichigo and them be alright? Chad asked. Don't worry about Master. He will be fine, Gilgamesh reassured. Scene change, Matu residence, basement. Sakura was in her basement. In her arms is a black grail dripping out black mud.
She ignored the black mud as she stared at Berserker.
He was restrained by the black mud. He was corrupted by the black mud. Despite this, Berserker wasn't fully under her control.
She had to use her command seals to get him to do anything.
Is it because of his mad enhancement, or is this a way Berserker's attempt to remain loyal to Ilia? Sakura thought as she stared at her servant. Mistress.
It appears Ichigo ordered his servants to evacuate all the citizens of Fuyuki City, Kirai said as he walked down the stairs.
I see, so they are coming. They are. Ichigo and a few servants just left Ryudu Temple. They took over Ryudu Temple? Yes. Ichigo and his allies took over Ryudu Temple and Castor servants reinforced the wards around it. My familiars can't get through, Kirai reported. I see, Sakura said. Stall them as much as you can.
As you wish, mistress, Kirai said as he walked away.
Sakura smiled as her red eye grew brightly. Scene change, Matu residence. Ichigo and his servants arrived at the neighborhood. Angela spotted Sakura. Keep an eye out. We don't know what trap she has, Ichigo warned.
They nodded as they carefully approached the resident. Master, there appears to be a ward around this place, Scathach reported.
Any dangers to us? Ichigo asked. It doesn't appear so. Proceed with caution.
They all carefully approached the house. They soon crossed the ward line. They soon arrived at a black gate.
On the side, it said Matu on it. They easily slid the door open and entered the residence.
They soon spotted a man standing outside on the porch.
Kotomine Kirii, the master of assassin in the Fourth Holy Grail War. Artoria identified.
Suddenly he dashed towards them. In each hand were 3 long and slender rapier-like swords, wielded as if they were claws. He swung as the group.
Jean blocked the attack with her flagpole. Akasha and Avenger charged in at Kotomine. Avenger tried to stab him with her flag. He pushed himself away from Jean, dodging Avenger's attacks.
Akasha pointed her guns at Kotomine and fired bullets at him.
He used his swords to block the bullets, shattering the blades. Kotomine causally threw the bladeless handles as he pulled more from his sleeves.
Suddenly they heard a loud crash as Berserker charged out of the house.
Rahh! He yelled as he ran towards Ichigo. Jean and Akasha continue with Kotomine. Jean and Akasha nodded.
Artoria, Avenger, distract Berserker, Ichigo ordered.
Artoria and Avenger nodded as they charged towards Berserker. Artoria and Avenger used to hit and run tactics to keep Berserker occupied. Artoria would charge in front of Berserker, getting his attention.
Avenger would attack his unguarded back. Berserker's attention would shift to Avenger, then Artoria would use the chance to attack Berserker, once again shifting the attention back at her.
Ichigo activated Scriptu, the Umbra.
He summoned the shadows around Berserker and had them wrap around Berserker.
Rahh!
Berserker yelled as he tried to free himself from the shadows.
Ichigo had more shadows wrap themselves around Berserker. Rahh!
Berserker yelled as he continued to struggle against the shadows. Ichigo summoned Longinus and stabs Berserker in the chest.
Rahh!
Berserker yelled as struggled harder against the shadows. Ichigo gathers his Ryatsu and pushes it through Longinus.
Have mercy on me, O God. Ichigo prayed. Longinus began to release holy energy.
According to your steadfast love. Berserker continued to struggle against the shadows. According to your abundant mercy, blot out my transgressions.
The holy energy began to surround Ichigo and Berserker.
Wash me thoroughly from my iniquity. Berserker's black skin began to crack as a golden light began to shine through.
And cleanse me from my sin. The shadows that bind Berserker were destroyed, but he remains there. And then concentrate your holy energy into purifying them.
Ichigo finished as they were blinded by the golden holy light.
Gah! Kotomine growled as some of the holy energy hit him. Scathach saw Kotomine distracted by the holy energy.
She used her spear to decapitate him. Jean was mesmerized by the holy light, while Avenger covered her eyes.
The light died down to see Berserker back to normal. Ichigo pulled Longinus out of Berserker.
The wound immediately closed back up.
Thank you, Ichigo.
Berserker said.
No problem, Ichigo said.
Suddenly the ground began to shake.
Cracks began to form around them. Violet light began to shine through the cracks. What's going on? Jean asked. I'm not sure.
It has to do with Sakura.
Ichigo concluded.
The ground around them gave through as a geyser of black mud shot out from the ground. Ichigo raised his hand as he activated Script V, the Ventis, creating a barrier made from air. They could see Sakura floating beside the black geyser.
It's too late. The ritual has started. Sakura announced. Ichigo, what's going on there? Yasaka said, thought the peerage link. Yasaka? What's happening on your end? I could sense something redirecting the natural flow of the ley lines toward Fuyuki City. Can you stop it or divert it away? I can. Do it.
I'll try. I could see that you're trying to stop it, Sakura commented as the violet light started to get weaker. But I already said that it's too late. Sakura screamed. The black mud began to bubble and something rose from the black mud. It had a human shape dressed in armor. Some wielded swords while others wielded spears. Go! Sakura ordered. The black mud warriors charged at them. Berserker! Ichigo yelled. Berserker turned to Ichigo. Ichigo placed a few of the charms around Berserker. This will prevent the black mud from corrupting you again. Rah! Berserker said. Ichigo lowered the barrier around them. Berserker charged at the black mud warriors and attacked them with his stone sword. Ichigo returned Longinus for Kokugetsu. Everyone charged at the warriors. The Holy Grail. The Holy Grail. They chanted as they fought against Ichigo. Getsuga Tensho. Ichigo yelled as he fired his signature technique at the enemy. It managed to destroy them. But they managed to regenerate and continued to charge at Ichigo. Ichigo and all the servants continued to destroy the mud warriors. For everyone they kill off, more come forward. We need to end this, Ichigo said. How? Akasha asked. Maybe my noble phantasm, Jean suggested. No. I will not allow you to use that. Ichigo yelled. We need to end this, at the source, Avenger suggested as she looked at Sakura. Ichigo, go and stop this. We'll handle the mud warriors. Artorias said. Alright then, Ichigo said as he shunpeied in front of Sakura. Sakura was slightly shocked at Ichigo's sudden appearance. She was using the black mud as a platform for her to stand, while Ichigo was standing on the air in front of her. Sakura, why are you doing this? Ichigo asked. Why? It's because I need to repay a debt I have. A debt? Yes, a debt. To my master. For he was the only one who cared enough to help me at my darkest time. She answered. Black mud shot out and attacked Ichigo. Ichigo dodges the attack. What are you even doing? Ichigo asked. My master, an ordinary human being. But he was chosen to be Engramainu, the physical manifestation of all the world's evil. My master is simply returning the burden to the world. Sakura answered as the black mud continued their attempts to attack Ichigo. Why though? Why does your master wish to do that? Ichigo asked. Simple. He never asked to be the holder of all the world's evil and wishes to return it to the world. By cursing everyone with the corruption in the mud? Every human on this planet can be evil. Some suppress the evil and embrace the good. Some suppress the good and embrace the evil. This never-ending battle between good and evil causes chaos, mayhem, destruction, death. My master isn't trying to kill the world. He is trying to save it. Sakura said. Ichigo looked at Sakura. Ichigo looked and realized what Sakura and her master were doing. Ichigo remembered a quote that talks about this. What do you do when there is an evil you cannot defeat by just means? Do you stain your hands with evil to destroy evil? Or do you remain steadfastly just and righteous even if it means surrendering to evil? 2. So, your master wishes to try to use all the world's evil to stop the evil of humanity. So, what about the remaining evil? Ichigo asked. Sakura didn't reply. If that is how you truly feel, then, I'm sorry. Ichigo switched Kokugetsu with Longinus. For the lesser evil of humanity is better than the greater evil of the world. 3. Ichigo said as he shunpeied in front of Sakura and stabbed her with Longinus. Have mercy on me, O God. Ichigo prayed. Longinus began to release holy energy. According to your steadfast love. No! Sakura screamed. The black mud charged at Ichigo. According to your abundant mercy, blot out my transgressions. The holy energy began to surround Ichigo and Sakura, protecting him from the black mud's attacks.
Wash me thoroughly from my iniquity. Stop it! Sakura yelled as she tried to push Ichigo away. Her red eye began to flash. And cleanse me from my sin and then concentrate your holy energy into purifying them. Ichigo finished. Ichigo and Sakura were blinded by golden holy light. Scene change. Ichigo opened his eyes to see him standing in an empty place. Ichigo could see nothing there. Hello. Someone said. Ichigo turned around to see someone standing there. He had dark skin, black hair, and glyphs tattooed all over his body. His clothing consists of a tattered red waistcloth, a bandana of the same color, and black bandages on his forearms and shins. Angra Mainyu? Ichigo guessed. I am. Angra Mainyu replied. So why am I here? I wish to talk with you. Talk with me? Yes. You see. Angra Mainyu is split into two aspects, the human and the monster. In front of you is the human aspect. What is controlling Sakura is the monster aspect. We were both used to be the same, but one decision changed that. When I was younger and first become Angra Mainyu, I hated humanity. I hated my people for cursing me like this. Many knew me as a monster. However, as time progressed, and my people dying before my eyes, I started to like the world. And with that simple thought, Angra Mainyu broke apart. So why am I here? I want to thank you for stopping the monster aspect. He said. Thanks? No problem. I have one small request. Name it. Forgive Sakura. Angra Mainyu said. Ichigo looked confused. When Sakura was younger, she was thrown into a pit full of crestworms. Ichigo looked confused. Image large worms. Ichigo nodded. Anyways, these worms devoured her flesh and entered her body in any way possible. And I meant any way possible, even places which shouldn't be touched. Ichigo growled in brotherly anger. Anyways, her cries were ignored by her guardian. She was soon implanted the fragments of the corrupted Holy Grail. At the time, my monster aspect was inside the Holy Grail. My monster aspect pitted her, saved her, and used her. I see. Ichigo said. I will see what I can do. That is all I'm asking for. Angra Mainyu said as Ichigo was blinded by white light. Scene change, outside Meta residence. Ichigo opened his eyes to see that Longinus was still in Sakura's chest. Ichigo pulled Longinus out of her chest. Suddenly all the black mud began to consolidate. Ichigo shunpaed down, carrying the unconscious Sakura. You managed to remove Angra Mainyu from her? Jean guessed. I did. Keep her safe. Ichigo handed Sakura to Jean. Ichigo turned to Artoria. Do you think Excalibur would be able to destroy all of that? Ichigo asked as all the black mud gathered to form a giant black ball above them. I can try. But it will take a minute. Artoria said as she began to gather her mana into Excalibur. The black mud sphere began to fall. It's trying to flood everything, Ichigo said. I'm ready, Artoria said as she raised Excalibur above her head. The blade began to release golden energy. Excalibur! She yelled as she swung her blade down. The golden energy shot straight towards the falling black mud. The attack crashed directly into the black mud, causing a massive explosion. Artoria lowered her blade. Suddenly the black mud slammed into the ground, flooding everywhere with waves of black mud. Ichigo quickly activated Scrift G, the Gaia, and raised the earth around them. How did it survive my attack? Artoria asked. The black mud can resist an anti-fortress noble phantasm. We need something stronger. Jean said. Jesus, do you think Longinus would be able to purify all the black mud? I don't think so. I believe Longinus might even be corrupted by all the black mud. I see. Ichigo turned to Akasha. Will your noble phantasm be able to destroy the black mud? No.
I believe if I use it, the black mud will corrupt it. I'm going to try something, Ichigo said as he equipped the Jigaku no Yoroi. Ichigo took a breath as he sprayed hellfire from his hands to the black mud below him. They all stood there and watched as the corrupted fire began to burn the black mud. What was that? Avenger asked, mesmerized by the chaotic fire.
Hellfire, Ichigo answered. Hellfire? Jean asked. As in the fire used to punish the devil and his angels? Yes? Ichigo answered.
Ichigo noticed that the black mud was trying to escape the hellfire. Ichigo commanded the hellfire to split into groups to trap the black mud.
After a few minutes, all the black mud was burned away.
Ichigo stuck out his hand as the remaining hellfire shot towards his hand and returned to hell. Ichigo stomped his foot down. The stone pillar began to sink to the ground. Everyone, when possible, regroups with me at Ryudo Temple, Ichigo announced as he vanished his armor.
A few minutes later, everyone met up back at Ryudo Temple. Caster, can you please see if Sakura okay? Ichigo asked.
Very well, master. Caster said as Jean handed her to Caster.
Caster carried the unconscious Sakura to a guest room as she began her diagnostics. Tamamo and Mysteria, can you two go through the town and clean up any damages from the battle?
Yes, master, Tamamo replied.
I can't. I'm still the ward keeper. I can't leave the wards.
I see, Ichigo said.
Yasaka, can you hear me?
Yes, Ichigo.
So, you managed to stop it?
I have, Ichigo confirmed.
Can you send me the ward keeper of Ryudo Temple over here? I can.
Have Mysteria carve the needed symbol on a door. Ichigo turned to Mysteria.
Yasaka is going to send the ward keeper back over here. She said that you need to carve a symbol on a door.
Mysteria nodded as she walked to a nearby door and carved a symbol on it.
A few seconds later, the symbol glowed as Ryudo Ryu entered the room. Hello, Mysteria, is it over? He asked.
It is, Mysteria replied.
Very well. Mysteria and Ryu walked away.
When Mysteria returned, get started on repairing any damages, Ichigo said.
Yes, master. So what are going to do about the Holy Grail? Ilya asked. Does it even have enough mana? Rin asked. What do you mean enough mana? Shiro asked.
To use the Lesser Grail, 6 servants worth of mana is needed to use the Holy Grail. 7 servants worth to reach the root.
Rin explained. After analyzing the Lesser Grail, I've determined that it doesn't have any mana in it. What about all the mana from Sakura's servants? Shiro asked. All that mana went to the Lesser Grail in Sakura, Ichigo said. So, what should we do with it? Shiro asked.
We'll destroy it, Ichigo said.
What? Rin. Think about everything that happened. How many people would have died if we didn't evacuate the entire town?
But the Holy Grail War was supposed to be a secret, Rin argued. And yet, the news reported all the disappearance of children due to Gillis Darius and his master, Artoria commented.
You should know. You almost were one of those children. Archer added. Rin sighed in defeat. Even if we do this, the Mages Association will find out and they may retaliate.
Ichigo chuckled before beginning to laugh. Rin and Ilya stared at Ichigo as he laughed.
Ichigo soon calmed down. Sorry about that.
I was imagining a group of Magus coming here to attack those who are my friends. Ichigo said as he got serious. I charged into Gates of Heaven when I was 15 to rescue a friend. I shattered the gates of hell when I was 17 to rescue my sisters.
Magus who believe they are the strongest in the world is nothing compared to what I've fought before.
Ichigo declared. Ilya and Rin stared at Ichigo to see if he was lying. They found no signs of lying.
Very well, Rin said. Ilya and I will try to dismantle the Holy Grail system.
I'll go with you.
As a ruler-class servant, I may have proper authorization to adjust the Holy Grail system. Jean added. Suddenly Hogyoku and Kyoka appeared. We'll join you, Hogyoku said as Kyoka nodded. Who are you? I'm Kyoka. I am one of the many fragments of Ichigo's soul. Just how many secrets are you hiding? Rin asked. Ichigo smiled. Come on. Rin-san. Ichigo will not reveal his secrets to just anyone. Kyoka said. Rin sighed.
Rin, Ilya, Jean, Hogyoku and Kyoka left to try and dismantle the Holy Grail system.
Castor re-entered the room. Castor, how is she? Physically, she is fine. However, she is in a coma. Castor replied. I see.
So Shiro, Archer said as she stared at him.
Have you thought about what I've told you? I have. Should I be allowed to be like that?
Shiro, statistics show that 2 people die every second somewhere in the world. So how will you save those people?
It doesn't matter. If I manage to save them. What matters is the attempt.
Then you will become someone similar to the Shiro in my timeline, abandoning everyone that cared for him to save the faceless masses. Those faceless masses will call you a hero until you fail.
Once you fail, they will deem you as a villain and a failure.
Archer said as she walked away from Shiro.
Why is he too stubborn? Archer thought. Based on your story, Shiro didn't feel the love and care in your timeline. However, there is a chance of that with Ilya and Rin in the picture.
Ichigo replied as they watched as Rin, Ilya, Jean, Hogyoku, and Kyoka returned.
So what happened? Ichigo asked.
Well, it is possible to dismantle the Holy Grail system.
Rin said. We must first separate the servants from the Holy Grail first, Hogyoku said.
Castor, Assassin, and Archer, Ichigo called out. Castor and Archer looked at as Assassin floated out of Ichigo's shadow. I promised all of you a chance for a new life with me.
Do you still wish for that? I do.
I swore vengeance to Aphrodite, and you promised me that chance.
Castor replied.
Very well then, Ichigo said as he summoned a Bishop Chaos piece.
This might feel weird, Ichigo said as he pushed the piece inside Castor. Suddenly Castor began to glow. Castor could feel something completing, as if she was missing something and just found it.
Castor's eyes widened when she realized what happened.
You all right, Castor?
You managed to fully pull me out of the throne of heroes.
Castor said. What do you mean? Ichigo replied.
When servants are summoned, only a part is summoned while the rest remains in the throne of heroes. What you did is that you pulled the remaining parts of me from the throne of heroes here.
I see.
Ichigo accepted the answer as he moved to Assassin. If my god is willing to bless me, then I will happily accept. Ichigo nodded as he summoned a pawn chaos piece and pushed it into Assassin.
Assassin glowed, just like Castor. Are you all right, Assassin? Yes, my god.
Your magic has granted me a rebirth to serve you.
Assassin said.
Ichigo shook his head as he turned to Archer.
Yes. This might be my only chance to escape being a counter-guardian. Archer replied. Archer, Rin said. You wouldn't rather be my familiar? No, Rin, Archer said. Knowing you, you would use me to be an actual servant.
Cleaning up the house, cook for you, assist you in finishing the jewel sword and other stuff. I feel that Ichigo will allow me to live how I wish to live.
If you follow a few rules, Ichigo added. I see. Rin said.
Besides, you wouldn't want me to interfere with any of your plans, especially since I can technically become the head of the Tosaka clan.
After all, I'm still technically you. Archer added.
Rin glared at her as Archer smiled. Ichigo summoned another pawn chaos piece and pushed it into Archer.
Archer also glowed as she becomes a human again.
Thank you, Master, for this, Archer said as she hugged him.
Ichigo smiled at the action. What about Berserker? Ilya asked. You could bind him as a familiar. Wouldn't the strain from binding him as familiar overload my magic circuits? Ilya asked. Not anymore.
Berserker answered.
You're sane, Ilya said.
Berserker chuckled. I have. Berserker answered. It was due to Ichigo's purification. He managed to restore me to my true self.
I see. Ilya said. What if you go out of control? I might be able to help with that.
Castor said as she brought out 12 large bands.
Medea.
Berserker said.
Hello, Heracles. It's good to see you sane.
Castor replied. Anyways, these bands will help restrain your powers, each band restricting 1/13 of your total power.
How will I release the restraints?
Berserker asked.
Do you trust Ilya? I do.
Then she will have this.
Castor took out a small golden ring. She will be the one who will release your restraints, one at a time.
Castor handed Ilya the ring as she placed the bands on Berserker, 3 on each arm and leg.
How do you feel? Ilya asked.
I feel weaker and heavier, as if I am carrying the weight of the world again. Berserker said.
Good. Give it a bit of time and you'll get used to it. So how will I unseal Berserker? Ilya asked.
You need to say this phrase, by my command, you completed the first labor. Each labor relates to one of the bands.
I see, Ilya said.
Berserker, can you kneel in front of me?
I need to place my hand on your head. Berserker took a knee as he lowered his head down.
Ilya placed her hand on Berserker's head.
In the name of Ilyasviel von Einsburn, I bind thee to me as my familiar. She said. A red seal appeared below them.
All the command seals on her body glowed and disappeared. Ilya could feel her servant connection to Berserker changed. Soon the red glow died down.
Are you all right, Ilya? Ichigo asked.
I'm all right, Ilya said as Berserker stood up.
How are you feeling, Berserker? Good, mistress. He said. Mistress? Ilya asked. It's how a butler would address his mistress. He said as his clothes transformed into a white suit with a striped dress shirt and black bow tie.
He handed her a red rose. Despite his heroic feats, he was a gentleman at heart, Castor added. Chad, the silent giant, turned to Ryder.
Do you wish to remain here? Chad asked. I do.
I had fun with you, Maestro.
Ryder replied.
Chad, Ichigo said.
Chad looked at him. Did you figure out how you managed to summon Ryder? No. I know.
Ryder said.
Ichigo and Chad turned to Ryder. It's because of that.
Ryder pointed at Chad's coin necklace.
My necklace? Chad pulled his necklace and could see a faded snake carved on the necklace.
That necklace was used to worship me, Quetzalcoatl. Ryder said.
Oh, Chad replied.
He placed his hand on Ryder.
In the name of Yasutora Sato, I bind thee to me as my familiar. He said.
Chad looked at his hand to see the command seals glowed and disappeared. Chad could feel his servant's connection to Ryder changed. Soon the red glow died down.
You okay, Ryder? I am Maestro and call me Quetzalcoatl or Quests. Quest said. Jean sighed.
I feared this would happen, Jean said.
What happened, Jean?
One servant must be at the Holy Grail to initiate the process and be used as fuel to dismantle the Holy Grail system.
What?
So, one servant will be sacrificed to dismantle the Holy Grail system, Ichigo concluded.
Correct, Jean said. Is there any alternative way? I'm not sure. It will require to delve into the archives of the Tosaka, Matu, and Einsburn. Rin said. I see.
Ichigo turned to his servants.
Which of you wish to make the necessary sacrifice? I will. Angela immediately answered. Oh. I thought you would be one of the ones who wished to live again.
Oh, I do want another chance to live again, but not in this timeline.
Due to how primitive it is compared to the timeline I'm from. Angela said.
I see, Ichigo said. However, Angela said as she summoned her squad. I will allow any of you to join Ichigo if you wish, Angela announced to her squad.
Hannah stood up. As expected, Angela said. You're not surprised that we wish to leave your squad? Hannah asked. No. I'm not.
You didn't go through the intense brainwashing process like the others.
Angela said. Angela, follow me.
Let me show you what is ended to be done to start the process.
Jean said. Angela, can I use your squad to help put everyone back to their homes?
Sure, Angela replied as they disappeared. Ichigo and everyone began the tedious effort of returning everyone to their respective homes. Time skip, 2 hours later. With everyone's help, all the unconscious citizens were pulled from the trainer and placed in the correct house. Shiro and Rin helped figure out which person belonged in which house.
Soon everyone met back at Ryudu Temple.
There waiting for everyone was Angela and Jean.
So is everything ready? Ichigo asked.
Yes, Jean said. Angela knows what to do to end the Holy Grail system, Jean said as Angela nodded.
Ichigo turned to Artoria and summoned a night piece. This is your last chance to back out, Ichigo said. I want this. She answered.
Ichigo pushed the piece inside her.
Suddenly there was an explosion of mana. Artoria,
Ichigo said as the blew the dust away.
Ichigo took a knee beside her. Are you all right?
I am, Artoria said as she stood up. Ichigo was shocked at what happened.
Artoria has gotten slightly older and taller.
In her hand was a black spear with red spikes on the side.
Artoria,
where did you get the spear?
Artoria looked at the spear. Impossible, she said. What's impossible? Ichigo asked.
You somehow pulled not only my body from the Battle of Camlin, but you managed to bring Rangaminia to me as well, Artoria said.
So you wield both Excalibur and Rangaminia now? Ichigo asked. I am. Wait, what did you mean when you said your body at the Battle of Camlin? Artoria gave him a sad smile. At my dying breath, Ayala appeared before me.
I agreed to become a counter-guardian if I were to get the Holy Grail. This resulted in me appearing in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th Holy Grail War, with the anomalies to my summoning.
I see. You gain access to another noble phantasm? Ichigo assumed. Correct.
I can use Rangaminiad to release a large cyclone of energy, enough to destroy any fortress.
Impressive, Ichigo said.
I can also call for my trusted steed to ride into battle, Artoria said.
Suddenly a horse appeared.
It was fully black with a white mane, red eyes, and covered in silver and red armor.
Ichigo, just how powerful are those pieces? Rin asked. I don't know. Originally these were a gift. He told me to pour my energy into them.
When I was done, my energy caused the pieces to evolve further.
Ichigo said.
He turned to Gilgamesh.
Don't bother asking, I will stay with my King of Heroes. Gilgamesh declared. Very well.
Ichigo summoned a pawn piece and pushed it inside Gilgamesh.
You used a pawn piece.
You dare use a pawn piece for your queen? Gilgamesh yelled as she drew her sword.
Will you allow me to explain before you try and attack me? Fine.
Yes, I used a pawn piece for you due to your versatility. The knight piece, the one I used on Artoria, is focused on speed and quick attacks, exactly what a knight should be. The bishop piece, the one I used on Castor, is focused on increasing energy reserves and magic output. The rook piece focuses on increased attack and defensive power.
What about the queen? The queen can use all three simultaneously but are all currently occupied. What about the pawn piece? Gilgamesh growled, more annoyed than before.
The pawn can promote into the other 4 pieces either in enemy territory or with my permission.
I see. Gilgamesh said. He is right.
I can use the knight piece to boost myself when I use my blades to fight, or the bishop piece if I wish to use my magic or my weapons as broken phantasm. Ichigo smiled at Gilgamesh.
Fine, Gilgamesh said.
Ichigo pushed the pawn piece in her. She glowed briefly as the piece pulled the remaining body from the throne of heroes. Ichigo turned to Scat Hack.
I know that you did wish to die, but will you join me? Ichigo asked. Might as well.
After fighting against the corrupted CU, it did teach me one thing.
What is that? Scat Hack smiled.
I still love to kick ass. Very well, Ichigo said as he pushed the rook piece inside her. She glowed briefly as the piece pulled the remaining body from the throne of heroes.
You okay, Scat Hack?
I'm fine, master, Scat Hack replied.
Ichigo went to Reiku. Are you ready, Reiko? I am, son, Reiku said. Ichigo sighed. Why do I have a feeling Kasan and Reiku will fight over me?
Ichigo thought as he pushed the knight piece into her. Reiku glowed briefly as she reunited with her remains from the throne of heroes. Ichigo turned to Akasha. You know Mocha, Elizabeth, and your stepchildren would freak out with your return.
Akasha smiled. Oh, I can't wait.
I also want to see Mikagami's face when he sees me in the flesh.
Akasha replied.
Ichigo took out the minor king piece and inserted it in.
Once again there was an explosion of mana. Akasha. Ichigo said. I'm alright. Just a massive headache. She replied. Soon Mysteria and Tamamo returned. Hello, you two, is everything back to normal? Yes. The Hellfire managed to destroy all the black mud. Mysteria said. All the needed repairs were simple enough, Tamamo added.
Great, Ichigo said as he turned to Tamamo.
Tamamo, do you have a wish? I do.
To live a wonderful life with my husband.
Husband, Ichigo said. Please no. Please no. Please no. Of course. Husband. She replied. Damn it. Suddenly he was embraced by Akasha and Reiku. You're not stealing my Ichigo, Akasha growled. You're not stealing my baby boy, Reiku growled. Ichigo stood there as he sighed. Should I put everyone who wants to be my wife in the trainer and allow them to go to war in there?
Ichigo thought as he wiggled himself away from Akasha's and Reiku's grip.
Ichigo walked to Tamamo. Are you ready? Yes, my husband.
Ichigo shook his head as he pushed the bishop piece inside her.
Tamamo began to glow. Gah! Tamamo shrieked. Ichigo could see more tails began to grow. Ichigo could see Tamamo growing slightly taller. Tamamo soon stopped glowing. Well, that was unexpected. What happened? You see, the tails that I cut off ended up becoming their servant.
With your chaos piece, it managed to gather all 8 other Tamamas and pull all of them and my remnant from the throne of heroes here.
I see.
We'll discuss how much power you've gained.
Tamamo nodded in agreement as he turned to Avenger. About time. She said. Ichigo rolled his eyes. Well, it's your turn. Are you ready, Dragon Witch? I am.
Ichigo pushed the pawn piece inside her. Avenger glowed briefly before disappearing.
Ichigo turned to Hana. Are you ready?
I am, master, Hana said. Ichigo pushed the pawn piece into her as well. They both briefly glowed before returning to normal.
Jean, are you ready? I am. She said.
Ichigo pushed pawn piece inside her. She began to glow briefly before disappearing.
Angela, we are done, Ichigo said.
Very well, Angela replied.
Thank you for your service. No problem. Take care of your servants. Angela said.
A few seconds later, Ichigo could feel a wave of energy flow around them. Jean, Rin, and Shiro began to glow red. Rin and Shiro looked at their hand to see their command seals began to fade away.
Ichigo looked at Jean's back to see her angel wing-shaped command seals also began to face away.
Looks like it's all over, Ichigo said.
Indeed, Shiro said. What about Sakura? Rin asked.
The door slid open as Sakura slowly walked out. She turned to Rin.
"Nei-san?" she asked. "Sakura, do you remember anything?" Rin asked. "Pain. I could feel them crawling everywhere," Sakura said as she shivered.
Rin instinctively hugged her sister. "Call me if you need me," Ichigo said as he wrote down his phone number and handed it to Shiro. Ichigo snapped his fingers as his modified Black Challenger SRT Hellcat. Once again Ichigo blew their minds with the appearance of the modern foreign car.
How? Ilya mumbled.
Ichigo smirked as he placed his finger over his closed lips.
"All right everyone, get in the car." Akasha took the passenger side while everyone else filled the back of the car. "How is everyone going to fit?" Shiro asked.
Ichigo continued to smirk as everyone easily fit in the car.
"Are you related to Kister Zelrut Schweinorg?" Rin groaned.
Ichigo ignored her question as he entered the driver's side.
Ichigo rolled down the window and waved goodbye. Ichigo opened up a Garganta and drove in. Did he just open a portal and drove the car in? Ilya asked. Yes. Yes, he did. Shiro confirmed. He has to be related to him. I know it. Rin complained. Chapter 35, Arc 7. Continuation from Chapter 27.
Elizabeth opened her eyes. She turned over to see Ichigo was missing.
"Ka-san?" Elizabeth said. Mocha let out a yawn as she turned to Elizabeth. "Yes, dear?" "Tu-san is gone." Mocha turned over to see that Ichigo was gone. "Tu-san is probably gone down to make breakfast," Mocha reasoned. "What is Tu-san making for breakfast?" Elizabeth questioned. EU and Ophis woke up from the talking. "Good morning Mocha." Elizabeth, EU said. "Good morning EU."
They all got out of bed and went to the bathroom. They all walked down to see Masaki cooking breakfast for them.
"Morning everyone." "Morning Masaki." Mocha said. "Morning Masaki Obasan," Elizabeth said. "Morning Ka-san," Karen said. EU and Ophis nodded their heads. "Ka-san. Have you seen Ichi-nii?" Yuzu asked. Masaki looked at Mocha. "He wasn't sleeping with you guys?" Masaki replied. "He was there last night," Mocha replied. "Allow me to explain," Yusaka said through the peerage connection. "What do you mean Yusaka-san?" Yuzu asked. "I contacted Ichigo in the middle of last night." Yusaka started.
"Amaterasu-sama ordered me to contact him and let him know that she wanted to see him in my office."
"What did Amaterasu-sama want?" Masaki asked. "I'm sorry. Amaterasu-sama ordered me to not reveal anything to all of you." Yusaka answered. "However, Amaterasu-sama guarantees that Ichigo will be safe and return in one piece." Masaki sighed. "Yusaka. Thank you for telling us.
Though we prefer Ichigo to tell us before he went."
Masaki said. "I understand," Yusaka replied before cutting the connection. "Ka-san. Do you need any help with breakfast?" Yuzu asked. "No thank you, Yuzu. I got it." Masaki said. Soon everyone walked down to the dinner table. Masaki made omelets for everyone. Suddenly they heard someone knocking on the door.
"I got it," Karen said as she walked to the door.
She opened the door to see no one standing there. She looked down to see 3 envelopes on the ground. Karen picked up the envelopes.
She could feel that the envelopes were made from old parchment paper.
She looked at the front to see her name, Yuzu's name, and Ichigo's name written on the front of the envelope.
Karen closed the door and walked back inside to the table.
"Who was at the door?" Masaki asked. I don't know. Someone left these letters for us,
Karen said as she handed Yuzu her letter.
Who does the other one belong to? Masaki asked.
The other one belongs to Ichi, Karen replied. I'll put it on Tusan's deck, Elizabeth said as she jumped out of her seat. Karen handed her the letter.
Elizabeth ran up the stairs. Yuzu and Karen flipped the letter to see it if there was sealed with wax.
In the wax, there appears to some kind of claw.
Yuzu and Karen carefully broke the seal and opened the envelope.
They pulled out a letter and began to read it.
Dear Kurosaki Yuzu/Karen. We've heard many great things about you and wish to invite you to see Ants Alive in Dragon our Academy.
This school helps students tame and ride dragons. If you accept the invitation, please write your reply on the back of this letter and close the envelope.
Sincerely Io Naginata Yamanata, Headmistress of Ants Alive in Dragon our Academy, 1. Yuzu and Karen turned to EU and Ophis. Have either one of you heard of Ants Alive in Dragon our Academy? Yuzu asked. No, EU replied.
Ophis shrugged her shoulders as she continued to eat and feed Nyx.
Let's get Kazara and Valiona, Karen suggested. Good idea, Yuzu said.
They ran upstairs to the familiar room to see Kazara and Valiona watching Shinyuan and Xingqian. They were sparing each other.
Hello, Kazara. Valiona, Karen said. Hello, Karen, they replied.
Shinyuan and Xingqian stopped their sparring match and turned to see their respective master there.
They ran over to their masters. Hello, Shinyuan, Karen said. Morning to you, Xingqian, Yuzu said. Do you need anything? Kazara asked. We do, Karen said as she put Shinyuan down. She handed the letter to Kazara. Yuzu handed her letter to Valiona. They waited a few moments to read the letters. I assume you want to know if we heard about this school? Kazara asked.
Correct, Karen replied.
Unfortunately, we never heard of this school, Valiona said. However, if you wish to see this school, we will happily go with you too, Kazara said. Okay then,
Yuzu said as she tried to find a pen to write her reply.
Wait Yuzu, Karen said, stopping Yuzu from research. We need to let Ka-san know. You're right, Yuzu said. Everyone left the familiar room and walked back downstairs. Hello, Kazara. Valiona. How are you this morning? Masaki asked. We're good, Kazara replied. Ka-san. We decided to see what this school is all about, Yuzu said.
Before you get worried, Kazara and Valiona agreed to accompany us, Karen said.
Masaki looked at Kazara and Valiona for confirmation. They nodded their heads.
You have my blessing, Masaki said.
Yuzu and Karen grabbed a pen and wrote their response. I accept your offer.
They folded the letter back up and placed it back into the envelope and closed it. The letter began to glow red before it turned to dust.
So, what are you planning to do this weekend? Masaki asked.
I was planning to take Elizabeth to the park, Mocha said.
Good idea, Masaki agreed.
It allows her to make new friends and helps her blend in.
Kahlua and I need to see if there is anything from our father still at his estate, Akua said.
Be careful there.
Ichigo fought Oda-sama and severely crippled him.
He might try to retaliate against you two if he finds out that you two are allied with him,
Mocha warned. Akua and Kahlua smiled. Thank you for the warning, Mocha, Akua said as they hugged their little sister.
Suddenly they heard the door ring.
I got it, Yuzu said as she ran to the door. She opened it to see an adult woman standing in their doorway.
She has hazel eyes and blue shoulder-length hair that was tied in a ponytail. She was dressed in a tight black shirt which emphasized her size C breasts, tight dark blue pants which emphasized her firm legs and butt, knee-high black boots. She was wrapped in a black trench coat. She had a leather collar around her neck, a pair of golden dragon-shaped earrings on her ears.
Hello, Is this the residence of Kurosaki Yuzu and Kurosaki Karen? She asked. It is. Can I ask who you are? Yuzu asked. I'm sorry. My name is Io Nejanata Yamanata and I am the headmistress of Ansalivan Dragonar Academy. Headmistress Yamanata said. Oh. Come in. Yuzu said. Headmistress Yamanata walked inside the house. See everyone at the dinner table. Oh, hello.
I do apologize for dropping here so suddenly.
Headmistress Yamanata apologized. No problem, Masaki said as she stood up. I am Kurosaki Masaki, their mother. I see. I am Io Nejanata Yamanata, headmistress of Ansalivan Dragonar Academy. Headmistress Yamanata replied. Let's move to the living room, Masaki suggested. Agreed. Masaki turned to the dinner table. Don't worry, Masaki. We got the dishes. Akua replied. Thank you. Masaki, Headmistress Yamanata, Yuzu, Karen, Kazara, and Valiona walked to the living room. Kazara brought out tea and poured a cup for everyone. Thank you. Headmistress Yamanata replied as she took the cup from Kazara. Before I continue, does Kurosaki Ichigo live here? Headmistress Yamanata asked. He does. However, he isn't able to read your letter right now. I see, that's fine.
Headmistress Yamanata, your letter said that your school helped students tame and ride dragons.
What does that mean? Yuzu asked. Good question. Before I explain that, I need you to answer this question. Headmistress Yamanata said. Okay then, Karen replied. Have you heard of the word draken? Everyone except for Kazara and Valiona shook their head. You two have? We have, Kazara replied. Care to say what drakens are?
Drakens are a race of intelligent dragons. They can communicate to humans through telepathy and able to cast their form of magic.
Kazara said. Correct. Headmistress Yamanata said.
Long ago, the drakens roamed the land. For an unknown reason, the drakens' children lost their intelligence and unable to use magic besides breathing fire. The drakens were unable to discover a way to save their children. One of the draken discovered the only way to survive was to bond themselves to human. The drakens were not able to bond themselves with humans because a human isn't able to withstand the amount of magic a fully matured draken would need. However, they discovered that if a baby draken were to live inside a human child for a period, the human child's body would be able to adapt to supporting a draken. With their last efforts, they created a being known as the Dragon Mother. She is responsible for finding the right human for her to give them a draken embryo. She helped mentor the first generation of human breeders. Interesting history lesson. Karen started. But what does this have to do with us? We wanted to see if your dragons could learn what our school teaches. What does your school teach? Yuzu asked. I can't tell you here. What we teach are secrets that we keep very closely. Headmistress Yamanata said. Very well, Karen said. We accept the invitation. However, Kazara and Valiona will be our chaperones through our time at the academy. Very well. Bye, Kaya-san. Yuzu and Karen said. By Yuzu, Masaki said she hugged Yuzu. By Karen. Masaki hugged Karen. Please watch over them, Kazara. Valiona. Masaki said. We will, Kazara said. Valiona nodded. They all walked outside the Kurosaki household. Stay near me. Headmistress Yamanata instructed. Suddenly a blue seal appeared below them and teleported them all away. Masaki walked inside to see the kitchen all cleaned up.
She saw Mocha and Elizabeth walking towards the door. Where are you two going? Kazan is planning to take me out to the park. She said. I see. Be a good little girl. Masaki said. I will, Oba-san. Be careful out there, Mocha. I will. Don't worry about it. Mocha said as they left the house. Better get to the clinic. Unbeknownst to Masaki, Eve, Isdeath, Kahlua, and Shirayuki were all down in the underground trainer.
So, Eve, you wish to get stronger? Kahlua asked.
I do.
I want to get stronger to protect Ka-san and my future Imato.
Eve said. Is that the same reason as well? Shirayuki asked Isdeath. It is. Before, I was alone until I met Eve. She accepted me as a family.
Isdeath said as she raised her hands. I was born with these powers and I want to learn how to use them to protect my family.
Ice began to gather in her hand.
Very well then, Shirayuki said as the two instructors began teaching their new pupils.
Scene change, Koho Town. Mocha and Elizabeth spend a few hours at the park. Mocha smiled as she saw Elizabeth playing with the other children. Mocha-san. Someone said.
Mocha and Elizabeth turned around to see Rias and her peerage walking towards her.
Hello, Rias, Mocha replied. Want to go out for lunch? Rias asked. Sure, Mocha replied.
They walked towards downtown.
So where are we eating? Mocha asked. It's a new restaurant that just recently opened up, Rias replied.
They soon arrived at a small restaurant.
It a mix of Japanese and Western architecture. On the side, they could see the words, Ao no X. They all walked in. Welcome.
They were greeted by a young man with teal eyes and dark brown hair. He has 2 moles under his left eye and another one under his mouth.
He was dressed in a black shirt with Ao no X on the left side of the shirt. He had a black server apron on. How many people? He asked. 11 people, Rias answered. Please follow me,
he said as he escorted them to their seats.
The restaurant was empty.
He pushed a few of the tables and moved some chairs to have enough seats for everyone.
Everyone quickly sat down. Welcome to Ao no X. My name is Okumura Yukio and I will be your server.
Yukio greeted as he passed out a menu to everyone.
I'll be back in a few minutes to take your order. Everyone quietly looked over the menu.
A few minutes later, Yukio came back and collected everyone's order and their menu. Everyone began to casually talk with each other, while waiting for their food. Then the door slid open. Yukio turned to the front door to young women with short hair black with bangs that reach her chin with a pigtail tied behind.
She has a slender body figure and a considerably large bust. She's dressed in a business suit. Minagasaki-san. Yukio said. Hello, Yukio, Minagasaki said.
She paused as she looked at the restaurant.
Looked pretty empty again. I wonder if you can pay your loan back. We will, Minagasaki-san. Yukio said. Minagasaki smiled. Remember that you have a few days left before the deadline,
she said as she walked out. Yukio sighed as he pulled a chair and sat down.
Another person walked out from the back. He was also wearing the same uniform as Yukio. He has pale skin and intense blue eyes. He is wearing a black hat with the restaurant's name on it. Don't worry, Yukio. But, Rin. These last few days, we haven't even made any revenue to even pay the basic costs. Rias stood up and walked to the two guys.
I've heard that you two need some money, Rias said.
Rin growled as her. Rin's teeth began to resemble canine teeth and his ears began to sharpen to a point. Ni-san!
Yukio yelled, snapping Rin out of his anger and his teeth and ears returned to normal.
Don't worry about it, Rias said.
The rest of my group and I are aware of the supernatural world, Rias reassured.
Sorry, Rin said.
You sounded like the many loan sharks that come here.
I see. Sorry if I portray myself like that. Rias apologized. No. It's not your fault. Rin said. Rin, are you done with their food? Yukio asked. Oh shit.
Rin yelled as he ran back to the kitchen.
While your brother
He is my brother. While your brother finishes cooking our food, let's sit down and talk, Rias suggested.
Sure. Yukio joined everyone sitting down at the table. Who was she? Akino asked. Her name is Minagasaki Yako.
She loaned us money to start our restaurant. However, we were not able to make the monthly payments on time, so she threatened to take our restaurant back if we don't finish paying our debt off.
Yukio explained. I see, Rias said. Despite not looking like it, your location is good, Issei commented.
Everyone turned to the pervert.
Aonox isn't that far away from the Kuo Academy. I believe if you have more employees, then you might be able to serve more customers.
To think our pervert here can think about something else other than a pays.
Kiba joked. Everyone in the group laughed except for Yukio and Elizabeth.
Rin soon carried out the food for everyone.
Rin sat down and joined them. While hiring more people is good. How? We can't afford to hire any more people.
Food for work, Kaneko suggested. I think she means that offering to pay your employees through your amazing cooking.
Rossweiss explained. Who would accept that offer? Rin asked. Surprisingly, everyone raised their hands.
Despite the food looking simple, it tasted delicious, Mocha said.
Everyone nodded their heads in agreement. Who has any cooking experience? Yukio asked. Rias, Akino, and Rossweiss raised their hand.
You three will help me in the back, Rin said as he stood up from his chair.
Follow me. Rin leads Rias, Akino, and Rossweiss to the back. All of you can be servers, said. Very well, Kiba said. Kaneko nodded her head.
I'll help as much as I can, Asia said.
Fine, Issei said, slightly disappointed.
If that is fine for you, I'll be the bouncer outside, Mocha said.
Yukio said. It's fine, right? Mocha asked as she glared at him. Yes. Yes, it's fine. Yukio replied. Great, Mocha said. What about Mikasa-san? Elizabeth asked. How can I help? Mocha turned to Yukio. What if you have a happy hour for the little kids? Mocha suggested. What do you mean? Yukio asked. Maybe from 15 to 1700 hours, you offer all kids under 10 free meals from the kid menu? Mocha suggested. It may tempt more parents to take their children here after school.
Good idea, Yukio said as he wrote the idea down. I'll make the flyers for her to pass out at her school. Maybe around 1800 hours or later, you could do an adult happy hour, beer and sake are half off when ordered with food, Issei suggested.
Good. Good. Maybe a photo with any of the employees? Kiba suggested. Kiba! Issei yelled.
You know how much chaos that would bring here if your fangirls found out.
But it will be good for business. Yukio argued back.
The group continued to share ideas and start their plan.
Everyone was given their own Aonox uniform started to do their job. Rias, Akino and Kiba walked out in their uniform and advertised the restaurant.
They also added that they could get a photo with one of the servers at the end of their meal. In a few minutes, Aonox was packed with customers. Everyone quickly served the customers.
Mocha had to step in to calm down the lines. Some people even asked to take a photo with Mocha. In a few hours, Aonox closed their doors for the night. Man, that was tiring, Issei said as he sat down. I agree, Rias said.
All the work made me sweaty, Rias said.
Nei-san. How much money did we make? Rin asked.
Our revenue was 145,078 yen, Yukio said.
That much? Rin shouted. Yes.
If this continues, then we will be able to repay Minagasaki-san on time.
Yukio announced. Yes. Rin shouted. Soon everyone went home, ready for the next day. Time skip, next day, same time as chapter 29. Mocha groaned as she woke up early. She got up and got dressed to work at AO no X. As she walked down, she saw EU. Hey EU. Hello, Mocha, EU replied. Are you busy? I'm not. Can you take Elizabeth to the park for me? Why?
I am helping someone today and I wanted Elizabeth to go to the park to have fun and pass these flyers.
Mocha handed EU the flyers to AO no X. Very well. Be aware I may come with Office. EU said.
As long as you pay for her, Mocha replied as she left. She met up with Rias and her peerage.
Together they all walked towards AO no X. Despite the restaurant wasn't open yet, they could see there was already a line forming.
They all greeted the customers before helping Yukio and Rin open up the restaurant. The flood of orders came in and the battle starts once again. All the employees of AO no X were so focused on serving their customers, they didn't notice that it was already the early afternoon. The door to AO no X opened up. Welcome! Mocha shouted as she looked at the open door. Ka-san! Elizabeth shouted as she ran towards Mocha. Mocha hugged her daughter. Elizabeth! What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be at the park with EU? Huh? Elizabeth said. We were. EU Obasan and Office Obasan took me and Nix to the park for a few hours already. Mocha looked at the clock and was shocked to see that 6 hours already passed.
Elizabeth! You don't need to run. EU said as she entered. Followed by Office carrying Nix. Mocha quickly escorted them to their table. Office looked at the menu for a few seconds before closing it. Mocha! I want all of it. Office said.
Very well, Mocha said as she quickly ran to the kitchen.
What happened, Mocha? Rias asked. Office is here and she wants everything on the menu.
I see, Rice said as she quickly began to prepare the ingredients.
Mocha nodded as she left the kitchen. Who is Office? Rin asked. One of the strongest beings in reality. She is stronger than Amaterasu-sama. Akino warned as she began to cook faster. Then let's go.
Rin yelled as he began to cook faster. Rias, Akino, Rin, and Rosweiss began to push more dishes out faster. Issei, Kiba, Kaneko, Zenobia, and Mocha quickly served all the dishes out.
Soon it was finally time to close AO no X for the night.
Everyone was sitting down as Yukio once again counted all today's sales.
To think we're this tired.
We had to even use our magic to help us.
Rias said. Everyone nodded.
I guess we never trained to use our magic like that for a long time, Akino said.
What are you talking about, Akino? Rias asked.
Normally our battles are around 10 minutes. But this was about 10 hours and we weren't even using our energy to attack. We used our energy to buff our physical abilities.
Good news. Yukio said. We have enough money to pay Minagasaki-san back for the next few months. Yay! Everyone cheered. Unbeknown to them, someone was squatting underneath a window. I have to report to Minagasaki-sama.
The spy said as he quietly moved away from the window. When the spy was far enough, he pulled his phone out and dialed a number. The spy placed the phone next to his ear.
Hello, Minagasaki-sama. I have some bad news about AO no X. What is it? The Okumura brothers have enough money to pay you back tomorrow. What? How? They managed to convince a group of people to work with them to raise enough money to pay you back, Minagasaki-sama.
Who are these people?
From what I heard, one of their names is Rias. Wait.
Does she have red hair, green eyes, and large breasts?
I believe so. I see. Get back here now. Minagasaki ordered as she hung up.
Minagasaki Yako slammed her fist to the table.
Damn, that bitch is there. I need to be careful. Time skip, morning. It was morning in Kuo town.
The sun was beginning to rise.
In the Kurosaki household, everyone was still asleep, except for Kurosaki Masaki. She was already up and making breakfast for everyone.
As she cooked in the kitchen, she heard someone pulled a chair and sat down. She looked to see a pregnant lunatic Tearju sitting down at the table.
"Good morning, lunatic," she greeted. "Good morning, Masaki," lunatic replied. "How is the baby girl?" Masaki asked as continued to cook. "Good. She didn't bother me at all. Do you want anything?" Lunatic sighed. "A cup of tea, please." Masaki carried out a small pot of tea and a teacup for her.
"Thank you," Lunatic said as she took the teapot and cup.
She sat back down and poured herself a cup of tea. "Have you heard anything from Ichigo, Yuzu, or Karen?" "No," Masaki said.
Suddenly they heard fast footsteps descending from the stairs.
"Elizabeth. No running in the house." "Sorry, Oba-san," Elizabeth said.
Behind here was Isdeath and Eve calmly walking down.
"Hello Elizabeth, Isdeath, and Eve," Lunatic greeted.
"Good morning Luno Basin," Elizabeth replied.
"Good morning Kasan," Eve replied. "Good morning Lunasan," Isdeath replied.
Soon they heard slower and heavier footsteps.
"Morning Kasan," Elizabeth shouted.
"Good morning Elizabeth," Mocha said as they walked into the kitchen to get a chilled tomato juice. She opened the can and began to chug the can down. She soon finished the can, crushed it and threw it in the trash.
"How are you feeling, Mocha?" Masaki asked.
"Better. Still, wish Ichigo would hurry up and get home,"
Mocha complained. "I know," Masaki agreed. "I couldn't believe Yuzu and Karen followed Ichigo's example and disappeared like that."
"At least, you don't need to worry about their safety."
Masaki sighed as she flipped a pancake to a nearby plate.
"I know Ichigo could take care of himself."
Masaki started as she poured more matter in the pan. "Not to mention Yuzu and Karen have Kazara and Valiona with them." Masaki turned to Mocha. "You should know the feeling of wanting to keep your children safe." Mocha cracked a small smile as she looked to see Elizabeth setting the table. "I know. When Elizabeth was first born, I was worried. Worried that I couldn't protect her," Mocha said as she remembered the past. Suddenly someone lightly smacked Mocha on the back of her head. She turned to see Akua and Kalua standing behind her. "Nei-san."
"Mocha, stop thinking like that," Kalua said. "I know I wasn't a good big sister back then, but you don't need to worry about it right now. You have a bigger family that all cares about you in one way or another,"
Akua said. Mocha smiled.
"Besides, you should focus your energy on punishing Ichigo when he returns."
Mocha smiled. "If you three are done, help me carry these plates," Masaki said.
They nodded as they grabbed some of the plates of food and carried it to the table. Iyu, Ophis, and Lilith walked downstairs and joined them.
"Itadokimasu,"
they said as they began to eat the pancakes. Suddenly the front door opened. They all turned to see Ichigo walk in. "Tadaima," Ichigo said as he let out a yawn.
"Ichigo!"
Mocha shouted as she stood up.
"To-san!" Elizabeth yelled as she ran to Ichigo.
Ichigo took a knee and hugged his daughter.
"I missed you," she said. "I missed you too," Ichigo replied.
He let go of Elizabeth as he looked up at the approaching Mocha. Ichigo could see Mocha licking her lips. Ichigo chuckled as he tilted his head.
Mocha hugged Ichigo as she bit down on his neck. Ichigo could feel her fangs break his skin. "Delicious," Mocha said. A few minutes later Mocha let go of Ichigo's neck.
She licked her lips clean of the blood.
"By Ichigo, Elizabeth," Mocha said. "By Ka-san," Elizabeth said. "Where are you going, Mocha?" Ichigo asked. "I'm helping a friend with his family restaurant."
"Okay," Ichigo said as he hugged her.
To-san. "Yes, Elizabeth? Can you take me to the park later?"
"Sure," Ichigo said. "Before you take her to the park,
Maybe you should sit down and join us for breakfast, Masaki said.
Sure, Ichigo said. He joined them at the dinner table.
Masaki passed him a plate of pancakes. Ichigo spent time talking with everyone at the table.
He learned that Lunatique was reaching the final stage of pregnancy.
Death was learning the basics of being a Yukiana from Shirayuki.
Eve was learning how to use her hair manipulation abilities from Kahlua, who was an expert on using Wealth of Power.
Ichigo was led to the park by an energetic Elizabeth. Come on, Two-san,
Elizabeth shouted as she ran in front of Ichigo. I'm coming to Elizabeth, Ichigo replied as he casually followed behind her.
They soon arrived to see a few children playing at the playground.
Ichigo sat down at a bench as he watched Elizabeth run to the playground. Ichigo smiled as he pulled out the trainer and typed a message.
Hey everyone. How is your new body? Have you figured out how to change into your spirit body and back? Have you managed to figure out your body's limit, too?
Ichigo sent the message. Ichigo slowly began to read the replies that he got from his servants.
Two-san, Elizabeth shouted as she ran to Ichigo. Ichigo put the trainer away. Yes, Elizabeth? I wanted you to meet my best friend from school, Elizabeth said. Okay, Elizabeth. Ichigo could see a young girl with large amber eyes and shoulder-length purple hair.
Ichigo's eyes widened in shock as he remembered someone else with that similar appearance.
No way. It can't be, Ichigo thought. Two-san. This is Senna, Elizabeth said. Senna, this is my Two-san. Hi Kurosaki-san, Senna said with a bow. Hello, Senna-chan. My name is Kurosaki Ichigo, Ichigo said.
Call me Ichigo or Ichigo-san, Ichigo said.
Two-san. Be right back. I'm going to the toilet,
Elizabeth said as she ran towards the restroom, leaving Ichigo and Senna alone. The two sat there in silence. Ichigo formed a red ribbon.
Senna? Yes, Ichigo-san? Senna replied.
Here. Ichigo handed her a red ribbon. Her eyes widened upon seeing the red ribbon.
Does it look familiar?
Ichigo said as he placed the red ribbon in her hand.
Senna's eyes began to get wet. You remember me? Senna said. Of course, I remember you, Senna, Ichigo replied.
He suddenly picked Senna up.
Hey! She yelled.
Ichigo ignored her and placed her on his shoulders.
Ha!
You once told me that when you're up high, all the stuff that looks confusing and messed up suddenly becomes crystal clear,
Ichigo said. I did, Senna said.
Ichigo carefully lowered Senna down. You managed to reincarnate and retain your memories.
Not all of them. Just the ones when we first met for those few days, Senna replied. I see, Ichigo said.
They spotted Elizabeth running towards them.
Have fun, Senna, Ichigo said.
Okay, Ichigo, Senna said as she joined Elizabeth at the playground. Ichigo smiled seeing Elizabeth and the reincarnated Senna have fun together.
Scene change. Ao no X.
Mocha, Rias, and her peerage arrived at Ao no X to see at fire trucks around the restaurant, putting out fires. They spotted Rin and Yukio talking with a police officer.
Yukio. Rin. What happened? Rias asked. This morning we went to the market to buy more ingredients. When we returned, the restaurant was already on fire. Someone called the fire department and they put out the fire, Rin said. A black car stopped right in front of the group. The door opened as Minagasaki Yako stepped out of the car. Minagasaki-san, Yukio greeted.
We have the money for this month and the next few months, Yukio said as he handed her the envelope. She took the envelope and counted the money.
It's not enough, Minagasaki said. What? That's what we agreed on. It was.
However, the situation changed.
Minagasaki pulled out the contract.
In accordance with our contract, you will keep the restaurant in good condition until all payments are done.
However, if the restaurant fails to be in good condition, then all money will be paid immediately.
What?
Yukio shouted.
Since you failed to keep your end of the contract, I guess I can reclaim the restaurant, or whatever is left of it, she said as she put the contract away.
Damn it, Yukio said.
Rias, Akino whispered.
What is it, Akino?
Rias replied. I asked around the witnesses and they all saw green fire before it changed into red fire.
Green fire, Rias said. Her eyes widen. Akino, are you sure they said green fire?
They did. Then this was the work of a devil, Rias said. Be prepared to hand over the deed tomorrow, Minagasaki said as she entered her car and drove off.
Akino, follow her and capture her, Rias ordered. May I use my fun box on her? Akino asked.
Yes. Use it to find out if she has any connection with the fire.
Akino nodded as she disappeared. Rias walked over to the depressed brothers.
I know that this hurt, but we believe we found it a clue, Rias said.
Really? Rin asked. Rias explained to them her revelation.
A few minutes later, Akino returned.
That was quick, Rias said.
It was. She drove in an empty alleyway. It appeared that she was planning to teleport away. Before she could do anything, I entered her car and sent her to my fun box.
What's the fun room? Issei asked. Akino smiled. Don't worry, Issei. I'll show you my fun box after. She teased. No. You will not show Issei your fun box, only after I do it with him first, Rias said while blushing.
I guess I need to push you harder, Bucho.
Akino teased. Enough. Mocha yelled, getting their attention. Mocha turned to Akino. Did you find any evidence that linked Minagasaki with the fire?
I haven't started to play with her yet. I wanted to see if anyone was interested in playing with her before I accidentally break her.
Akino said.
You can break her. I just want to know if she was the one who ordered it and why.
Yukio said.
Rin nodded in agreement.
Okay then. Be right back,
Akino said as she disappeared.
So, what are you planning to do now? Rias asked. After talking with the insurance company, maybe build another restaurant, Yukio said. Akino came out of the fun box.
That was quick.
Was it?
She took a long time before she broke. I had so much fun trying different ways to break her.
Akino said. What did you find? Rias asked.
Turns out Minagasaki Yeko was a stray devil, Akino said.
As expected, Rias said. Was she the one who burned down the restaurant? Rin asked. She was. Why? Yukio asked.
Because she wanted to see both of you suffer. She wants to see both of you in despair.
So, what is going to happen to her? Mocha asked.
Since she is a stray devil and she attacked 2 yokai, she will be given to Nisama, who will talk with Yasaka-sama to determine her fate, Rias said.
I see, Mocha said.
Akino pulled out an envelope and handed it to Yukio.
Here is your money back.
Thank you, Akino-san, Yukio said.
Where are you two going? For the time being, we'll return to Kyoto while the insurance and investigation are going on, Yukio said.
Bye,
Rin said.
Bye. Everyone shouted as they waved goodbye to their friends. I need to get back home, Mocha said as she waved goodbye to Rias and her peerage.
Scene change, Kurosaki household. Mocha returned home only to be tackled by Elizabeth. Welcome home, Ka-san, she shouted. Hello, Elizabeth. Did you have fun with Tucson? I did. Hello, Mocha,
Ichigo greeted as he kissed her on the lip.
Do you want to take a shower first or eat dinner?
I'm going to take a shower first and then meet you at the dinner table.
Great. Everyone else already ate, so it will just be us. Ichigo said. Great. Elizabeth let out a yawn.
Is someone tired? Mocha said as she picked up Elizabeth and took her upstairs. She put her to bed and took a quick shower. She came down to see Ichigo place 2 plates of curry down on the table.
Mocha sat down and they began to eat.
As they ate, they told each other what happened today.
Ichigo told Mocha about Senna and his history with her. Mocha told him about Ao no X and the stray devil.
Soon the two finished their dinner and went to bed. Scene change, morning.
Ichigo woke up early.
He carefully left the bed, making sure Mocha didn't wake up.
He went downstairs and began to make ham and cheese omelets.
Good morning, Ichigo, Masaki said as she hugged him.
Morning, Kaya-san. Did you read the letter on your desk? No.
When you have time, go and read that letter, Masaki said.
Sure, Ichigo replied.
Soon everyone came down and ate breakfast together.
After breakfast, can everyone meet me downstairs, Ichigo said. How come? Mocha asked.
It's time for all of you to meet the new additions to our peerage, Ichigo said.
How many people did you add? EU asked.
12.
Ichigo admitted.
12.
Everyone shouted. Ichigo.
I know you could have a big peerage, but I think you shouldn't waste your chaos pieces.
Masaki warned. I know.
But once I introduce them and all of you learn about their abilities, you would agree that I did the right thing.
Ichigo said. Very well. Let me grab everyone, Ichigo said as he shunpaied away. Ichigo picked up Yasaka, Tear, and Nell.
Ichigo stood in front of the collected group.
So where are our new members? Mocha asked.
Ichigo instructed everyone to meet up in the underground training area.
All of them are in the trainer right now.
They wished to get used to a human body again.
Ichigo said. I am going to release each one at a time. Some of them you might have heard of, while others may not.
Please wait until the end for me to explain.
They nodded in understanding.
Ichigo pressed a button and the trainer fired a green beam in front of them.
The beam transformed into a human being. Hello, my name is Hana-song and I am from the year 2055. 3. Hana said. Ichigo pressed the button again.
My name is Amiya Rin, please call me Archer, Archer said.
Ichigo pressed the button again. Zealot is Zealot. Zealot said.
Before I continue, the next peerage members are those you might recognize, Ichigo said.
What do you mean? Mocha asked.
They are beings whose deeds have been recorded down as history or as legends. Ichigo cryptically explained.
Ichigo pressed the button. I am Medea, Princess of Colchis, Medea said.
Your hair looks pretty, Elizabeth said.
Thank you, Medea replied.
Ichigo smiled as he summoned the next peerage member. I am Scathach, Queen of the Land of Shadows, Scathach said. I am Gilgamesh, Queen of Uruk and Queen of Heroes, Gilgamesh said.
I am Jeanne d'Arc. Jeanne said. Wait, the Joan of Arc.
As in the French maiden who liberated Orleans in the 100 Years' War.
Mocha asked. Correct, Jeanne said. I am also Jeanne d'Arc, but I'm her alter ego. Call me Joan.
Alter said. Think of Jeanne as the legend and Joan as her human side she kept hidden, Ichigo said as he sent out the next member.
Yasaka gasped as she recognized who was next. I am Tamamo Nome, Tamamo said. The turned and looked at Yasaka. Hello, mother, Yasaka said. Hello, my child. It seems that you've grown into a beautiful kitsune. Tamamo said.
I knew I had a bad feeling when she was summoned. Ichigo thought as he summoned the next peerage member.
Once again Yasaka was shocked in who appeared in front of her. I am Minamoto no Reiku. It seems I am in front of the current ruler of the yokai fraction. I have heard many stories about you Minamoto no Reiku. Your 4 heavenly kings has valiantly served in protecting Kyoto. Yasaka said. Reiku smiled. It feels good hearing my little boys doing so well, Reiko said.
Ichigo sent out the next servant.
Artoria stood there. They all could feel an aura around her, as if they are standing in front of a tyrant.
I am Artoria Pendragon, King of Knights and once and future King of Britannia.
King Arthur is a girl. Everyone shouted. Artoria sighed. There are 2 possible answers to that question, Ichigo said.
The first is that King Arthur we know as Artoria who pretended to be a male, or Artoria is from a different dimension, or she was king, Ichigo said.
Now then, the last and final member is here.
I used my other king piece on here, Ichigo said as he pressed the button. Everyone was very curious about who Ichigo used the other king piece on.
Mocha's, Elizabeth's, and Kalua's mouth dropped. Yasaka's eyes widened with realization. Standing in front of them was Akasha Blood River. Hello, Mocha. Elizabeth. Kalua. Akasha greeted. KKK-san? Mocha said. Akasha nodded. KAASAN.
Mocha yelled as she ran and hugged her mother. As all the old and new peerage members began to interact with each other, Ichigo walked upstairs.
Ichigo went to his room to find an envelope on his desk. The envelope appears to be written in traditional parchment. Ichigo flipped it over to see it was sealed in wax. Very traditional looking,
Ichigo thought as he carefully broke open the wax seal. Ichigo pulled out a letter made from the same traditional parchment. Ichigo began to read the letter.
Dear Kurosaki Ichigo, we've heard many great things about you and wish to invite you to see Ansalive Dragon our academy.
This school helped students tame and ride dragons.
We hope to see you soon. Sincerely, Iona Janata Yamanata, headmistress of Ansalive Dragon our academy. Interesting, Ichigo thought. Ichigo turned to see Masaki walked in. So, I assumed you read the letter? Masaki asked. I did. And you're going over there? Yes. I'm interested since I never heard about this school before. Do you think it's a trap? I don't think so. How are you going to get there? Yuzu and Karen wrote a reply letter, and someone picked them up. Ichigo smiled.
I know where to go, Ichigo said.
Kizara. Val Iona. Can either one of you two hear me?
Ichigo asked through the familiar bond.
Master. Val Iona replied.
Good to hear from you, Master, Kizara replied.
Good. Are both of you together? Ichigo asked. Yes.
We're both together,
Val Iona said. Good. I want both of you to think about where you are. Ichigo instructed. You're trying to come over here by using our thoughts of where we are? Kizara guessed. Correct. Now let me focus on those thoughts,
Ichigo said as he closed his eyes.
He focused on Kizara's and Valiona's thoughts.
Ichigo could see them standing in a dorm room with 2 pairs of bunk beds. In 2 of the lower bunk beds, Ichigo could see Yuzu and Karen sleeping while Shinyuan and Shinchin laying on their respective masters' beds. Ichigo raised his hand as he focused on the image and ripped open a garganta, scaring Masaki.
Ichigo! She screamed.
Ichigo ignored Masaki as he and jumped in the garganta. The garganta closed behind him.
Damn him, Masaki growled.
Scene change, Ansalive Dragon our academy, Epona Halls.
Kizara and Valiona stood there as they concentrated in thinking about the room they were in.
Suddenly a garganta appeared in front of them. Upon seeing the garganta they stopped thinking about the room.
They knew that they didn't need to continue to think about it. Ichigo walked out of the garganta.
The garganta closed behind him.
Master!
They shouted as they hugged him.
Good to see you too. Ha! Karen moaned.
She rubbed her eyes to get all the sleep crust off her eyes.
She turned to see Ichigo standing there embracing Kizara and Valiona. Ichi nii. Karen shouted. Ha? Ichi nii? Yuzu moaned and turned to her side.
Karen carefully got out of bed and shook Yuzu.
Karen? Why are you shaking me? Miss Cornwell said we had a day off. Ichi ni here, Karen said. Suddenly Yuzu shot up, scaring Shinshin.
She turned to see Ichigo standing there with a small smile. Yuzu quickly rubbed the sleep crust off her eyes to see that it was Ichigo standing in their room.
Ichi nii.
Yuzu shouted as she quickly got off the bed.
Karen grabbed Shinshin before Yuzu accidentally hit the dragon. She ran over and joined the hug.
Missed you too, Yuzu, Ichigo said. Suddenly they could hear knocking on the other side of the door.
What's going on in there? Someone asked.
Ugh.
It's the president. Karen groaned as she recognized the voice. Karen-san, I heard that and opened this door. She said.
Kazara, Valiona, and Yuzu broke the hug as Ichigo walked over and opened the door. Ichigo was greeted by an extremely beautiful young woman with a beautiful face and light green eyes. She has a seductive body, with large breasts, and a very well-curved figure. She has long crimson hair. She was dressed in a white coat with red decorations, a black sweater, dark red leggings, and white gloves.
Oh, naughty, naughty. Having a male stranger in the girls' dorms. How naughty you two are. She teased.
Ichigo rolled her eyes. I'm their older brother who just arrived here by my method, Ichigo said as he showed her the letter.
Oh.
So, you're their older brother.
I'm Rebecca Randall. She introduced. Kurosaki Ichigo. Call me Ichigo. He said. Then call me Rebecca, Rebecca said. Okay, Becky, Ichigo said. Don't call me Becky. She shouted. Give us a few minutes and we can go down and eat breakfast. Yuzu shouted as they grabbed their clothes and ran into the bathroom. So, care to tell me the history of this place while we wait for them? Ichigo asked.
Sure, Rebecca replied. Long ago, when Draken roamed the land.
Draken? You mean dragons? No.
Draken is dragons of old who are intelligent and able to use magic, Rebecca explained. For an unknown reason, many of the Draken's offspring lost their intelligence and unable to use magic besides breathing fire. One of the Draken discovered the only way to survive was to bond themselves to human. The Drakens were not able to bond themselves with humans because a human isn't able to withstand the amount of magic a fully matured Draken would need. They discovered that if a younger Draken lived inside a human child for a period, the human child's body would be able to adapt to supporting a Draken. With their last efforts, they created a being known as the Dragon Mother. She is responsible for finding the right human for her to give them a Draken embryo. She helped mentor the first generation of breeders. After that she hid in seclusion, waiting for those children to come to the Albion Forest and see which one is worthy. Rebecca explained. Yuzu and Karen finally came out of the shower. They were wearing a similar uniform as Rebecca. They all walked down to the cafeteria. Ichigo noticed that Yuzu and Karen were slightly taller than before. Their familiars were wrapped around Yuzu's and Karen's neck. Must be the food or the training here. Ichigo thought. They reached the cafeteria and ordered some food. So how is Kazan and everyone else? Yuzu asked. They're good. Kazan's worried about you too since you two abruptly left. Ichigo said. It's been weeks and she's still worried about us, Karen said. Ichigo stopped eating and stared at Karen. What do you mean weeks? It's been only a few days. Ichigo said. Ichigo turned to Rebecca. Where are we? Ichigo asked. What do you mean? You're at Ansalivan Dragonar Academy. What country are we in? We're in Arkstrata. She replied. I've never heard about Arkstrata, Ichigo said. Ichigo. Stop eating. Hogyoku yelled. The food is drugged. Ichigo suddenly stood up and glared at Rebecca.
Why is my food drugged? Ichigo blared at Rebecca. I don't know. Rebecca answered.
Ichigo turned to Yuzu and Karen, who continued to eat. Stop eating and spit out the food, Ichigo ordered, subconsciously using his authority from the king piece.
Yuzu and Karen froze mid-bite.
They were shocked that their body obeyed Ichigo's command.
Ichigo looked at Rebecca. Take me to the headmistress, he ordered. The head .. Rebecca started to say.
Ichigo blared at her, as he began to release his anger towards her. Ku Chulian feels frightened by this man. Rebecca thought as she could feel the fear from her dragon pal.
Very well, Rebecca said as she stood up and walked away.
Ichigo, Yuzu, Karen, Kazara, and Valiona followed behind them. They soon arrived at a door.
Rebecca knocked on the door. Come in. The headmistress Yamanata replied. Rebecca opened the door, and everyone entered. Ah. Our special students. How can I help you? She asked. You're Io Naginata Yamanata, the headmistress of this school, correct? I am. Headmistress Yamanata confirmed.
Then explain to me why our food was drugged, Ichigo asked.
Io sighed.
It is because of school policy for all students not from Arc Strata to be given supplements for them to accept staying at Ansalivan Dragon our academy.
Not from Arc Strata?
Headmaster, we were taught that there is only one continent, Arc Strata.
Rebecca said. You're not wrong, Rebecca.
For us, Arc Strata is the only continent.
However, they are from a different realm.
So, where are we? Have you heard of the phrase, reverse side of the world?
No. Long ago, during the Age of Gods, many Draken roamed the earth. However, the Age of Gods began to end and the Age of Man began. Magic around the world began to weaken.
Many Draken and their human students abandoned the world to enter another realm, the reverse side of the world where magic is still dominant.
I see.
But it doesn't explain the need for drug students.
Albion Forest sometimes is linked to a forest in your realm.
Some children would get lost and stumbled upon Mother Dragon and are given a dragon embryo.
To prevent anyone from being in danger, we take that child and raise it here.
The child is given the drugged food so that they would accept it here and no longer wish to return home.
Why did you invite us? None of us have a dragon embryo? Ichigo asked. We invited you three to Ansalivan Dragonar Academy to see if you three held any clues in order bring back the Draken or breed dragons pals. Breed dragons? Many of the dragons pals that we have are genderless. However, your dragons are female.
The drugging was a way to keep us here while we studied your familiars.
Headmistress Yamanata answered.
Suddenly Headmistress Yamanata and Rebecca fell on their knees as they felt something heavy slammed onto them.
Ichigo lowered his Ryatsu, showing them his annoyance.
You have no right to try and use those who I hold precious for your research. If anyone from here, contact any of us in an attempt to study any of us, you will not like it. Ichigo said as he let go of his Ryatsu. Suddenly they heard a loud explosion. They turned to see a giant white dragon made from bones. It stood over 3 meters tall. Its head contains 4 hollow eye sockets, each with a crimson glow. The jaw of the skull is lined with sharp teeth along with a pair of bat-like wings attached to its shoulders and 4 limbs. Roar! The skeleton dragon roared as it charged in and began to destroy the nearby buildings.
A skeletal dragon! Headmistress Yamanata yelled. We need to stop it. Rebecca nodded as they quickly ran out of the office. Ichi and are we going to help them? Yuzu asked. We're only observing. If they desperately need our help, then we'll interfere. Ichigo said. They nodded as they ran outside. Scene change, town. Everyone was screaming as they ran away from the skeletal dragon. The skeletal dragon continued to attack everything in front of it. Suddenly a squad of dragons flew towards the skeletal dragon and began to attack it. The skeletal dragon charged at the squad of dragons. The skeletal dragon lunged and bit one of the dragon's neck, instantly killing the dragon and the rider. The skeletal dragon spit the dead dragon and rider as it continued to attack the squad of dragons. Suddenly the dead dragon began to glow black. All the skin melted away, revealing its skeleton. The new skeletal dragon stood up and joined in the rampage. Ichigo arrived just to see the new skeletal dragon being created. Suddenly something large flew past him. Ichigo saw a large bluish humanoid dragon with Rebecca standing on its neck. She was dressed in violet and red armor. Manifest now, oh ye sure striking mystical spear, its name, Ga with a cute Ebolgi. She yelled. A giant red spear appeared in front of her. She grabbed the spear and threw it. Gi-Balg spun towards the skeletal dragon. Gi-Balg crashed into the skeletal dragon. To the shock of everyone, the skeletal dragon grabbed the spear and threw it back at Rebecca. Grab the spear, Kuchula-in, Rebecca ordered. Her red dragon roared. It tried to grab the spear. Rebecca and Kuchula-in were pushed into a nearby building. Ichigo summoned Ryuganken. Conquer all who dare challenge my power, Ryuganken. Ichigo yelled. A pillar of fire surrounded Ichigo. The pillar of fire disappeared to reveal Ichigo in his red armor. Ichigo held the crossguard as he pointed Ryuganken towards the skeletal dragon. Ryukaji Arashi Bakuha! Ichigo shouted as he fired his fire arrows. The fire arrows soared and hit the skeletal dragon directly in the chest, sending him crashing into the ground. Ichigo stared at the fallen skeletal dragon. "Roar!" the skeletal dragon yelled, glowing all the dust away. He managed to survive a direct hit? Ichigo thoughted. Is the skeletal dragon stronger than I thought? No. You are stronger than the skeletal dragon many times over, Kazara said as she and Valiona appeared beside him. The issue is that all dragons here can only be defeated by another dragon, a draken or a weapon forged by a dragon, Valiona said. Wait. Couldn't either one of you attack the skeletal dragon? Ichigo asked. No, Valiona said. Despite how powerful we are, skeletal dragons can resist all dragon attacks, physical or magical. So, we need a weapon forged by a dragon, Ichigo concluded. Yes, Valiona said. Ichigo. Do you trust us? Kazara asked. I do. We need to borrow Ryuganken. Why? Ichigo asked. We're planning to reforge Ryuganken by using what we learned here, Valiona said. Very well, Ichigo said as he deactivated Ryuganken. He handed the blade over to Kazara and Valiona. They nodded as they took the blade. They closed their eyes and remembered what the other dragons said to them. Flashback. They were outside watching Rebecca and Kuchula-in train. They saw Rebecca summon her red armor and her giant spear, Gi-Balg. They approached the pair. Hello Kazara, Valiona. How can I help you? We were wondering if we could talk to Kuchula-in, Kazara asked. Sure, Rebecca said as she jumped off Kuchula-in. I'm going to take a break, she said as she dematerialized her armor and spear and walked away. Hello, great ancestors. How may I be of service? Kuchula-in said in Draken Parseltongue, an older version of Parseltongue that Drakens used to speak with each other. So, you know who we are, Valiona replied in Draken Parseltongue. Yes. Despite my partner not sensing it, I and many of the other dragons can tell who you are, Maiden of Infernos. Kuchula-in said. We have a few questions, do you think you can answer them? Kazara asked in Draken Parseltongue. I will try to answer them to the best of my ability, Maiden of Destruction. Kuchula-in replied. So how you create that armor and spear for Rebecca? Valiona asked. To create the armor and spear, you must enter the Draken Workshop. Kuchula-in replied. The Draken Workshop? Kazara asked. The Draken Workshop is in our mind. It is a place where we create a unique armor and weapon for our partner. Kuchula-in explained. How would we access the Draken Workshop? Valiona asked. It is not something you can simply think about and enter. It requires you and your master to have a strong bond with each other. Your master must trust you and your ability to create an armor suited for him. What if we have an old suit of armor that we wish to reforge? Kizara asked. Reforging a suit of armor is very risky. Sometimes it works, and you get a stronger armor. Sometimes you're not lucky and it backfires. Kuchulain said. What about the weapon? Valiona asked. The same thing applies to the weapon. Kuchulain said. Flashback ends. We got one shot at this, Valiona said. Kizara nodded. They both held Ryugunkan in both hands as they closed their eyes. Good luck you two. Ichigo thought as he summoned Kokugetsu.
Ichigo charged in to distract the skeletal dragon. That wraps up this part of What If Overpowered Ichigo Left Karakura Town. Thanks so much for listening. As always, new parts drop every 4 days, so be sure to stay tuned. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to like, subscribe, share it with your friends, and please consider supporting the original author as well.
See you in the next one.